Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a rather cloudy and chilly at Cadwell Park for the second day of the Caterham weekend. Starting off the day is the Motul Caterham 7 270-yard championship, their second race of the weekend. The first one was won by car number 5, Stephen Lyle. Very close championship battle with Harry Eyre, who starts from 6th position following a bit of a rough time yesterday. Stephen, great win, well done.
Thank you.
So he's still targeting Harry for third place in the championship, or is it just a case of let's see the season out on a high?
We didn't even realise until halfway home last night. But Dad said Harry didn't do too well. He went, because you want to have a look at the points, and we looked at it and went, if I win it and Harry's 5th, I think we get 3rd. But hey, 3rd's 3rd. I mean, for us, you go for a championship. I'm not too worried whether it's 3rd or 4th, but 3rd's always better, I suppose.
Fair play. So is it the 310s you're aiming for next season round?
Yeah, I mean, we missed the first round of the year, put us out the championship, then a non-finish at Brands. It'd be nice next year to go for a full-on attack of trying to win a championship, do some winter testing, and yeah, 310.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck then for today and for next season around. That's car number 5, Stephen Lyle, starting from the pole position following the win yesterday. Starting on alongside him, number 34, Blair McConaughey, the championship leader. Blair, so bringing it home in 2nd position. Is it just a case of looking after the car and getting it home, or are you still gunning for the top spot?
Definitely gunning for the top spot, definitely gunning for the lap record, gunning for everything. Just going for it.
So it's never a case of let off the gas, even though it's the last round of the season?
I think the championship is in the bag, so I'll see what I can get today. Just have fun.
Good man, good man. Best of luck then for today. Score well for next season. It's their choice if they go up to the 310s. It's no automatic promotion or anything like that, but it's still, obviously, they want to see the season out on a high. Starting from 3rd position is Wesley Payne in the 38 car. Oh, we've caught you by surprise.
Yeah, I'm still getting ready, so I'm a little bit behind it.
Well, they haven't opened the gate. Oh, just as I say that, they've just opened the gate. Yeah. So we'll let you climb into your car. I think it'll be a bit rude of us to delay you from the important part of getting ready for the race. So they haven't given the indication yet, so they're not leaving track. Car number 11, Carl Jones, 2nd in the championship. He's also just getting ready, so this might be also inopportune for us. I think we might again leave Carl alone. So the car's just started. Oh, he's got his helmet on. They've yet to release people onto the track. We'll move on because he is still getting ready. It's quite an important part of a race preparation. He's just making sure everything's strapped up, helmets on, etc., etc. And you don't want to interrupt the mental preparation these drivers go through. Car number 61 is Angus McLean, who's a late joiner to the season. Angus.
Morning.
Well, obviously you joined the season a little bit late, but I think it's fair to say you've made a decent impact in the races you've taken part in.
I've been enjoying it, so I'm still just racing as a guest, just getting the feel of it, and hopefully we're doing a full championship next year.
Well, is it in the 270s, or are you thinking about the 310s next year?
310.
So going up to the 310. Excellent. So where you've gotten a bit of an idea of where you sit in the pecking order. Is it the podiums? Is it the wins you're aiming for?
At the moment, for this race, I'll just be trying to hold on to the fast guys.
Good man, don't blame you at all. Best of luck, Angus, for this race and of course the next season along. They've yet to call the cars out on track, so let's have another chat with another driver. Car number 55 is Harry O. We mentioned he's third in the championship. Harry, yesterday didn't quite go according to plan, it would seem.
No, in testing I sprained my wrist, so I'm sort of driving one hand behind my back, quite literally. So yeah, I need to try and finish a bit hard today, but hopefully I can deliver.
I mean, these things might be light, but this is a very difficult track, and you're driving a win and an injury. That's very dedicated, sir.
Yeah, it's the worst possible track, I think, pretty much in the UK to have that kind of injury. But yeah, the third place in the championship is at stake, so can't stop now.
Fair play. Best of luck, Harry. You can hear the engines rise. The whistle's been blown. The cars are coming onto track. Over to Scott Woodwis in the commentary box for the first race of the day.
BRSCC Caterham race weekend. It's the finals weekend to try and crown a few more provisional champions. We did so just about yesterday, and there's still more action to come. It's not just Caterham's in the mix. We've also got the Fiestas and the City Car Cup. So all sorts to happen today. Scott Woodwis here in the commentary box, once again joined by my good friend, very capable co-commentator Chris Hutchinson, who, as we mentioned yesterday, should be racing out there this weekend, but unfortunately had a bit of an unfortunate incident in practice. So, but the silver lining is you're on comms next to me, and of course it's a brilliant final weekend, obviously, for all involved who are going for the championship. And so this is going to be another interesting one where the battle seems to be just about wrapped up for the title, but for second place downwards, it's still anyone's guess in terms of how close it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, like you say, a bit of a silver lining to be here rather than out on track. I'd obviously rather be racing, but it is what it is, and it's great to see from a different sort of angle of looking at how it looks from the outside in. It's quite intriguing, and like you say, Blair's already wrapped this one up, but we have got plenty of intrigue between Carl Jones, Harry Ayer and Stephen Lyle as to where do the rest of these podium positions go. The whole season's been building up to this moment. This is their final race of this season, and as you heard Blair in the car beforehand, he is absolutely ready to go and win this one and take it away as the champion. But I know that Lyle has been super quick towards the end of this season and really consistent. Probably had the best tail end of the season of anyone at the moment, and he'll be looking to take that second win for sure.
Yeah, and it's been quite great to see some of these regular drivers towards the front, and drivers like Wes Payne and Carl Jones and Harry Ayer have all been up in the mix. But it's just Blair's been that driver where, because he's been so quick and he's been up there on the pace, battling with the likes of Tom Willis the last couple of years, he's shown the pace, he's proven that he can hang with Tom at the front. And even in the races where Tom entered as a guest, you could evidently see that Blair have made such a big stride over the winter from Roadsport into 270R, and he really has taken his championship by the scruff of the neck and made it his own this year.
Yeah, that's just they're setting off on their green flag lap. Yeah, absolutely. He's been given that opportunity, hasn't he? He's been sort of set free by that and really taken that by the scruff of the neck, and off he goes. He's absolutely been a class act this year, as we've been saying, but he hasn't had it all his own way. I mean, the scores and the results, whilst they've all been sort of ticking over nicely for him, he has had to fight for them on quite a few occasions, and okay, he has disappeared down the road a couple of times, but it's really not been that's the exception rather than the rule.
So the car's now headed off on the formation lap on this really beautiful autumnal Sunday morning. The sun is still rising in some cases this morning, as it is, but lovely sort of beautiful autumnal weather this morning for all the drivers to compete. Nice and clear, nice and sunny. This should be a really nice backdrop for what's going to be, hopefully, a mega championship finals day for Caterham and co. So the cars are on the formation lap. The grid is set by the results from yesterday, so whoever wins, the race where Stephen Lyle, of course, starts on pole position for race number 2 as a result. And then we go further down as was. So there's David Morgan, who's starting in 9th place on the grid. Pole position is on the outside of the front row, so it's the driver's left, on the left-hand side of the circuit. And this circuit, Cadwell Park, is always a driver's favourite. It's winding, it's twisty, it's narrow in some places, plenty of undulations. There's a reason why they call it the mini Nürburgring of the North, because the characteristics are very similar to the famous Nordschleife in terms of it's up and down, it's all over the place. There are jumps, there are leaps, there are swoops, there are dips, there are all different kinds of corner cambers and undulations. It really is an incredible circuit that pretty much since this entire main layout has been put together back in 1961 has pretty much remained unchanged for what, 60 plus years?
And it's the first time I've been here this weekend, I was mentioning yesterday, and whilst I've been on the sim and I've seen I've seen plenty of racing here over the years in the bikes as well, to actually drive around it for the first time is always quite a shock as to how, the cameras, whilst they do a great job of trying to show you some of the gradient, it's not until you've driven on it that you really appreciate it. And when you're low down in a Caterham, the Caterham's really it's only a waist-high car even at full height, so you're really low down there, and you can't see over the banks to the left and right, so it really feels like you're in a tunnel some places where you're heading out. It's brilliant.
Just making their way up onto the grid. We'll quickly run you through the grid as it stands. So here it is on the grid. Stephen Lyle, then, as a result of his victory yesterday, starts on pole position. Alongside him is the provisional champion, Blair McConaughey. Then it's Wes Payne and Carl Jones, both bidding to try and take a victory to round off the 2021 season. Angus McLean, who's ending his guest appearances with hopefully a strong 5th place from the grid. Harry Ayre's got some work to do from P6, but he's always a contender to hit the top spot. Nick Allbones and Alan Curtis drove well through the field, and they'll start on the 4th row of the grid, 7th and 8th. David Morgan and Darrell Cresswell then round up the top 10. And then to the second half of the grid, it's Michael Curley starting 11th, followed by Tim Steele alongside him in 12th on the grid. Duncan Cook and Fraser Jones then comes next. Fraser Jones actually, 13th, and then it's Duncan Cook starting 14th. Then the remainder of the grid, as they start to form up in the background, is Richard Hoare and John Cox, followed by Roger Gaunt and Peter Wales, and then Lydia Gould and Oliver Smith, who retired yesterday, starting from the back of the grid. But Oliver will certainly want to pick his way through, as he has come on quite strong in these last couple of weekends in this 270R season. So the last couple of the cars just about getting into position. They'll get the green flag at the back, and then the 5-second board will be up, and then the red lights will come on to kick off our second part of our Caterham finals weekend here at Cadwell Park, the last meeting of the season for Caterham Motorsport. 5-second board does go up, and so Stephen Lyle will be looking for win number 4, or provisional champion Blair McConaughey wants to round it off with a win. Red lights are on, all set to get underway. And we are underway and racing, although there's one or two cars that didn't quite get away properly, and as they get down towards turn 1, a couple of the cars got a bit caught out at the start there. They're 3-4 abreast, and there's contact in the mid-pack. One car sweeps across and just about holds on to it. I think there was a bit of confusion because I saw that it wasn't the red lights, it was the yellow lights that came on the side. So there was yellow flags being waved as well. Apart from that, everyone seemed to get away, so there's a bit of confusion at the start, but neither of the front row men are leading. It's now Carl Jones that leads the way. Harry Ayre's up from 6th to 2nd, but already under pressure from Alistair Lyle. Wes Payne is 4th, and Blair McConaughey is down to, I think, 5th, even lower than that. 5th position. I think it would possibly a strong start with Alan Curtis coming up from 8th up to 5th position. Yes, he has. So down up towards Park Corner for the first time. Lyle back into the lead. Cut Jones in 2nd place. Ayre is now in 3rd. And then as they come through, Payne is 4th. Is that Tim Steele in 5th position? So that start really did catch up a lot of people, including us for a moment. I think possibly someone maybe put their hand up signal they might have stalled and might not be able to get underway. Then they managed to refire themselves back up again, and then the race got underway. It's a bit of confusion there, Chris.
Let's see whether anything happens because of that, because obviously there was some confusion on the start line, and I'm not sure that, like you say, that was the actual red lights going out. It looked more like the orange, and it definitely caught some people out, didn't it? So I'm wondering whether they'll sort of do the radio backwards and forwards, and maybe see a restart here. But anyway, whatever, we've got a race going on at the moment, and it's been a big shuffle up, so there's some work to be done. You can see a red flag flying on the screen there, so obviously, yes, that has now, they are putting the red flags out. They're going to try and get them to stop on this grid. Yeah, well done, everyone has seen that now, I think.
Yeah, by the looks of it. So confusion at the start of that race in terms of whether or not there was someone who had stalled or not. But
it was definitely the yellow light that was shown on that starting entry. It wasn't the red light there. So there was maybe the wrong button pressed, or like you say, maybe someone halfway down the field did have their hand up, and that's why they were hoping to delay it.
So they'll reform back onto the grid. They'll put them, of course, back in their original grid positions, and it's a reprieve for both Alistair Lyle and Blair McConaughey. So they will come back around and form up. Well, they'll initially park up on the top of the straight, and then they'll get to reform them around in grid position.
Alistair Lyle being Stephen Lyle's brother.
Of course.
Here we go. Yes, we'll get everything reset now back to its absolute square one. So this will be a complete restart. I imagine they'll also do the formation lap as well, given that we are having to re-grid and get everyone in the right order.
My excuse is first thing in the morning, and I'm thinking that Alistair Lyle is another driver who used to race Think Rovers back in the day, so that's the reason I was getting confused. Stephen Lyle, rewind, correct myself, he will get another chance from pole position. But again, they're going to re-grid everyone up based on where they were originally set to start, based on their race 1 finishing positions. So at least maybe that was a test of concentration first thing in the morning. Are you concentrating? Yellow lights, red lights, but then it looks as though that
I
they
keep getting
took it as
corner
a
names
start.
wrong, don't I, Scott? And you never correct me on them, so I shouldn't really be cheeky.
Because I don't want to make you feel bad, that's why. Anyway, no, this should be interesting to see. As Blair McConaughey, I think he's having a small conversation saying, did you spot that start or did I? So just a quick chat with Wes Payne and Carl Jones as he squeezes his car back to the front row. And I imagine what they will do is they'll put them off on another formation lap and make it clear this time. Right, 5-second board, now watch, only go when the red lights go out.
Do you know what? Good shout out to all the drivers there for avoiding all that incident. That could have been, they put the yellow flags out very quickly on the start line because obviously some people were starting and some people weren't. But yeah, it could have got very messy. So great job to all the drivers for avoiding all that.
Yeah, we have seen it once or twice before in recent years when drivers have gone to go for a start, but then because they've either misjudged the signal to go off on the formation lap or misjudged signal in terms of someone's jumped at the front of the grid, and then as a result of that it's caused a problem where everyone else thought, well, Phil, you're jumping, I'm jumping, and then all start to go. And so it's down to the driver's responsibility to realise that obviously there has been a mistake, and therefore it's their responsibility to recognise the flags and the boards around the circuit. So if there is a red flag, like thankfully everyone did, to make sure that there isn't, the worst doesn't bear thinking about, but to make sure that there isn't any kind of incident. And whilst it was incredibly close, well, there was a little bit of contact mid-pack as well, it was indeed very tricky.
So yeah, we're going to have a green flag formation lap.
So yeah, they'll set them off on another formation lap once again then, and Stephen Lyle heads them off on the grid for their second formation lap of the morning.
So they've had one adrenaline buzz already, so now they've got to get themselves ready for the next one. Just everything resets now. We've got a full 30 minutes on the clock, so there's no laps being removed from this lap race at all, or time being removed, and they just do go through their normal routine of getting themselves prepared again. Yeah,
getting some more heat and pressures into the tyres, and also a bit of heat into the brakes as well, because one thing you don't want to do is approach the first corner with cold brakes, otherwise they won't be as effective as they would. But at the same time, you have to find that optimum range both in tyre temperature and brake temperature, because too cold or too hot and they won't be as effective, they will start to hamper you in terms of performance. You have to find just that sweet spot right in the range, in sort of not necessarily the middle, but kind of the range where it's the optimum amount of performance that we'll be able to get in terms of the temperature. So, and that's a key thing to do, and that's why the formation lap for some people, some choose just to kind of just drive around and just a little bit of loose sort of loose weaving, while some take it more seriously, more aggressively throw the car from side to side, and a bit more sort of start-stop in terms of braking, accelerating. It's all down to a driver's choice. As long as you're doing it safely, you can kind of take the formation lap within reason any way you like. But drivers approach the formation lap differently compared to the confidence in their setup, the confidence in the car, what kind of tyre pressure they might have, or how their brake bias is set, or any other factors that they might have on the car. So there's not going to be one, there won't be an identical formation lap. Each driver is going to have a different system or a different way of approaching this lap to get the temperatures up before they get the race underway. And obviously your job is to get the front tyre temperature up so that when you actually may go to turn into turn one, it actually does turn for you. And the rear tyre temperature is quite critical, especially off the start, because if you're a couple of degrees or a couple of bit of temperature or pressure higher or lower, it makes a big difference to how much grip you've got off the line, and therefore how much wheel spin you've got to anticipate and work towards. So yeah, it's a really important job to get your green flag lap sorted, and sometimes when it's really hot weather you might also want to start protecting your tyres a little bit rather than sort of wear them out on the formation lap. But yeah, it's important. Everyone has their own sort of way of doing it, and some people seem to get it right more than others. So other people don't probably even think about it. They're just going to the green flag and they'll deal with whatever they've got when they get there. So you've also got some rudimentary sort of calculations that you've made. Now we effectively decided that Blair McConaughey is provisional champion. For second, however, there's still 10 points in it between Carl Jones and Harrier. So how do you see this possibly playing out?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll keep typing in scores as people sort of are lining up. We saw Wes Payne there locking up a little bit as he was trying to get everything temperature in there. And we'll call out as it goes, but it's definitely tight. Carl Jones looks like he's fairly okay in second place at the moment, but definitely there is a third place up for grabs between Harrier and Stephen Lyle. And we spoke yesterday about Harry's got a quite badly sprained wrist, and he's, endurance over this half-hour race is tricky. So, and we saw him, he sort of was clinging on in there, wasn't he, yesterday, doing a great job. But I wonder whether this morning he might be paying for that a little bit.
Well, hopefully it may or may not have gone a little bit better overnight, but there is a 10 points we figure on drop scores now between Carl and Harry, so it could go either way depending on how fortunes go. But Carl had the edge yesterday in terms of positions. He finished 4th yesterday compared to Harrier's 6th. He's got a chance now off the start to try and pick his way through the pack a bit more to gain a few more spots. The last couple of cars are just getting into position towards the back. Now wait for the green flag and the 5-second board. Right, let's try this again, shall we? Our first race of Caterham Finals weekend, Sunday here. The red lights now come on. This time we will get a start this time by lights are out. It's a decent jump from Stephen Lyle from the front row of the grid. Also a good run from the second row of Wes Payne and Carl Jones. They're now 2 by 2 up towards Coppins for the first time, and it looks like on the inside line Stephen Lyle will have the whole shot, but following through past in second place goes Wes Payne. So Wes from third on the grid is up to second past Blair McConaughey. In 4th place there is Carl Jones, 5th is now Harrier, and 6th with a good jump is Nick Allbones. So they come out through the right-hander at Charlie's, now down Park Straight for the first time, and already Carl Jones lining up in the slipstream behind Blair McConaughey. Harrier's going with him as they come up the hill towards Park Corner for the first time. Everyone appears to have got through cleanly. The air now under threat. There's already a flapping driver's right-hand side wing on Harrier, so I'm not sure there was contact or not, but it seems that at least he's got that to deal with. Of course, if that starts flapping too much, he is possibly under the jurisdiction of the stewards if he might get a black and orange flag if he's not careful for a piece of bodywork that has to either come off itself by momentum or has to come to the pits and have that taken off. If he has to do the latter, that's pretty much his chance for second place over.
It can be, yeah, something to keep an eye out for, but equally his flapping rear panel is not often, that is not an uncommon sight in a Caterham race. Carl Jones actually got the best start of everybody then off the line. He just had no space to go and use it, but up into the park where we saw so much action yesterday, and I think that's going to repeat today, he did manage to easily get past Blair there. He drifted past and was done before we even got into the turning point. So yeah, Wes Payne, great start, and Carl Jones looking like the man on the mission at the moment.
Yeah, we would certainly do his chances for second place in the championship no harm at all, and if he is starting to quickly chase after the top two, he's doing so the right way. He's already on the back of Wes Payne, his second row mates, as they come up down the pit straight out of Barn for the first time. So with a fairly commanding lead already, Stephen Lyle leads the way side by side for second as Carl Jones sweeps to the inside into Coppins Corner to take second place from Wes Payne and gets the job done before they turn him through a left-hander and go up the hill. Equally, Blair McConaughey battling with Harrier, and Harry was up the inside to make the move for 4th position. So they come out through this long right-hander of Charlie's and now onto the back straight at Park for the second time, and Harrier has got the job done, so also has Nick Allbones. So looks like there was a mishap of some kind for Blair McConaughey. He's dropped back 2 spots, and here comes Nick then with the flapping front-winged Harrier down the back straight. The top 3 trying to get away, but now the side-by-side for 4. And Blair McConaughey, I'm not sure where his pace has gone his initial couple of laps, but he's down to 6th, under pressure from Angus McLean as well. Either just something's not right with that car, or just Blair's been a little bit unsettled in these first couple of laps.
You just got pushed out of the train, Scott. If you get pushed to one side and you lose a bit of momentum, there's nothing to be gained back. So you often will lose multiple places because that little bit, that 1 mile, 2 mile an hour momentum shift can really suffer. He will get his brain activated, I'm sure. But the other thing to consider is the sun. The sun can be quite bright in your eyes, and the choice of visor can sometimes have an effect as well. So keep an eye for drivers who have got a sort of a tinted visor versus a clear one on today.
Yeah, it looks like it's tinted visors first and second. I think 3rd place on Wes Payne has gone for a more clear option, as I've spotted. I can see his eyes a bit more clearly. All side by side for 4th into Allbones, between Allbones and Air, and Allbones manages to get through. So Harrier actually either just allowed to get through to avoid an accident, or Nick Allbones forced the issue and squeezed past into P4. So cracking start from Nick, who was back in 7th on the grid and is up 3 place spots ready to 4th. Man on the mission this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. That was, as you say, it's single file normally up past the commentary box here into Park to Allbones, and I think he had just done enough that he had to back out of it. Harrier thinking again about his 3rd place in the championship there, I imagine.
Alan Curtis running well also. He started 8th on the grid and he is now still staying 8th at the moment, but he's keeping in touch with that leading group, so good run from Alan so far. We see Harrier just trying to come back at Nick as they come through. The right-hander at Charlie's again. Still Blair McConaughey in the touch, and also we've got Angus McLean in there too. And now it's role reversal because Nick Allbones is now his turn to come under attack from Harrier. They go up the hill. Here's the battle for fourth, and here comes McConaughey with a good run up the inside, and he also squeezes past too, so McConaughey up another spot again. The 34 car, the provisional champion for the season in 270Rs. After clinching it yesterday, he needed 16th place or better to get it. And yesterday he managed the second place. He wanted to get the victory, as he always does, but he managed to pick up the runner-up spot in yesterday's race behind Stephen Lyle, and that was enough to give him provisionally the 2021 crown. It looks like it's sunset, but it's actually sunrise this morning because it's such a low rising sun at the moment in this fantastic autumnal morning here at Cadwell Park. Already Stephen Lyle has the lead of about 4/10 of a second. But now this battle for fourth continues on. It's still Harrier and P4 through the mountain. Then it's McConaughey, Allbones, McLean, Curtis. And there's been a change around for the leader spotted out the window, Chris.
Carl Jones absolutely on a mission. He's gone through the Hallbends in the lead that time round, and he's made that's a place every lap so far. And it looked at one point that Lyle had a quite comfortable lead. So yeah, really good. There he is out in front now with Lyle following behind, and a little bit of a behind Lyle. That's important for his third place attempt. I was going to say Harrier couldn't afford to lose more places. We're going up the inside, back in Lyle up the inside again, back into turn one. So maybe these two have decided they might want to work together to spread the field out. But Harrier doesn't want to lose any more places, and he's unfortunately got Blair McConaughey right behind him.
Lucas' experience and deja vu from yesterday is Wes Payne, because he's in the mix also in third place, and he was in the leading trio in the battle that we had between Lyle and McConaughey yesterday, and he was always in there with a shout and wasn't able to quite pick it up in that sense. Here's our scrap for fourth, just coming to the shot just in the background out of Charlie's. Now in this ever-rising sun this morning here at Cadwell Park, the top we go through the shot, still Jones from Lyle from Payne. Now the scrap's on for fourth between Harrier and Blair McConaughey. They've pulled away now from Angus McLean, who's got past Nick Allbones, and now there's a scrap going on behind them between the 43 car of Alan Curtis and the number 8 of Darryl Cresswell. Curtis' car, the silver car with the white roll bars, whilst it's the white, pink and blue machine of Darryl Cresswell. In towards Mansfield now for lap 4 on this occasion. Still plenty of time to go. It's a half an hour race, so a long time for these guys to wrestle these cars around this tight, technical and twisty Cadwell Park circuit as the leaders make their way up towards the mountain complex. One of our favourite spots of the weekend, because we have essentially the everlasting Caterham flying or jumping competition at the mountain, where drivers are trying to catch as much air as possible. Currently the leader so far, as we said yesterday, was Gordon Sawyer yesterday after he got not only all four wheels off the ground, but the rear of his car was higher than the front, so he was definitely braking to put some weight onto the front of the nose. Up now through the hall bends and into the hairpins. There goes Aaron McConaughey pulling away from McLean, who in turn is pulling away from Allbones. He's got Curtis and Cresswell. Tim Steele's in there as well, as is also now Oliver Smith. And Oliver Smith, we should talk about, started 20th up to 12th. There he is behind Tim Steele. So again, hadn't really sort of surprised too much in the first part of the season, but particularly from Stetson, he really has just had a massive jump in pace, and even probably he's not surprised where it's come from, but he's been really impressive the last couple of races.
And we see that sometimes drivers just click with something. They maybe try a different technique that works, or just they happen to just work with the tracks that we have towards the tail end of the season rather than the front. So definitely people have their favourites. It looks like Payne's looking to line up Lyle as well into the up here, but we're splitting also into this. Here's the McConaughey and Air battle. So this is a sort of mid-pack battle going on there. We're separating into three groups. We've got the front three, then we've got a two sort of in their own in the middle, and then this pack that we're looking at now is the third. Oh, he's got a bit of contact there through Chris Kerr, but Alan Curtis pushed right out to the edge of the track. Yeah, but Darryl Cresswell was off the road as well, but he went off in simply because the battle that was going on in front of him, which looked like it was Nick Allbones and Alan Curtis, and because of the contact they made, Darryl Cresswell had to try and avoid it and ended up on the grass. So he's got some work to do. He may have lost a couple of places, and may have lost out to maybe Tim Steele and also I think Oliver Smith. In fact, yes, he has, because they both caught up now, and Nick Allbones is a couple of places back, it seems. He's got work to do to pick up. He's also lost out to Fraser Jones and David Morgan. So Alan Curtis is now up to, he's in 8th position. There's now the scrap for 9th between Tim Steele and Oliver Smith. Now through the hall bends again, Curtis and Allbones. So Nick's the ones that's lost out from that. Was Alan Curtis has got past Nick. Those two were the ones that made the contact, and so as a result of that, Curtis has got through. Allbones now chasing him, and now both Tim Steele and Oliver Smith have been drawn into that battle now as they turn through. And I think it looks like
that Cresswell dropped a couple of spots to around about 13th, I think, as a result of that. So still plenty of time to go. 21.5 minutes left in this final race of the season for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. The top three settling out nicely in the lead with a gap of 1.6 separating the top three.
That's right, and it's all changed in that front pack. But yeah, everyone's chance to actually breathe a little again. This is that kind of middle phase of that race now, that middle 10 minutes. But yeah, here's Lyle out front with Carl Jones just following him on. So every time we come back to this battle, it's sort of swapped. But they again have that slight gap over Wes Payne. I'm wondering whether Wes is again. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? He was sort of clinging on in there, and he sort of same position today. But these two have definitely got a clean pair of heels right now.
And Wes did have a couple of points where he did fade back a little bit, but they managed to come back towards them later in the race when they started battling. So there's always a chance if these two start to get into it a little bit more as this race progresses into the second half, that Wes Payne will start to come back at them. Harry Ayres still fourth ahead of Blair McConaughey in fifth. Harry Ayres, the green and yellow, it's a Team Lotus coloured car. But there is Stephen Lyle then continuing on the top through. Tinted visors as they hot leap over the mountain, then sweep into these hall bends where it's not a circuit that has too many overtaking opportunities, but these small little nimble Caterhams can certainly squeeze into any gap that they can find, and it will certainly be an opportunity for anyone to try and make a move. There's McLean, Nick Allbones, and now this battle is coming on between Tim Steele, Alan Curtis, and wow, there's Curtis has dropped back a couple of places from where he was as high as 7th. He's now dropped behind Nick Allbones and Tim Steele. He's actually ahead of Oliver Smith, so he's down from 7th to 9th, and so looks like a mistake for Alan, which has seen him lost a couple of places in the process.
It looks like the fastest lap could be really critical in this race again for that third place in the trophy in the championship. At the moment, Lyle is leading the race, but he's only 1 point ahead behind Harry Ayres. So we've seen Harry Ayres and Blair McConaughey, they're coming across that gap towards that front group. It seems like Harry Ayres does have some really good pace, but obviously if Blair gets past there, then it puts a real pressure on, and I think fastest lap might become critical.
Yeah, he might have a point there, because that extra fast lap means it'll put them level on points, but correct me if I'm wrong, that would then give Stephen Lyle the third place, because he would have more wins on countback. I think he would have, if he wins this race, it'd be 4, but even if he doesn't, it'd still be 3, so he would still be up there anyway. So, but ideally what he wants to do is get to stay in front, and when the race is 71, that's Oliver Smith getting edged out wide, and that seems him getting into a little bit of trouble as a result of that.
That was Alan Curtis again. He's been in the, he's had a lot of adventures so far this race, hasn't he, with the edge of the track, and like you say, he got initially pushed back just then, but he's fighting his way back up. Great end of season for Alan Curtis here. You know, we said that at Snetterton he sort of showed a good pace, and he was on the front of the grid, and he's actually sort of solidified that. He started the qualifying yesterday not so well, but actually he's moved forward in every race so far.
So this is the critical point. Stephen Lyle will be driving as hard as he can, not only to try and snatch that third place in the championship, but of course to do that, right now he needs to try and make sure that he's got the fastest lap of the race as well.
And Harry Ayres broken away from Blair McConaughey there, so Blair's dropped back there. Again, maybe like we said earlier, he's maybe suffering, got something either not quite right, or the setup's slightly changed, and the sun or the temperature is not working for him at the moment. But Harry Ayres is definitely on a mission right now.
Either that, or Blair's simply just thinking, I'm already champion, I don't need to get involved in too much. I'm just going to basically take it to the flag and get the points I need. Just
Curtis again.
Absolutely confirm it. It's Curtis. You're right, he's at it again. He's on the back of Team Steele as they come down towards the left-hander. Up the inside he goes, and the sort of steel and yellow-coloured car still side by side with Curtis, so he wasn't going to let it have it that easy. And as they come back through, Steele has managed to hold himself in front, but what that has also done is closed everyone up behind him, because now that's a scrap that's going with David Morgan and the recovering Oliver Smith. And now look at this, Curtis under massive pressure for Morgan, who tucks underneath the roll cage of Curtis, now looks to the outside line. That'll put him on the outside for the right-hander at Park Corner. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Nick Allbones is going side by side with Angus McLean. So wherever you look, you can tell it's end of season, like end of term racing here, because they're just having a fantastic time out on track. There's lots of battles going on. This really is like a proper end of season fever pitch coming up to you now.
Yeah, it's really good to see, isn't it? And yeah, McLean there getting stuck in again. We say kind of regularly, it's hard work to come into a Caterham paddock and put your car right at the front, but he has absolutely inserted himself there in that front pack. Obviously the front three have broken away, and they've got quite a comfortable gap, but we've got Harry Ayres coming over, so the stories are developing. We're not even a halfway point of this race yet, and as we saw yesterday, things will start to compress again as the battles intensify towards the end.
So this battle certainly one of the more intense in the field so far. Tim Steele versus Alan Curtis, but they've got Smith and Morgan also on their tail as they come over the mountain once more and back into the hall bends. This is on currently lap 8. We still haven't hit half distance yet. Still about 1 3/4 minutes to go until we reach that. There goes Allbones, followed by McLean. Then a gap back to this quartet, battling over what is currently at the moment 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th place. So this is firmly in the mid-pack at the moment. Across the line they come, line and stern. Back down towards Coppice again. Out in front, Carl Jones is retaking the lead, so Carl Jones back in front now, ahead of Stephen Lyle in second place. Wes Payne is still third, but he's 2.7 seconds off the lead, and he's dropping back. And lap time wise, he's lapping just about on the same pace at the moment, it seems. Well, at least on that lap he was, compared to Jones and Lyle. But overall, just it seems that the top two, when they're not fighting too much, have just about a little bit more edge in terms of pace to keep him at bay, keep him at arm's length by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and it's quite critical again for Lyle's championship that Jones has now taken that lead. So there's a sort of 3-point swing each time that happens, because he's got fastest lap as Jones, so it moves Lyle back by 2 points. And then Harrier solidifying his 4th place in the race at the moment. Therefore, he's looking good at the moment for that 3rd place in the championship.
Oliver Smith had a really hairy moment there. He tried to go around the outside of Alan Curtis, locked up, and as a result of that, he went round wide through Park Corner and actually lost out. Now back with our leaders, Carl Jones has got Stephen Lyle all over him as they come back over the mountain, so there's nothing finished here just yet. Carl Jones still holds the fastest lap of the race, so as it stands right now, it's still going to be advantage Harrier for the championship in terms of 3rd place. We think at the moment by 4 points. So on this process at the moment, what needs to happen now is Stephen Lyle needs to be able to get himself back into the lead. Wes Payne isn't too far away again, and there we also saw Harrier, who not only pulled away quite a bit from Blair McConaughey. Pace-wise, he is just about edging himself back towards her and Wes Payne, so that's going to be pleasing for him to try and get 3rd in the championship. But Stephen Lyle, all he can do right now is both go for the fastest lap of the race and try and repass and stay ahead of Carl Jones. That's all he can do, because ultimately that man right there in 4th, he's the deciding factor whether he gets himself third place in the points or not. Yeah,
all Lyle can do is win and get the fastest lap, but Harrier certainly, even with an injured wrist, looks like he is switched on this morning and is ready to go. We've got Lyle going to the outside. We've seen the outside move around Park Bend work a few times, and it looks like he has got the momentum to make that stick. So again, quite a comfortable swap over there, and Wes Payne was just drifting around there, wasn't he? Harrier is definitely closing that gap, so Wes Payne is not going to have a comfortable 3rd place in this race. I think this could all compress again, and if they start battling between Payne and Air, we'll see McConaughey come back in as well.
So personal best for Wes Payne in 3rd place.
Lyle just off the road there on the exit of the gooseneck. That's not a good place to be, is it, when you're trying to win this race?
Carl Jones a little twitch on the exit of Mansfield, so you can tell they're pushing, you can tell they're going for it, because they both want this victory, they both want the bragging rights to go into the winter saying that I won the last race of the season, because it's that momentum that you carry on into the winter and into the next season. If you can say that if you win the last race, effectively you are the person effectively when you go up to the next step, you're racing against the same drivers, you're the driver that they want to beat, so effectively you have the kind of the target, if you like, going to next season, not just the champion but also those drivers who've been the most successful towards the end of the year, because they're the ones that you look for in terms of the form, the drivers that you expect to be at the front and pretty much getting the top results from the word go. And so Stephen Lyle and Carl Jones definitely put themselves into the mix as 2 drivers who we should definitely, if we're not already, looking at for next year, primarily for strong title challenges in 2022.
Here comes Jones up the inside into turn 1 again, and again quite a comfortable swap over there between the two of them, wasn't it? 13 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time, but McConaughey actually setting the fastest lap at that point. So are his temperatures now all up, and is he ready to go? So we said that it's going to compress in, but nevertheless these two are working together right now and helping themselves pull away from Payne, guaranteeing that top 2. We're seeing Lyle up the inside again here, coming into Park, and generally speaking, if you were trying to weren't working together, then you would defend that inside line. That's what you'd naturally do as a racing driver. So I think, although it's not working for them, is it? Because Payne's not dropping away just as quickly as we thought he might.
The gap is still 2 seconds, and again, the harder that these two fight each other, the easier it is for the cars behind to start to close that gap in. But we saw that more than once yesterday in the race, not just the Caterhams, but in other championships yesterday that were on this timetable that raced yesterday as well. Stephen Lyle again for the 2nd lap as successful, drifts a tiny bit wide on the exit of the gooseneck, just as the off-camber nature of it as you plunge downhill, just off the left-hander of the gooseneck. And as you come back down towards Mansfield, it's quite a tricky section. So Blair McConaughey with that fast lap of the race is now starting to come back towards Harrier, and of course if these streaks start to compress, 4th and 5th will start to catch them as well. And that's a typical Caterham story, where if you've got the front group that starts to battle amongst each other, it then brings more and more cars behind to start to close in and make that leading train bigger and bigger. So it would not surprise me if in the next sort of roughly 8 to 10 minutes or so, we do eventually get possibly a 5-car train battle for the lead for podium places, because if these three get into it too much, Aaron McConaughey are right there to take full advantage and get straight into the mix as well if they can get close enough in the next few laps.
I don't think it's even, I wouldn't even just predict it. I think that's almost a certainty at this point. It looks like that's going to happen because these three are not spreading out even with a bit of working. Blair McConaughey again setting a fastest lap this time round, and these two are definitely noticeably catching up, and if they work together, they're definitely going to be able to get there. So what's your spotted, Scott?
Wes Payne with the personal best, 138.5 that he's motoring along. He's actually at least, what was that? That's practically about half a second for 0.6 per second quicker than anyone in the top two in front. So not only is Wes Payne woken up this morning, so is Blair McConaughey, and he's also trying to push Harry Air and want to try and catch them. So this could be quite an exciting crescendo, this final race of the championship, where the championship may be decided, but there are those second and third places, those other trophies to pick up for second and third of the championship on the awards night for the next few weeks. Ultimately, they're going to go to 2 more people, but which 2 people they're going to be have to be seen. As Carl Jones with a little sideways on the exit of the gooseneck, up the inside of the Manfield, late on the brakes has Stephen Lyle, and he makes the move stick. But again, Wes Payne's in that position to pounce on both of them. He's all over the back of Carl Jones after that shaky exit from Mansfield. It's going to be now. Harry Air isn't really catching them too much, and Blair McConaughey's charge seems to have almost sort of suddenly halted a bit as he's stuck behind Harry Air. So either he's got to try and get around him, or try and hope that he can get past him, and then possibly he might bring himself and Harry closer towards these top 3 as they start to scrap amongst each other and get amongst themselves. This really is now a case of the top 3 are going to start to hold each other up, and 4th and 5th will do nothing but capitalise to get closer in the next few laps.
Yep, looks like Carl Jones has probably done enough at this point, as long as he didn't make too many of all of those mistakes that we just saw there, to solidify that second place. He would have to fall fair way down, I think, to affect that. But it's still absolutely on between Lyle and Air. If Air loses that place to McConaughey at some point and Lyle stays in front, I think that will become down to a sort of tie-break scenario, which Lyle will win based on wins. So yeah, it's still building. We've still got 10 minutes to go. So these half-an-hour races, they give us that sort of 3 phases of the race, where we have the initial panic at the first 10 minutes, we have a kind of settling in period in that middle 10 minutes, and now we're heading into that. What you're going to do and when you're going to do it. It's a bit of planning, bit of working out, and then see where you want to be and what you think your speed is relative to everyone else.
I think there's been something's happened briefly between Aaron McConaughey, because not only are they a little bit further apart, 1.1 seconds, they both did 1 minute 40 lap time. So I suspect that McConaughey's trying to attack Harry. It's either been a bit of a point where there's been a bit of crossed wires and they've almost made contact, they've got very close and run each other wide. McConaughey there just touches the grass on the inside of Chris Kerr, and that just unsettles the car a little bit too much as well. And it's just small mistakes like that can lose you so much time, particularly when you've got a spec championship like this, when cars are all identical and it's down to driver skill. It really can be a case of you can lose so much time purely by making one small mistake like that.
Yeah, and we saw it even with Carl Jones on that last lap. He just dropped one wheel onto the grass, he had to come out the throttle, and suddenly 2 people are actually attacking him, but he was comfortably in the lead before he turned into the bend. So the concentration levels are immense. You really, because of the narrowness of this track, you have to use every single inch of this track, every single bit of curb, every single bit of tarmac that you've got, even including up to the white line, so to make sure you maximise all your time. That means just a slight mistake, a slight oversteer moment, a slight bit of understeer, and you're going to be drifting off onto the grass, which is obviously not where you want to be.
There goes Tim Steele and Alan Curtis. They're still battling over 8th and 9th position. You've still got David Morgan battling away with now the recovering Darrell Cresswell and Oliver Smith. So Cresswell's got past Smith on this lap, so Smith is down to 12th. Not quite the resurgence through the field he was hoping for, but starting from the back of the grid after he retired yesterday, he hasn't got any further than the mid-pack, so he's got a bit more work to do over the winter to get himself a little bit more pace. But he was in the leading group at Snetterton, so maybe the circuits with the longer straights might suit him a bit more. Across the line they go, 11th and 12th together, Cresswell and Smith. As for the lead gap, Carl Jones has woken up into the 38s now, 38.421, and also Wes Payne did a 38.6, so both of them on pretty strong pace. It was Lyle was the one that lost out the pace on that occasion, 39.3. He was a full second slower than Carl Jones on that last lap, so not only did he lose the position, he's also lost enough to hold back, as we now go side by side with Darrell Cresswell trying to make a move here on David Morgan. Looks to the outside, and Smith is in there too. Watch for him darting around behind them both. Morgan holds onto the inside line and gets himself back in front for the moment. Cresswell sticks to his left hand side through that outside of Chris curve, and we've been here before where Cresswell's been off the road for the second time and off into the grass and is he going to keep it out of the tyres? That's very close, but good car control. I think Darrell Cresswell's heart must have been in his mouth for a second there, but he just about gets it back through. I think, like you're saying as me, I thought that was going straight towards the tyres, but somehow he kept it off.
Just enough grip on that grass today for him, wasn't there? That was would have, like you say, would have scared him. It certainly scared me in the commentary box here. He looked like he was headed towards that barrier, but managed to make it stay on the track. So congratulations. And to be fair, I was just about to say, he's not scared of hanging around the outside. We saw that a couple of times yesterday, and he's really got that nailed. But that time he just dropped his outside wheels onto the grass, and it cost him a lot of time.
Tim Steele having a fine race in 7th place. There's Alan Curtis, who not quite able to match the same form he had at Snetterton, but he's doing a grand job and keeping up towards the front. He'll certainly be one to watch for next year. Hopefully he's made a bit of stride in his paces if he moves up to 310Rs. Then you see behind him is Morgan. Now he's got that gap back now to what is now Michael Curley, because Michael Curley's got past. I think Oliver Smith possibly looks like he tried to, again, have to back off to not possibly get involved in what could have been an incident for Darrell Cresswell. Because of that, he's now lost out to, in fact, Smith has dropped down to 16th, so I didn't quite see where he was involved in that, Alice. Maybe he just went off in sympathy, but he's dropped down to 16th, 17th place. So either he's had an issue, or I think he's had more of a problem with that, because he's come across the line, but he's down in 18th place. So I didn't see him go off or have a problem. So just probably a legacy of him trying to avoid what happened to Darrell.
It can be, and your eye line could be taken over to the side. He may have, like you say, have a sympathy, sort of dropped his wheels on the grass as well. Every time we come back to this lead battle, it's changed, isn't it? It's all changed, whether it's spreading out or compressing back together. But what it does look like at this point is that the chasing two of Eyre and McConaughey don't look like they are actually going to catch enough. Every time that Lyle gets in front, he obviously swings the championship back towards himself, but he's still that couple of points away from what he needs. So he will need to win this race with fastest lap, and Eyre will still need to lose that position to McConaughey to actually secure that 3rd place. So the uphill battle with only 5 minutes to go, because he hasn't ticked most of those boxes just yet.
And don't count out Wes Payne for a second. He'll be in the mix all the way to the end if he can keep with them in 3rd place. He's every chance that he can pounce on these two if there's any kind of misdemeanor, if they have a slip up, if they get into each other, which I'm sure the pair don't want to do. Particularly Stephen doesn't, because he wants to try and get his best, but give himself the best possible chance to try and get 3rd place, and just hope that some results go his way. First of all, the thing he needs, of course, is the fastest lap of the race, which is currently still held by the provisional champion, Blair McConaughey, still back in 5th. He's now 2.4 seconds back on Harry Eyre. So whether he just resided himself to the fact that he's probably not going to win this race and get himself the perfect end that he wanted, so he's simply sitting back, looking to bank the points and just get the result he needs to essentially provisionally totally wrap things up, as now we go back towards the leaders, and still Stephen Lyle manages to get himself back in front up the inside, so back into the lead he goes. It's now Jones in 2nd place, and Wes Payne again just closing back in onto those top two, and there's every real chance he can squeeze through. He would love to end this season with a win. He's come so close on more than one occasion. Wes Payne's best result so far this year has been second place at Croft, so he has come close. He has been on the podium more than once this year, but he just hasn't reached the top spot. And the pace he's showing, he's in there, he's got the pace. It's just that frustration of not being able to get around the cars in front, because they're just about on the same place, if not a little bit faster, and that's, he just needs to have that small little bit of an edge to try and get past them both in these next 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it's one of the nature of this track is that you can only sort of make one place per lap, whereas at Snetterton, something like that, it changes place position all the time, and therefore it's more of a strategy game. This one is definitely a matter of timing your sort of late moves, but you certainly want to be making that move forward. He's been sat in 3rd place for the majority of both these races, hasn't he? Just hanging on there. It was McConaughey up front yesterday, but Wes Payne's been involved in that battle. Anyway, we had Jones, who yesterday dropped back a little bit further back than we might expect, but he's been a consistent force, as well as Lyle. So yeah, McConaughey just doesn't seem to have, either he hasn't come alive this morning yet, has he? He's got that fastest lap though, so he did say he wanted that fastest lap. He just not quite been able to compete for that win. So whatever it is, he's definitely got an issue that he's having to manage.
Here goes McLean and Allbones having a scrap still for 6th position, very equally matched. Allbones gets in Bateau, darts out, looks towards the left-hander at Coppice, and neatly picks up position. Thank you, Angus. I'll have that if you don't mind. Up into P6 he goes. Leaders back towards Park Corner again. We're on the, I think, potentially the 3rd to last lap. We might have time for 2 more, maybe, depending on how quick this lap goes. We've got 2 minutes 45 to go. A top lap is about 1 minute 39, 1 minute 40. So, given the time we've got, it's not going to take them a minute to get back around to the start finish line, I don't think. So we should possibly have this, maybe 2 more laps, if at least one. Back into Mansfield they go. Wes Payne still keeping close. On the last lap, he was the 2nd fastest out of the 3 cars in that lead pack. The fastest was Stephen Lyle. Now Carl Jones is back in front. He's now going to try and defend that lead if he can for these next couple of laps. He turns back through the mountain, Jones, Lyle, there's Wes Payne in third. Little leap as they come back over the crest, back into the hall bends.
So Lyle now's got to work out, how do I win this race and get fastest lap? He might not know all the sort of permutations while he's in the cockpit, of course, but that is what he ultimately has to do, and even then it still relies on Harry Hare losing a position. But Carl Jones has been slow out of Mansfield a couple of times now. It's actually interesting to see, and there Lyle was right on his tail, and that's not going to help him in his pursuit of getting a fastest lap, because he's being held up through that section, and we saw Jones drop a wheel. There's a little bit of hand signalling there going on, so they are still working together, just desperate to keep that position. And like I say, Carl Jones comfortable. I say comfortable, he's only a few points ahead of Harry Hare in that championship position, but it's been in the way the races panned out, I think he's looking okay for second place.
He was either pointing to a left to go past or wagging his finger going, no, you're not coming past.
That was definitely a point, that one, Scott.
So, tactics between Caterham drivers, surely not.
Different fingers for the other.
Less said about that, the better, I think. Anyway, up into towards Park Corner with about 2 laps to go. Up to the right hander they come now for I'm sure the second to last time, because they crossed the line with 28 minutes and 14 seconds complete. I think if there was not enough time, it would have been 28 minutes 20 seconds. They've got just about enough time, I think, for this and maybe one more lap, so we'll see how this works out. Down the hill again, Wes Payne still hasn't gone away, still in third place there at the back of the queue, the kind of pearlescent coloured car at the back of the pack, and now they're all closing back up exiting Mansfield up towards I wonder if now possibly the temporary truce that Jones and Lyle had trying to work together might have to be broken now, because we're getting to the point we have to decide who wins this race. It's going to be one of these three, I'm certain. Wes Payne can still definitely win it here, and it's a great exit off of the mountain. As I think there was a hold up there between Carl Jones and Stephen. I think either Jones got a shaky exit off the mountain, Lyle had to check up behind him, Wes Payne's all over him. So as they come on to what should be, I think, the last lap of the race, just about, I think it's going to be a pretty close run to the flag.
I think it will be coming on to the last lap. I think they'll get there in time, but Wes Payne done that sitting brief, watching everyone, clinging on where he needed to, just doing enough. But Carl Jones currently really clinging on in there. His car can be extremely wide, and you can see he's not offering the inside line this time, is he? They are both together, and Wes Payne might get him around the outside if he's got the momentum. No, he couldn't make it stick that time, but Wes Payne is definitely in a good position at the moment if these two keep holding themselves up like this.
Incredible stuff at the moment between these three as they come up through Charlie's for the last time. Now the gloves are off. No more truces, no more working together. This is an out-and-out battle. And what's interesting here is that Stephen Lyle's not really close enough to make a challenge on the back straight up towards Park Corner. Wes Payne's in the tow, though. He might well get himself into a good position to line himself up for a move. And here he comes, second place. They're side by side for the lead to Park Corner. Up the inside goes Lyle. Payne will try to follow him through as Jones leaves the door open on the exit of the right-hander. Now he's sweeping this way and that, looking to the outside, but Jones parks his car right in the middle of the road on the apex to corner through Chris Corner. That was going to work for Payne. He looks around the outside. It's not going to work into the gooseneck. You can't go side by side into the gooseneck. You can, but you're mad if you try it. Through the left-hander, a little sideways from Jones and from Wes Payne. He's really thrown the car around down towards the left-hander at Mansfield. Now they come out through the left-hander and now the sprint towards the mountain. Three of them all together. Lyle in front.
We said Park Bend's so important, didn't we? The crescendo up there, and you said he was too far back, but actually the power of the toe this time, he managed to shove it down the inside, and this is definitely advantage Lyle for this win. But Jones is now, we've seen him a bit slow through this section. He has managed to get out there and actually ahead of Payne, so it's looking like this order might stay to the line, but you never know. Last day, last race of this championship season.
This will be effectively, once he gets the checkered flag, his fourth win out of the last 6 races, which will certainly mark him out as someone to watch for next season. Made a brilliant impact since he got himself towards the front. Wes Payne's dropped back a little bit with the problem there as he comes up to the checkered flag, but a 4th win out of 6 races and a win of the final race of the season punches the air with delight. Stephen Lyle picks up victory in the final Motul Caterham 7 270R race of the season. He beats Carl Jones to the line by 3/10 of a second, and Wes Payne dropped back in the end as a car's off the road. That is Lydia Gould that's gone off into the tyres, but she's managed to rebound back onto the track. Wes Payne picks up 3rd. Meanwhile, Harry Hare is 4th. The provisional champion Blair McConaughey finishes his 2021 title-winning campaign with 5th. Angus McLean will be looking forward to next year in 310Rs with 6th. And then the battle for 7th to the line between Tim Steele and Curtis. Curtis moves out, is side by side to the line, and Tim Steele just pips Curtis to the flag by the massive margin of 0.125 of a second. They're looking pretty close. And then they're all coming across the line to finish off the season. David Morgan 9th, Nick Allbones rounds out the top 10. And then we look at the rest of the pack as they come through. 11th from 4 for Gaunt, 12th for Fraser Jones, Peter Wells 13th. He'll be disappointed, Peter Wells. He was a bit further back than he wanted to be. Cresswell 14th, then Curly Cox. Oliver Smith down in 13th after his mishaps earlier on. and then it will be the last couple of the cars across the line will be Cook and then Lydia Gould, who had that off on the last lap as well. But Stephen Lyle, for the fourth time this year, rounds off 2021 in the best way possible. He might well have just lost out third of the championship, but even so, despite the fact he didn't turn up on the grid until he missed the first round, to get fourth of the championship, to recover as well as he has done, mega season.
Absolutely brilliant season. Yeah, I mean, so had he been there for that first round, who knows what would have happened, because he came along and immediately started fighting for the battle, didn't he? But yeah, it does look like provisionally we've got Blair McConaughey winning the championship, as we said yesterday, 283 points. Carl Jones coming in second with 261, Harry Eyre 258, and then Stephen Lyle 256 with Wes Payne just behind that. So great racing all year from these guys.
Fantastic stuff. There can only be one champion, and finally it's third time lucky for Blair. He came so close twice before in the past couple of years, now he's finally got it. So the final race of the season for the 270R, Stephen Lyle picks his fourth win of the season from Carl Jones and Wes Payne in third, Harry Eyre fourth, the provisional champion Blair McConaughey in fifth, then it's Angus McLean, Tim Steele, Alan Curtis, David Morgan and Nick Allbones rounding out the top 10, then Roger Gaunt, Fraser Jones, Peter Wales, Darryl Cresswell, Michael Curley, John Cox, Oliver Smith, who dropped back earlier on, Duncan Cook and Lydia Gould, who recovered from a mishap in the race earlier. So well done to everyone of the 270Rs. We'll hopefully see the majority, if not all of them, moving up into 310Rs next year. So that's one Caterham race in the bag, one Caterham season in the bag for this weekend. Another one's coming up next, because we're getting set for our second race of the weekend and our second race of the day and of the weekend for the top level class in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. It's the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, as we continue the quest today to crown our second ever British Caterham champion.
It's the second race of the weekend for the big guns. It's the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship. A familiar face up front is Championship leader Stephen Nuttall. Stephen, you had a bit of a fight for the overall win yesterday, or were you toying with the field?
No, it was a tough race. There's a bit of chest towards the end, trying to figure out where you need to be. But yeah, don't get me wrong, it's bloody hard work.
Best of luck, Stephen, to hang on to that. The whistle's been blown. The cars are leading the way. So it's 46 and 10. It's Stephen Nuttall and Henry Heaton on the front row yet again. The field may be diminished, but the racing's still just as hard. Back over to Scott in the commentary box.
Thanks indeed, Chris. Yes, the top level championship for Caterham Motorsport is out on track now. The Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, which is contesting its final rounds here this weekend in order to crown our second ever British Caterham champion. Now, I should please reiterate and stress and back up what Chris was saying. Yes, it is a smaller field than we normally have, because due to other drivers having other commitments or unable to make it for this weekend. However, don't let the small number fool you, because the racing is still just as incredible. Just Chris, as we saw yesterday. Again, forget there's only 6 cars. All of them in the opening stages were in that pack together, putting on an incredible race at the front, which means that arguably the phrase goes, you only need 2 cars to make a race. We have 6, and it's actually put on quite a good show for the first part of the race anyway. Yeah, and all the people you're seeing here have championship interests. So we've got Nuttall there looking to solidify that win. We've got Heaton, we're trying to work out whether he can actually make it to the lead of the championship in this race, but we'll work that in a minute. But all the front 3 here are champions of their own right. We've also got Gordon Sawyer, who had a bit of a mishap yesterday, another champion, and Swan Dixon was looking absolutely the man on form. He looked like he might well get that podium, but didn't quite manage it over the line. So yeah, keep an eye out for all of them. And Chris Aubrey now got another sort of race-long bit of experience. He missed out on a day's testing, and I think that showed a bit yesterday. So yeah, 6 cars, but it's absolutely a top quality grid of 6. Let's take you through them then. Stephen Nuttall starts on pole position by virtue of his win yesterday. Henry Heaton will start alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then it's James Murphy, race winner from Donington, Jake Swan Dixon, who's been looking in good form yesterday, then Chris Aubrey, and then Gordon Sawyer, who, as we said, was in that lead group and then had the misfortune of just getting a little bit too hot just at the bottom of the mountain.
I actually spoke to him yesterday. There was actually went 3 wide into the mountain, and he was on the outside, got a little bit of a clip, and unfortunately that spun him round.
Yeah, that'll do that. If you go 3 wide to the mountain, it's probably not particularly one of these Caterhams. But he'll be kicking himself, because I think just we can see possibly what that might have done to affect him in championship-wise. It's now put him. He's still 3rd, but he's now some nearly 50 points behind Stephen Nuttall on drop scores coming to this race. So he's going to need to push hard to even stand a chance of possibly even get back into 2nd place.
Yeah, I think that might have solidified his 3rd place in the championship. Although James Murphy is quite keen to try and see what he can do. He will have to have some good results and rely on Gordon not having such a good one. You will see on these 7 UK cars is the slick tyres. They're working the tyres and the brakes extremely hard on this outlap. It's so important to get temperature into those tyres. They've been cold all overnight and they haven't had a chance to run on track yet, so they really need to have some temperature put into them. So you will see them working ever so hard to sort of brake and turn constantly around this green flag formation lap.
And Chris, of course, knows all about these cars, particularly these new 21 spec cars, because you've been racing them all season. Obviously, we talked about the top of the broadcast. You should have been out this weekend, but of course, unfortunately, instant qualified meant they cut you weekend earlier, which is really, really sad to see. But and ultimately, as well, this weekend would have also been your swan song, because you were calling it in terms of committing to full seasons. So, and this is your final, full season's worth of race. I think you said you were going to try and pop it and do the very occasional race every now and again, maybe, but ultimately in terms of full campaign, this was going to be your farewell weekend.
It was going to be my farewell weekend. I said farewell a little bit earlier than I thought I would, but nevertheless, it would have been nice to be out there racing with them, of course. And it's very strange to be commentating out there, to be fair. But yes, it would have been my last weekend. But I've had a great 8-9 years in motorsport, and not many people get to say that. And so I'm very proud and happy and grateful that I've managed to do that. And thanks to everyone who helped support and do that along the way. And thanks to all the fellow drivers as well for make it such a great fun thing to go and do on a weekend. So yeah, very, very privileged to have been able to do that.
And you've done something which every driver wants to do. You've won a championship as well, so you've got that as memories too.
Ticked a few boxes along the way. I've won championships, lost them, won races, lost them, everything you can imagine, and now had a nice big crash as well to finish things off. All box ticks ticked.
It's not quite the way he wants to finish their racing career, but as we can admit, but and the great thing is, of course, that being the Combox here, the one strength of that is that you've been and done every single step of the Caterham ladder with Caterham Motorsport. You've done the Academy, you've done Roadsport, you've done 270Rs, you've been and done it and won the championship in the equivalent of 310Rs, and then of course you've been racing these cars this year as well. So I think, to be fair, there's probably not that many people, people alongside you that can boast the same sort of experience that you've got, probably other than the man who's currently in the championship, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuttall's done the same thing, come all the way through. He's had a few years sabbatical again, a bit like I did, just to sort of tick things along. But yeah, we encourage all our drivers. Anyone sat at home watching this racing and thinking this looks incredible, the Caterham Academy, go and have a look at that online. Go and have a sign up, and it leads you all the way through this amazing ladder of motorsport up to this pinnacle of championship. It's Stephen Nuttall really lighting up the rear wheels there, trying to get some temperature in. And it leads you all there step by step, and it's great to see drivers as they step up through the thing. We saw the 270 race just now, and we'd love to see them in those 310s next year and going at it all again in sort of slightly faster, more capable equipment.
And there will be 310R drivers that will be moving up into 7 UKs. There'll be some other drivers who we understand, of course, are returning as well. There'll be some of the drivers that have been competing regularly this season that couldn't make it this weekend that will also be back. So lots of prospect for this one. But of course, we're all getting set to try and find our second ever British Caterham champion. Field is all set and ready to go for our second race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Champion UK. Red lights go out now. Decent start from pole for Stephen Nuttall. Gets a really good jumper from the back row of the grid. And Gordon Sorrow is not hanging around. He splits both Colt with Chris Aubrey and Jake Swan-Dixon. Gets boxed in behind Henry Heaton. He's boxed in, he's got nowhere to go. He's got the edge of the track to the right. So with that, he's got Aubrey in front of him. He's got Henry Heaton. Now they come up through the right-hander at Charlie's for the first time. It's double apex right-hander. And it is Stephen Nuttall who leads. It's then James Murphy in second place. Heaton's third. Gordon Sawyer already up to fourth and not hanging around. Swan-Dixon fifth and Chris Aubrey sixth. And already there's a challenge on. Heaton's trying to get off the back of James Murphy up towards Park Corner for the first time. Here we go for second place. Down the outside for the second place for the lead. Big lock up from Gordon Sawyer as he just about holds onto the car. He turned in. Chris Hutchins' eyes widened as he saw that. He thought it was going to the back of him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, slightly cold front tyre grabbed, or a slightly cold brake maybe grabbed that wheel, and might have a flat spot on that. So he's obviously had a really good start off the line, but that is going to affect him. Heaton actually got around the outside of Murphy there. Murphy got a bit compromised and held up by Nuttall. There was nowhere for him to go, and Heaton was on his outside. So Heaton made a good recovery there from third, which is not where he wants to be. He was pushed then back into second. So we'll keep an eye whether Gordon actually does have a problem with that flat spot. You'll start seeing it lock up more if he does have a flat spot there. You'll see some more smoke off it the next few times we come up into that bend.
So over the mountain for the first time, these cars arguably can produce the biggest air from it. As you see Chris Aubrey with a perfect example, leaping over the mountain. And the way they wind their way into the all bends is quite a sight to watch. There's Jake Swan-Dixon. He's been quite impressive. He's been impressive, but on and off throughout the season. There have been weekends where he hasn't really had the pace to keep up towards the front, and others where he's been right on it with the leaders. This is kind of one of those weekends where, regardless of how many cars are on the field, he's up there towards the front and battling, but he has mixed fortune. Sometimes he has ups and downs in his season, so I think one thing he wants to try and find next year is a little bit more consistency to be up there towards the front. If he's going to be a regular front runner, he needs to find that little bit more to be consistent across all circuits rather than just one or two.
You know, I've been racing in the kind of same areas as Jake for quite a lot of this season. I mean, he is a very rapid driver for sure. He's constantly sort of up there in that sort of third and fourth places, or fourth and fifth, and sort of around those areas. And yeah, you're right. If he could get that little bit more consistency, he's a real challenge. You know, challenge for the title. He's certainly got all the racecraft. We saw a couple of incidents, and he didn't take part in the first round of the season, which has sort of cost him for the rest of this the events. But nevertheless, he has definitely got all of the tools in the box. He just needs to work out how to use them all.
He's currently using them to hold on to fifth position at the moment. Chris Aubrey staying in close proximity as well, just behind him. The top four turning in through Mansfield. Jake Swan-Dixon doing his best to keep up with them. So now Heaton has now taken to the front, so now Henry Heaton has got around Stephen Nuttall on this occasion. So it's Heaton and he leads them into the mountain section for the second time. There he is, the chrome turquoise car, the self-run family team, Team Heaton. Gordon Sawyer leaping over the mountain. He takes his turn to get all four wheels off the ground. There is Gordon. Former 310R champion from 2019. He was 310R champion the year after yourself, Chris. And then it was spent last season competing in the 7 UK Championship, getting used to the cars, and then of course this brand new spec for this year. There's James Murphy. Across the line he goes in third place. Henry Heaton with the fast lap of the race, first proper flying lap around this time.
We saw yesterday Heaton was incredibly fast around that last section of the race, and it looks last section of the track, and it looks like that's continuing today. But Nuttall able to sort of keep up with him through, or in fact draw him back in through this fast stuff. Yeah, had great fun battling with Gordon Sawyer. He's a great friend in the paddock as well. It's good fun, and he's always it's a fun race that you have with Gordon all the time. But yeah, Heaton there did manage to set that clean, fast lap in clean air, and has managed to maintain that lead over Steve going into Park Bend, which is the most critical part. It looks like this is spread out into that nice toe situation where everyone's going to be getting fast lap times now.
So everyone just trying to spread eagle a little bit as they come up through the gooseneck down the hill towards Mansfield. There's James Murphy just holding on to third place. There's a nickname I like to call him, which is Superman, because usually when he gets towards deeper in the field, he's usually someone who can just carve his way through. The reason why he got that nickname was all the way back in 2018 at Thruxton, where he was in contention for the title. I think it was for the Roadsport title. Had a mishap in the first race to charge his way through for the back of the grid. He had to get himself a strong result to keep himself with any chance of the championship. Picked up third place. To celebrate that, he got out of the car and then proceeded to lay across the roll cage and stick his arm out like Superman, hence the nickname. All he's missing is the cape. Now up to the right-hander at the hairpin, up towards the bar now for the end of lap 3. Doing a good job is James. He's not too far away from his DPR teammate. Now they head to the inside line, just trying to get the shortest possible run down towards turn 1, and also the fact they hug the pit wall also doubles up as the outside line, the racing line for turn 1, which is the uphill left-hander of Coppice. They come up through Charlie's.
Heaton again stretching that lead on that lap, another fastest lap, and you can see that gap there. We did see this yesterday though, and it didn't last, so it looks like it's a fairly sizable lead at this point, but nevertheless we've seen that all closes up, and Swan-Dixon now is clear of Aubrey there, looking to catch up with Sawyer at this point.
So the two DPR teammates will probably try and start to work together a little bit more, and if they can try and pull in Team Heaton. But I have to say one thing with Henry is that we talk about the fact he's an independent team, and we spoke about it yesterday as well, the fact that he goes up against some of the bigger teams like DPR, you can't help but admire and be impressed by just how much of a great effort that him and his team, it's a small basic family effort, as Nuttall makes a big lock up into Mansfield, so he's doing exactly the same that Sawyer did as well. To come on towards it, but Henry's team doesn't have the biggest of facilities, has its own little small awning, they also run and tweak it together, and that just shows that Henry, it's a small effort, but it's a mighty effort in terms of the fact that he can take it to some of the bigger teams that run bigger outfits and run bigger rosters of cars. He can take it to them and just on setup or just pace alone, he's got the pace not just match them but be ahead of them and start to pull away too.
Yep, so I started racing with Henry back in 2013 for our academy season, and we have been absolutely, competitors with each other ever since. But our families have sort of get on very well in the paddock, and we, call it Team Dad Racing. And what it is a testament to the fact that Caterham racing is so well regulated and so even that actually you don't have to run with a team to be out there. It's a great advert for Caterham racing that Henry and his family, which is absolutely his mum and dad and his girlfriend and sisters that run him out of their awning. And it's great to see that Caterham is so even and fair that an independent can come along here and do this.
Yeah, all the engines come from the same. All the cars essentially are built in-house by Caterham, but then sold on to teams that want to pick them up. So all the engines are sourced the same. They all come from the same factory. Also, all the engines. So these cars are very built essentially as equally as they can be made in terms of practically bang on equal all the time. So it purely is down to who can drive them the hardest, who can get the most out of the setup, and that's what makes them such an even playing field and such a fantastically open championship for anyone to come into it, whether it's a bigger team or a smaller team. Again, you're absolutely right. There is an option for anyone, if you're quick enough, to be able to come to the front and actually drive the car to the front and take on the victory. So good to see that Henry and Co are definitely having a grand job so far.
Every single part of these cars is absolutely stipulated and regulated against, so there's nothing you can do to gain a performance advantage just on buying parts and things like that. So yeah, absolutely, and our scrutineering is stringent after every single race, and before and during our race weekends, to make sure that everything remains on a par.
So currently, the two DPR teammates are of which there's three in the sit build at the moment, are still keeping pretty close to each other. They're on a par with each other, so to speak. It's still Nuttall and Murphy pushing themselves along as they come up towards Coppice again. This is now lap 6. And just a reminder for those who might have watched this championship before and seen that the race was a little bit smaller, shorter in terms of time length. There used to be half-an-hour races, but because of the increased grip levels from the bespoke Avon tyres, which are the slicks and wets that they run now for 2021, the uprated suspension and the increased rev limit, because these cars are much faster in the corners. Because of that, as we see now a change for second place, and James Murphy breezes past Stephen Nuttall into second place. Because of that, they had to change the format from 2 30-minute races, like you get with the 270Rs and the 310Rs, down to 3 20-minute races, because if they're trying to go half an hour, physically wise, these cars are so demanding and have so much grip in the corners that in terms of the forces that you'd experience, half an hour would have just been almost too long for some drivers.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible the amount of grip these cars have, and the steering is actually quite heavy, especially around some of the tighter bends. That you really do, your arms are absolutely having a workout, and the physicals of the G-forces we're experiencing, especially if we fling it around here into the mountain. The slick tyres really allow us to carry that speed, which is why you see the cars really taking off here. I mean, all the Caterhams are taking off this weekend, but this is the 420s. This is the Caterham 7 UK car is actually incredible around that section. But yeah, it really is for anyone who doesn't really drive and maybe again is watching thinking it can't be that hard. You're just sitting down turning the wheel. Genuinely, I encourage you to try one of these cars around a track like this. This is probably the most intense we've had all season on the physical nature of it. And Henry certainly takes his fitness serious. He's into his running at the moment, and he's showing that he's showing a clean pair of heels at the moment, isn't he?
I had the privilege at a development that has been invited down to the Caterham development day at Bedford Autodrome towards the beginning of the season, and to have a go at a couple of the Caterhams, including one of last year's specification 420Rs. And I'd driven the 270R race car before then, and it felt like I was going as fast as a 270R race car when it was going at 85-90 miles an hour. When I was driving one of these cars, the 2020 spec, which still had the slightly grooved ZZR or ZZS tyres, it felt like I was going at the same sort of speed, but I was doing 60 or 70 miles an hour in the corners. That's how much grip these cars are. They're lightweight, they've got a punchy sequential gearbox where it's not a flappy paddle where you just, in a high performance supercar where you just flick the paddles. You have to really pull the shifter to actually grab a gear, and they have to use the clutch on the downshift to try and go down through the gears. But it's such an experience, and the way these cars accelerate off the corners as well is just something else. They are absolute rocket ships off of the corners. So they are, in some cases, when you're not driving them at the limit, they can be quite user-friendly because they offer so much grip. When you push them as hard as these guys are, they are absolutely incredible. As you know, full well for driving this year, they are such a physical car to drive these Caterhams, and the fact you've got so many forces on top of that, not only they twitch you a little bit, but of course they give you so much cornering force that you have to try and really make sure that you've got quite strong upper body to try and hold on to these cars before eventually they might snap back and go the other way.
And it's not only have we got the slick tyres this year, a lot of the parts have been uprated, so we've got actually a sort of more camber available to us on the wheels, and the suspension's all a lot stiffer all around, so it's dampers and springs all adjusted for this season to allow for those slick tyres. But what it means is it's a really stiff platform. If we look at the Academy that we saw sort of last time out at Snetterton, they kind of lean into all the corners. You won't see these cars lean on the camera anywhere near as much, and in fact that's one of their sort of things. As you go up through the ladder, everything just gets more racy, and this is the ultimate incarnation. It's a fantastic car, as we say multiple times, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing new drivers come in, and existing drivers, and some people coming up to the championship, so it's going to be an exciting proposition for next season for sure.
Certainly will be. I think everyone should be looking forward to it for next year, particularly when see a few more of these. Just to clarify in terms of how many drivers have passed through, I think if I'm right, we're calculating on this spreadsheet, we've had I think 18 drivers compete this season in the 7 UK Championship, but there's been the drivers including Caterham's Racing CEO Graham McDonald. He's, for me, he always reminds me of a modern day Peter Wheeler. For those who know, Peter Wheeler used to take charge of TVR. They had the fearsome TVR Tuscan Challenge. He used to, for several years, I'm sure from the start of it right to the end, he used to race in his own championship. And Graham McDonald is actually a little bit unique in that sense, in that he's not just jumped into the top level Caterhams. He's taken essentially the route that every other one of his Academy customers has taken. He's gone from starting his racing life in the Academy and going up each year into Roadsport, then 270, then 310, and then this year the Cadwell 7 UK Championship. And I think that's a brilliant thing to do for someone who is the CEO of a manufacturer, a sports car manufacturer that has these these spec championships, because the best thing he's got is an exact understanding of what his customers go through, and it gives him a chance to, it gives him and Caterham the chance to offer the best experience possible, because they understand from a racing perspective what racing drivers want, what they like, what they don't like, and therefore it's only benefits to make the experience for those drivers coming up much better going forward into the next few seasons.
And just like all his customers, he had to, in the Academy and Roadsport, look after that car himself. Team sport allowed in those lower two categories. As you get to 270, 310, and now the Caterham 7 UK Championship, yes, you can have team support and transport and things like that. But yeah, he absolutely was out in there in the paddock with everybody else, getting stuck in, and it's a shame he's not here this weekend to finish off his season. But out front, well, not out front here. In fact, Henry's disappearing off out front, isn't he? But Stephen Nuttall is back in charge of this group of cars we've got here. But Sawyer, who we saw lock up early on, is actually still there and actually looking at this. It's a sort of DPR trio here, isn't it, for the bottom two steps of the podium at the moment, as Henry goes past that commentary box and has got a sort of 4-second lead now over this trailing 3-pack.
So now wind back into the hall bends now, just about 6.5 minutes to go. It's the DPR trio now in second, third and fourth. So kind of, in this case, whilst they're sort of doing their best to try and keep up with Henry Heaton, it's currently looking like the second, third and fourth, a little bit like a DPR, what I call a DPR racing demonstration in terms of these three cars all together, running line and stern. I'm not sure if they're going to get into too much battling, or whether they're just going to stay in range and just bag the points for second, third and fourth, or whether they're having a bit of a run of basically following each other around, and then of course when they get to the closer part, the next last couple of minutes, then they'll start to a bit more of a tussle. But whether or not they just realise that it's more trying to help Stephen pick up the title, particularly with James trying to play a rear gunner here, either way, these guys are just keeping it calm, keeping it steady, and just keeping the car on the road and keeping out of trouble before they get to the checker flag.
Yeah, and we saw Jake there on camera briefly, sort of in a lonely 5th place at the moment, isn't he? And I know he's going to be really disappointed with that. He was really looking solid for a podium yesterday, and I know he wanted to move that forward and go get one of those trophies today. But it does look like it's going to be between the DPR teammates here, and there's interesting psychology here. Obviously, Steve all but won the championship anyway, and James desperately wants to beat Gordon in the championship, but it requires quite a switch around, so that's all looking like it's settling itself for what can, it just means they can go race now. They're free to do what they want to do, and I know these drivers very well, and I know that they all want to get the better of each other, because it's the bragging rights back in the tent and between themselves.
Yeah, as we talked about, it's the bragging rights to take into next season, thinking, yeah, well, I won the last race of the season, I was ahead of you in that race, and that's the whole camaraderie and the kind of friendly rivalry between them that they're taking to next year to try and get one up on next year. It's the memories they'll carry from this year into next year to think, right, what can I do to beat them next year? What can I do to improve my pace? What can I do to get myself a bit further towards the front? What can I do to improve my lap times? It's all the things that drivers will think about going into the winter and in the testing that they'll do in the run-up to the start of next season. That's the things that they'll think about to try and make sure that they are on point for the 2022 season, where hopefully we'll look to try and find our third ever British Catering champion. It looked after John Byrne picked up his second top flight Caterham Motorsport title in a row, and he became the first British Caterham champion last year. Of course, it looks as though, provisionally at least, that Stephen Nuttall is on course. Although I have noticed, I think, as you probably just noticed as well, Gordon Sawyer, not quite the same person. I think he's probably just backed off and probably just decided that maybe 4 places as high as he can get and just bagging the points to get it.
I don't think he would do that. I'm not sure what's gone on there, whether he's had an issue, because he wouldn't want to be caught by Jake, that's for sure, and he's sort of still looking slightly off the pace there. So either he's had an issue, he's just getting back up to speed, or he has got a bit of an issue on that car, so keep an eye on that. He certainly wouldn't naturally just drop off that battle, he wouldn't want it. But equally, James Murphy has, he does look like Gordon maybe back up to speed now, so that's looking good. So maybe just an incident there, but Nuttall may well have broken James here as well, and yeah, James will be looking at that car disappearing off and thinking, right, I better go and sort something, unless James and Sawyer had a bit of a sort of a switch, or a sort of incident, shall we say, where they were trying to overtake each other, and maybe that's what split it up a little bit.
Potentially. I did notice he was quite a bit far back in terms of where he was, so particularly a lap ago, so yeah, he's just not quite at the same pace. You can see Jake Small-Dixon actually is closing in pretty quickly, so I have to correct myself. I think you are right. I think maybe not all as well with that 91 car. I think it's the last couple of laps here, and what this will be is incentive for Jake Small-Dixon. Whether it's a problem or not, Jake's will send this as a chance here to give himself a good 4th place to get a decent result before the final race later on this afternoon. If he can get this 4th position, it will be a really strong result for him and give him a lot more confidence to try and get possibly even a podium for the final race of the season, to again end his season on a high and give himself the confidence to go into next year knowing that he can get on the podium more than once.
Yeah, like I said, he wouldn't have been happy where he was, and so now this gives him an extra thirst into that last 3 minutes of the race. Can he actually reel Sawyer in and take that place from him? Sawyer was quick off the line today, wasn't he? He was absolutely rapid, the quickest of the lot. He just didn't have anywhere to use it by the time his car was up into that lead group. But yeah, here we still got Nuttall, and that gap between him and Murphy has now evaporated again, as you might expect. And with 2.5 minutes to go, I imagine that Murphy's trying to work out exactly where he's quick and what he's quick in comparison to. But here's Heaton out front here now with nearly a 6-second lead, or coming towards that 6-second lead. He leaps over the mountain once more, and you can see physically there the gap on screen between him and the trailing 2 now, rather than the trio. So it's definitely between these two for who's going to get 2nd and 3rd. And yeah, Murphy can Sawyer then now stay ahead? He's only a couple of seconds now ahead of Swan-Dixon.
The fact he's lapping so quickly, he's still going to have 2 more laps to go. It might only be a 20-minute race, but the power and the grip that these cars have and the pace that they have showing around the circuit like this, they are by far the fastest cars we've got this weekend that are competing with these slick tyres. And so they're not the absolute fastest cars and machines that we've had around this circuit. The lap record that's held around here is held by, it was broken a couple of months ago, in fact, actually by one of the British supercars that were here for their final rounds. Their final rounds of their 3-meeting season.
It's not such a narrow track for them, is it?
No, it's not, but it's for them, it's still quite a quick one. I think the lap record around here was about 1 minute. I think it's a 1:20, I think it is, which is incredibly, you think about it on a circuit like this, it's so winding. But again, 1:29 for these cars is absolutely not slow at all. That's them purely pushing as hard as possible. The fastest lap of the race is still with Henry Heaton, 1:29.156. So again, that pace has been extending, has been pretty mega as they continue on to these last couple of laps. Just watching 2nd and 3rd, Stephen Nuttall and James Murphy in flying formation at the moment, but Nuttall, I'm sure, is just doing everything he needs to keep it calm, keep it steady, and just about the points he needs to, again, pretty much just put one hand on the trophy to get this done. It's not obviously fully done until we get to the final race of the season when that's completed, but effectively this race will, in many cases, put him in line to become champion-elect. In many cases, 2nd place should be enough to do that, which means I'm sure for the last race he'll want to get a good result, but I'm sure he'll just take it nice and steady, try not to get involved in too much, and just reel off the laps, get the result he needs to kind of pretty much put it out totally and comfortably out of reach and get the job done. Speaking of getting the job done, Henry Heaton onto the last lap of the race. He's done this once before in the season. He just shows that when it all gets hooked up together, not even Stephen Nuttall can keep up with him. He is absolutely blisteringly fast in these kind of cars. Yeah,
stunningly quick, hasn't he? Been right out of the box today. He dropped back to 3rd initially off of that start, where we had some really good starts from other drivers, but he did drop back to that 3rd place. But he immediately got back to 2nd, and then by the next lap he was out front, leaving I think it was 2 or 3 lap record quickest laps in a row and just broke that toe, whereas yesterday he didn't manage to break that toe back to Nuttall and actually managed, and Nuttall dragged back up to him. It didn't happen today, did it? So equally Sawyer, obviously I watched him out the window, he's definitely up to speed, but it does look like Nuttall has also got the best of Murphy on this last lap, and certainly now that it's pretty much single file unless you make a mistake. But yeah, what a great race by Heaton here to take the well, he's not crossed the line yet. I shouldn't predict this too much, but yeah, definitely looks like he's going to take that win and get the fastest lap, but he can't do any more than that.
Absolutely not. It's been quite a mega effort all season long for him, and they turn their way into the final few corners. Henry Heaton sweeps his way through. He's on course to take another victory. Whereas now second and third, still nose to tail. Murphy's just pushing a little bit more towards the end as he really gets that brilliant leap over the go. That's a great shot, and I know that John Bryant's been taking some more of those all four wheels in the air shots for these cars. I think John Byrne started the first one here like a couple of years ago, and everyone's trying to imitate that shot but there's no imitation for victory here, because Henry Heaton is up to the checkered flag. Another brilliant victory. He's already signaling with thumbs up to his team on the pit wall. There's another win for Henry Heaton. A brilliant dominant performance in the second Caterham 7 Championship UK race. Stephen Nuttall comes across the line to pick up second, and it's pretty much one hand on the championship trophy for this season. It's James Murphy who picks up third. Gordon Sawyer does hold on to fourth and picks up his pace in the end. Jake Swan-Dixon was still pushing to the end. He set up his personal best on the last lap and took fifth. And then it will be Chris Aubrey who collects the final finishing position in sixth place in a few moments' time. He'll just heading out past us at the mountain here, so we've got a few moments to wait until he crosses the line. But again, what a drive by Henry Heaton, and if he isn't going to become champion this year, he's driven essentially like one in waiting practically all year.
And I just saw David Rode, team manager of DPR, go and shake Henry's dad's hand in the pit lane. You know, in DPR squad, we know how hard we're pushing, and for Henry to disappear off up the road, no mean feat at all. And I think that handshake says a lot there, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant for Henry there to win, and Chris Aubrey just crossing the line there in that sixth place.
Great stuff from everyone involved. So Henry, I'm sure if he sticks around for next year, I'm pretty certain for me, he's my favourite for next year's championship if he sticks around for next year, because if you put some more drives like that, even with more drivers in the field, I'm sure that he'll be someone who everyone's going to be gunning for, because again, if he's able to do that and win the championship, particularly as a small independent team as well, that will be, as you say, the perfect advert to show that literally, regardless of the size of your team, and even this race, anyone can win in this top level championship if you've got the right equipment and you're that talented. So Henry Heaton with another win in the Caterham 7 Championship UK for 2021 ahead of Stephen Nuttall, who is just about that close to the championship title in the final race. James Murphy picks up third. Gordon Sawyer dropped back to finish fourth. Then Jake Swan-Dixon and Chris Aubrey. So for those watching on the Caterham stream, you're going to take a break for a while whilst our next race comes up. But for those on the BRSCC stream, we're up for our first of our final two races of the season for the 2021 BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Stay tuned. The juniors are up next.
Welcome back to Cadwell Park. The sun is beaming through and the racing action is going to be just as hot, I dare say. It's the second race for the Bilstein Seven 310R Championship. A familiar number up front. It is, of course, number 79, Lewis Thompson, winning yet again from pole position. I mean, I'm running out of things to ask you, Lewis. I mean, what is it that's different? Is there a powerful engine under there? What is it?
Nah, I think it's just me. I really gel with this track. I did when we was here last year, and I just seem to be going really well. And yesterday I managed to break the toe on the first lap to Pete, and then I just put in 4 or 5 really good laps where I was just a few tenths faster than Pete, and I just kept extending the margin. And at that point I just knew, just get my head down and keep focusing and going forward, and that's how I managed to do it.
So basically just very heavy right foot. Don't blame me at all. So is it the big Caterham 7s you're aiming for next season?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to aim to do the 7 UK Championship next year, but we'll just see how today goes first.
By judging by your season, I think you're in for a good start. Best of luck, Lewis. We look forward to seeing your career progress as they finish off their championship this time around. Number 88, Pete Walters, championship leader leading into this weekend. Pete, a familiar car in front of you. I mean, what's your thoughts coming into the second race?
Yeah, it's a bit deja vu, car in front and behind actually is the same. For being honest, I blew my engine up on Friday and I've had to put an old engine in, so yesterday the poor thing, it was lacking a little bit of power, and I gave it everything, didn't leave anything on the table. So much of the same today, just trying to get a better start, stay on the back of Lewis, try and benefit from some of that slip and put some pressure on.
I mean, with this track being so twisty, the straights aren't so long, is a power deficit less of an issue? Is slipstream just as effective here as it is the likes of Snetterton?
It's a bit 50-50 actually. There's, especially up top, sort of the faster sections, it's really power dependent. There's a long, well, it's not really straight, it's like a very long S, but it's quite a long time when you're full throttle. But yeah, it seems to have just enough of an effect.
Best of luck, Pete. We hope you finish your season strong, as they came into the season with a points lead of only about 13 points over Harry Cook, who starts further down the grid. Number 84. Hello again, Andrew.
Hello.
So, starting on the second row, bit of an improvement from yesterday. How did you feel the race went well?
Yeah, I felt the race went well yesterday. Car felt good. I feel like I got good pace. Plan is really, get off the line well and try and stick with Pete and Lewis for as long as possible, and then when the tyres start to wear, hopefully be in the mix. You never know. Aim for the top step.
Awesome stuff. No harm with a bit of confidence. It's a bit warmer this time around. Do you sort of notice that with the temperature difference? I know the temperature won't be hugely different. Do you notice the difference though?
Yeah, I think we will do. So plan to look after them. I've got to go.
Yeah, he's got important things to do, does Andrew Murgatroyd. As you can see, they're heading out on track for their second race. We hand back over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris. More Caterham action on the way, and welcome back to those watching on the Caterham Cars live stream on Facebook and on YouTube. More Caterham's on the way this time, and it's for our second highest step on the ladder for the factory motorsport roster, the Bilstein Seven 310R Championship, the ultimate evolution of what starts out as the original Academy car. And of course, this is the final step before some drivers, like Lewis Thompson, who's just declared that's what his plans may well be, before some drivers decide to potentially move on into the 7 championship UK ranks. And I have to say already, even though that the season hasn't finished yet, Lewis Thompson, the 420R, that's quite a tasty prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always, like I say, we like to see this progression of people through the ranks, and Thompson is absolutely looking like he's thirsty to go and try that next step of the ladder, isn't he? But yeah, Pete Walters been his absolute shadow. So interesting, Pete said that he had to change his engine yesterday, and he felt it was just down on a few beans just at the top end of and we did see him struggling to sort of keep up, but nevertheless doesn't take away from how impressive Thompson's run through the season has been. As far as the championship goes today, Pete Walters definitely needs to win with fastest lap, but even then Thompson only has to finish in sort of the top 9 positions. I think it is something along those lines. So even though Thompson is quite a long way down at the moment on points, actually by the time he finishes this race, as long as he does finish, then it's going to be strong. But obviously that's not necessarily guaranteed, is it, in Caterham racing? We always run very, very close and run very hard racing, and you heard Murgatroyd there, very keen to start making his way up, and we know Lars Hosman's always thirsty to go and try and get to the front of the grid.
So just going through the points table that you've got there then, so it's showing at the moment as, just clarify, so it's showing as Pete Walters on 286 and Lewis on 274. Just can you just clarify that for me?
Yep. So that is correct. But as the drop scores that come into effect. So in Caterham's we do this drop score scheme, and currently Pete Walters is dropping high scores, so he's not going to earn any more points until he starts getting above. In fact, he's dropping one score of 1, so he will start scoring points. But Wingfield will, Thompson will score more.
Just going to the grid on the screen, just in terms of who is starting where. It's a direct reflection of the result from race 1 yesterday, which saw a victory once again for the ever-present Lewis Thompson. So just to quickly clarify who is starting where. As you can see on the screen, it is Lewis Thompson and Pete Walters who start on the front row of the grid, followed by Andrew Murgatroyd and Lars Hoffman. Then it's Harry Cook and David Yates, James Wingfield and Harry Landy, Rob Keogh, who's enjoying his second weekend of racing up in the 310R ranks after he started the season in 270Rs. Then it is Douglas Christie next to him, Jeff Price and Henry Williams, Stephen Metcalf and Chris Welch, and then Gary Curtis rounds off the 15-car grid for this final race of the season for the Bilstein Seven 310R Championship. Bit of an early bar for some of these drivers before they get a chance to have a look at some of the other races that are going on throughout the weekend for Caterham's. And so this really is now about the whole battle between these two. So even though Thompson comes into it 12 points behind, he's got, but he has points to bring back based on race finishes.
Every single point he scores this race, he counts towards his championship, whereas Pete Walters doesn't count 2 points back as quickly. So yes, so basically as it works out, Pete Walters, even if he wins with the fastest lap today, Thompson only has to come in the region of, I think it's 9th place, and in a field this size that didn't look likely yesterday. But obviously anything can happen. There can, a rare mechanical for a Caterham, it does happen, or a racing incident as well. Things like that happen. So he has to keep it on the ball and ready. The best thing for him to do would be to do what he did yesterday and just show a clean pair of heels to everyone behind.
So he tried to, and as they make their way around on this formation up to get a bit more heat into the tyres, it's proving to be quite a beautiful day here at Cadwell Park. You can see the sun is absolutely shining down. It looks like it's almost the end of the day on a summer's day, but of course it's first thing in the morning. It's 10 past 11, but again that sun is hanging quite low, so it's casting quite long shadows. But regardless, it's giving us some beautiful pictures, not just beautiful scenery, but beautiful shots to see in terms of some of the cars. And I'm sure that the likes of John Bryant and Snappy Races and his crew will be enjoying the weather conditions there. But there were some brilliant shots that he took of the last round at Snetterton. We had some going into the evenings of the race when it was kind of about roughly 6-7 o'clock in the evening. These beautiful sunsets that we had towards the end of the day, when it was putting us in some fabulous pictures. And so I'm certain with the sunny conditions here, coupled with the beautiful rolling hills of the Lincolnshire countryside, means that we're going to get some quite good shots, I'm sure, once again from John and his crew.
Good for the photos and our cameratography, but it's not so good for the drivers actually, because in a number of places you are heading straight into that sun, and even with a tinted visor on, it can be quite awkward to see and to pick out features around you. And also we've got some sort of dark and murky areas of the track where we go under the trees, especially here down at Barn and through the Hall Bend. So the contrast between bright sunshine in your eyes and then into the shade is quite a stark one, and one you definitely have to be aware of as a driver.
So they form back up onto the grid, and it's been quite a long season, of course, all the way back at May at Donington Park. It was then Knock Hill in June. It was then the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in very mixed conditions at the beginning of July. We had Brands Hatch in August, Croft last time out in September, and now here in October. And then just a couple of weeks ago we had Snetterton, and here finishing off the season here in October at Cadwell Park. Green flag is at the back, 5-second board is up, the red lights will come on, and now it's a battle for the championship. Thompson and Walters at the front of the grid. Who will take the 310R crown? Lights are on, and away we go. Pretty clean start. Good jump from Andrew Murgatroyd for the second row. He gets a better jump compared to Hoffman. And look at David Yates, he's at it again. He's done that so many times before. And he leaps off the line up to 4th position. Could this be the day, possibly? I wonder. It was a great start from David Yates, who's been chasing so many times a race victory. Start like that, you may well be in with a chance of potential victory, although diving up the inside, Lars Hoffman might have other ideas. They're side by side on the exit, and I spoke to you soon, didn't I? David Yates is bouncing onto the grass, loses 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 places. So whatever happens, I always big David Yates up and then he starts to trawl back again, so I may as well just shut my mouth and carry on with the rest of the race. Side by side for the lead, Thompson and Murgatroyd around the outside of Pete Walters, so Murgatroyd's got past second place, challenging for victory. Maybe this could be a chance Murgatroyd can get himself back to the top step since his academy days.
Yeah, he sounded keen, didn't he, when he was in his car just then, to try and move forward, and showing it in the race there. He was feisty off the line and equally feisty in turn one, but he is down in third place at the moment. Walters still holding on to that second, and Thompson out front as is usual for this night. And I think at Wingfield they're dropping into sort of 5th place again. He is in the championship battle for 3rd place between him and Harry Cook, so keep an eye out for those two and how they're getting on, as well as some drivers that sort of fell back a little bit yesterday and will want to make some movements forward.
So Thompson leads them over the mountain then, so it's Thompson, Walters, Murgatroyd, and over the top of the crest, 4th place then for Harry Cook, followed by Lars Hoffman 5th, Wingfield 6th. It's then Rob Keir up to 7th place, I think it is. It looks like Rob Keir might be up to 7th, where he was in 9th on the grid. So good jump from Rob then, the former Ginetta racer who's been debuting in Caterham's this year. I think it is Rob. So yes, it is Rob. So good stuff from him. Harry Lanny's into 8th position, and David Yates, after his rocket start, getting as high as 4th. He's back down to 9th, but I'm sure he won't stay there for very long if he can try and push forwards.
They're all going slow, Scott. Have they got a safety car?
Yes. Safety car's been deployed. So we didn't. I thought they were slowing up a little bit, but I hadn't seen around the circuit initially any more safety car boards and flags. So they've really been quickly picked up by the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. I haven't really said that at all this weekend. So. Because it's not had that much to do, truthfully.
So for the as well, isn't it? We might expect around a tight, twisty circuit like this to have a couple of incidents, but no, it's been absolutely very well behaved, and the driver's doing a very good job of spotting all those boards, certainly before we did. So the safety car duo of Jamie Firth and Tony Apsion at the wheel of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Again, Run Your Fleet are very valued supporters and partners of the BRCC this year, and as part of their support, they have been providing the use of this wonderful Jaguar safety car for the club for their race events. So you've seen it whenever there has been a mishap or two or trouble. The safety car has been out in action to bunch the pack up, and massive thank you to RunYourFleet.com. Do go and check them out if you have a company that has any kind of vehicle fleet management needs. They can certainly help you out. They've got a full range of different services they can do, from looking after cars, full fleet management and telematic services, and all sorts of insurance options and all sorts of things. Do go and check them out, and I have to say big congratulations to one of their ambassadors, Darren Turner, who has not only been an advocate for them for the last couple of seasons, but also was able to wrap up the GT4 Pro-Am title alongside a former Caterham racer, Matt Topham, who is now one half of the Pro-Am GT4 British GT champion. So just proves that, amongst other things, that whilst there was a link there between, I guess, Run Your Fleet and Caterham, that only can Darren Turner pedal at Aston Martin pretty quickly, but as proven by some of the exploits in Caterham's, Matt's a pretty decent driver too. Not seeing Doug Christie on our tower. I wonder whether Doug's the one that's gone missing from the list. I was trying to look for who was missing out of that queue, and I can't see Doug on the list. So that'd be he's had such a great season so far, Doug. He's really come on this season and put some really good performances in, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he's in that train of cars right now, unless he's just got a missing transponder. But at the moment, that's the car that I can't find.
Yeah, that's the game I usually like to play when there was an instant which you spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen. So that looks like Douglas Christie, unfortunately, is the culprit. So whether he wanted to be the culprit or not, I'm pretty certain he didn't. He's unfortunately had his season come to as more of a premature end than he hoped. So, which is a shame.
I spoke to him just before the race and he said, "Don't put the curse on me," so I feel bad now. Sorry about that, Doug.
I thought for a second that was Doug, because he has got usually a black and gold car, but it looks like Metcalf's car has got Stephen Metcalf has got a very similar coloured car as well. So I'm confident. I think your X3 Tonar's in this race as well, if I'm correct, isn't it? Is it Gary Curtis's car?
That's right. That's my 2018 championship winning car, still going strong under Gary, and Gary's had a great season as well, moving forward and looking forward to put together a championship charge next year.
He's replaced the cheese holes with Italian tricolor sort of like piping around the yellow bits.
Slightly more refined, isn't it?
Good stuff. And so yeah, he's currently at the moment in 13th place ahead of Henry Williams, who Henry's had a bit of. He's had times when he's been quite quick in the first half of the season, but he's had just some ups and downs in the second half of the year, and just not had some of the fortunes and had a couple of mishaps. It's not totally been all his way, but he's been up there or thereabouts in some cases.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely getting involved, wasn't he? You saw yesterday, just avoided that big accident at the end there. He'd be very glad for that, and he dropped down the field, but again, we'll see him, coming back up through the field. I'm sure, at the moment he's still there in 14th, but he'll be looking to make that move back up to. He was competing with sort of Wingfield, I think, up in that kind of top end of the top 10 sort of positions.
So bunched up behind the safety car. Let's take stock of where we are then. Lewis Thompson then leads the way and is currently, effectively in championship champion-elect position. Pete Walters then in second place at the moment. Andrew Murgatroyd, after that good start, is in third. Harry Cook is fourth, followed by Lars Hoppen fifth. James Wingfield sixth. Then it's Rob Keogh up 2 spots to seventh. So good start from the former Ginetta man. It's Harry Landy. David Yates hasn't made it much for more progress from 9th place, but he might get a chance if he can pick his way through after that really lightning start from further back in the grid for him.
He made a really quick start yesterday as well, didn't he? But he then wasn't able to quite hang on. He settled into that race log battle with Wingfield. It was to and fro, backwards and forwards, every single corner. It was brilliant to watch.
There's never a dull moment with David Yates when he's involved in a battle somewhere. He's always in the mix somewhere at some point. So, now there's the culprit. Douglas Christie's car has come to a stop, and that's at the middle of Charlie. So, whether that was, I guess one of the questions is, did he jump or was he pushed? In terms of, did he get there by himself or was he helped into that position? So, only Doug can really answer that. But unfortunate that his 2021 season has come to an end much sooner than he would have liked in this final race.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously looking up to get good points. He came in here 7th in the championship, so that will drop him down a bit, I imagine, around his peers around him. But it's all bunching up, so I imagine the lights are out on the safety car now. Looks like that Thompson has now taken over the speed and will be leading them all through hall bends and working out when do I want to press that accelerator, take a jump.
Yeah, it's just in case anyone's new to a safety car restart. Once the safety car lights are out, which they are now, the leading car becomes effectively the pace setter. It becomes the safety car, so they decide when they want to get the race restarted, a la Lewis Thompson, who has just done it now. So he's already on the power up through Barn Corner. So with 22.5 minutes to go, the fight for the 310R Championship is on. Thompson leads them across the line to get the race back underway. So Thompson leads. It's Walters second, Murgatroyd third, Cook in fourth. And it's Wingfield fifth, and for how long is James Wingfield going to stay in sixth? Because he's got Rob Keogh all over the back of him on the approach towards Coppice Corner. Likewise, David Yates on the back of Harry Landy. So there's battles afoot already as they come up through the first few corners. Out of Charlie's, and now you can see Pete Walters is really fired up. He's not going to allow Lewis Thompson to try and run away with this easy enough. He's in the slipstream. He's getting pretty close on the run up towards Park Corner.
Yep, I've seen how powerful this slipstream is up the hill into Park Corner, and it's Thompson at the inside there. Walters looking around the outside. Can he make that stick? It looks like he might just have the run going into Chris Curve. The sweep around the outside of Chris Curve can work if you've got a bit of a momentum there, and he does make it stick. So that is Thompson now back down into second with a bit of a battle going on in third place. It looks like, is that Keogh moving up there? Is that
no, that's Harry Cook. So Harry Cook's in there in third position. So he's gone round the outside at Chris Curve, which is not normally a passing place, you see, and didn't work for Caterham's earlier on, as we saw particularly with Darryl Cresswell a couple of times. But already in this leading group, the top 9 have really quickly broken away. So from the leader Thompson all the way down to Harry Landy in 9th. Presuming that the fact that our timing counter is still yellow is possibly a legacy of just from the safety car, because we are definitely under green flag conditions. So there's Rob Keogh, ironically in the ex-Harry Cook car. So Harry Cook's racing against his own car, which might be strange for him if he sees it coming up in his rear view mirrors, but still Harry's running a strong race so far up into third place.
Yeah, so that's important in that battle for the third place in the championship between Harry and James. So we'll plug in the numbers and see where that's putting him, but it's certainly he's doing a good performance so far to be up there at the front.
Down the pit straight, first time again at racing speeds with a complete lap on this restart. Murgatroyd still fourth now, and here comes Lewis Thompson looking around the outside at Coppice, and Pete Walters essentially lets him have it. So past into the lead again goes Thompson. Walters in second place, then Murgatroyd in third in that blue car with the yellow stripe down the middle. Fourth for Cook, fifth for Hoffman, and the former double champion in Caterham's. He was Roadsport champion. In 2019, he was 270R champion last year, and this year moving up to 310Rs again, challenging down the outside. Walters looks for the cutback on the exit of Park Corner, but still, thanks to Thompson, manages to hold his way through, and he has previously run before, if I'm correct. I think he has run with the Speedworks outfit in the past. So I think it's even that. I'm probably thinking Tom Grensinger, but Lewis Thompson, the young driver, he's been at quite a lot of pace, and he's certainly someone to watch out for if he does decide to move up into any kind of higher levels of maybe sports car GT racing. Probably someone to watch out for because he's quite a young talent. And I've always called Caterham racing kind of like the Formula Ford of sports cars, mainly because they've got very similar characteristics, not just because they're powered by Ford engines, but of course as well because they're quite small, they're quite narrow, they've got no aero on them, but they teach a lot about mechanical grip, about car control, about racecraft. So there's a lot of similarities. And so if you want to go sports car GT racing, or you can also go into Formula Ford, if you want to stick with just the purely sports car route, genuinely. You can't really get much better than the Caterham, because they will teach you so much in such a short space of time if you stay on the Caterham Motorsport roster.
And we regularly see Caterham drivers who do go up into British GT or other Tin Top series and do extremely well. They get extremely good at racecraft in a Caterham, because you cannot escape in general, and Thompson there out front is still not able to escape. He was absolutely trying hard. We saw David Yates there looking up the inside of Harry Landy into turn 1, but Thompson was absolutely dropping the hammer, and he still hasn't managed to break Walters yet. And yesterday, I think by this stage of the race, he had got that little comfort gap. So Walters, engine or new engine or not, or old engine going back in, he is absolutely on it today.
Tell you what, with the exception of Thompson in the lead, well, for the moment at least, because up the outside goes Pete Walters into the right-hander, and likewise Thompson. I get my words out. Hoffman for 4th on Murgatroyd. They both go around the outside, but I was going to say on that last lap, aside from Thompson, who set the fastest lap of the race, and also Landy, who had a bit of a rough lap at a 1:38.1, everyone else's lap times are within 3/10 of each other. That just shows how closely matched this lead pack is, how much they're all battling for position. And this is also the key thing as well, is that despite yesterday, when we had Thompson versus Walters at the front, and they were pulling away, this early stage of the race, not being allowed to do that. Maybe the safety car played a part in that, but even so, this sort of lead group of 9, it's not really breaking up, is it?
No, and it is a 9-car battle for the lead now. You've seen an absolute, I'm not going to do the maths on how many wheels that is, but they are in one long chain of cars, and it's brilliant to watch them all flinging their car through Hall Bends. We're seeing Jeff Price on screen just coming round here, just into Hall Bends himself. Here's Barn, and as that lead group and gaggle come through, it's closer now than it has been throughout this whole of this race. It's really building up.
Yeah, Jeff Price, that you saw back in 10th position, who's also near as part of the coordination team for Caterham Motorsport. The side-by-side action for lead again is Thompson once more, just probably even at this point can wave to people to saying, right, come and follow me then, my turn at the lead this time. One thing I noticed, David Yates is not, he's fallen back a tiny bit from this group, but he's not really making the progress. So it seems to be on both his races, he's made really good starts, but then just when it comes to actual in the race, the pace just hasn't really been there to move his way through the front. It looks to be like a circuit that, while he might deep down like it, pace-wise, it's not really in his favour.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him about how he's getting on this weekend, but yeah, you're right, in the racing, there's the same more battles going on here. Murgatroyd being moved backwards a bit there, isn't he, into the clutches of Wingfield. Wingfield needs to maintain his position or try and move forward, make sure Harry Cook doesn't gain any more points on him at the moment. There's only 2 points between them in for that battle for 3rd place. Harry Landy there sort of trailing along. But we saw last lap Harry Landy and David Yates having that battle. Lars Hoffman absolutely on the rear panel of Cook there going into Mansfield. So yes, absolutely nothing between. We learned the length of these cars very well, and we sort of utilised that in the race, but he was absolutely nothing between them.
Thought he was mounted to the back of his car then, never mind trying to get past him. That was so close, almost contact between the two of them, but Hoffman showing that aggressive streak. It's good to see him back on that kind of form again, because we missed it a little bit in the first half of the season when he had got involved with a couple of incidents which saw him lose points in the first half, a couple of meetings at Donington Park, and then he had some troubles at Knockhill, but we kind of missed the last Hoffman of old. He would just go out there and just go and dominate a race, or get towards the front and really be out there and get his elbows out and fight for victory, and we kind of missed that a bit. But thankfully towards the end of the season here, particularly this weekend, in this race in particular as well, it's starting to be a bit more of the old familiar Lars Hoffman back in 4th place and getting up in that lead group again and finding the pace he needs. Fastest lap of the race as Thompson dips into the 36s, 1:36.915 for Lewis. There's half a second gap between himself and Walters. They switch around. And we've got active points being calculated as well. At the moment, we reckon if it stays as it is, well, for the moment at least, it's Thompson ahead by Walters by 14 points provisionally, we think.
Yeah, it's quite. So as long as Walters finishes in this front group here, he's going to be. Thompson finishes in this front group, he's going to be fairly comfortable, even if Walters does win that race. But nevertheless, that doesn't stop them wanting to win this race outright. And there's some, like say, really tidy battles coming up in this top 9. And with half of the race to go, there's still plenty of time for things to develop further.
Just notice Jeff Price has caught the back of David Yates. This is now a 10-car battle for the lead now. So Jeff Price's last lap was a 39.6. But when I say that, so that the last lap for David Yates was 137.6. So I suspect on that case, potentially, that Yates has made a mistake somewhere, because like, he's sliding around everywhere. Back in 9th place, the blue and white Caterham there, under pressure from the red and black car of Jeff Price. So I think, again, we talked about David Yates not having a great run in racecraft. He's really not satisfied with his car at the moment, is he?
Yeah, it could be anything. Could be a slight misbalance, a slight change of pressures, or just a change of setup they thought was going to work and maybe isn't working to his favour. But equally, Jeff Price came across that gap so quick that it's pretty impressive. Like, while David did fall back a bit on that lap, but also there's overtaking going on into hairpin. I think that looked optimistic. It's certainly a tricky overtake into that bend. We haven't seen one all weekend go off, I don't think. I'm sure David will have a reason for that. But again, I thought Thompson with that fastest lap was a bit ominous, but Walters is absolutely still there.
Walters back into the lead as well, as Thompson then across the line by half a second, but the strength of the toe meant that he can easily just draft past him and back into the head of the field. Now, fastest lap of the race has quite literally gone to 2 drivers at once. It's gone to Pete Walters and Harry Cook. We've got side-by-side for the leads. We'll come back to that in a second. So Thompson trying to get back past again on the outside on the run towards Park Corner again. As they come under brakes, Thompson's back in front once more. But Pete Walters and Harry Cook literally set, to the thousandth of a second, the identical fastest lap time, 136.732 each. And it seems to be on the timing screen, even the milliseconds past the top first 3 digits. Not even that could separate them, so therefore there's actually jointly given them the fastest lap of the race.
I think it's actually officially Walters, because he would have crossed the line first ahead, but nevertheless, very impressive for those two running nose to tail to set exactly the same time. It feels easier for me to Thompson to get past Walters than it is for Walters to return the favour back, so there is still a balance in favour of Thompson at this point, but it's great to see that engine in Walters' car is still allowing him to keep the battle alive here. Cook doing well in that third place, and Hoffman getting involved, and like you say, it's great to see him still up here at this stage of the race, and he's always got an exuberant style, hasn't he? It's a joy to watch, and sometimes a bit, definitely close your eyes occasionally.
I have to correct myself, because there's quite a few red and black cars that look quite similar. So I thought it was Jeff Price catching that caught David Yates. Forgive me, it was Rob Keir that he'd caught and passed. It was Rob Keir following David Yates. So forgive me for that one. Jeff Price is still 10th, and so I did wonder whether that difference in lap times meant that he'd sort of fallen back. They've both fallen back, but it's Yates ahead of Keogh. So Yates is up to 9th place. It should be. Our timing screen hasn't switched around on the left-hand side, so it's still showing an older set of times by the looks of it. I'll give that a quick refresh from the production crew in a second. But the leaders then come back towards the red. It's now 4th for the lead now, because you've now got Thompson with, looking down the outside, Harry Cook, and Lars Hoffman's in there too as well. So 3rd and 4th for Cook and Hoffman. So Cook is the probably black car with the red piping, whereas the mainly red and white car of Lars Hoffman, just the 4th car in the shot to the left-hand side, is just holding on. Down the hill they go, and Hoffman again just pressuring Cook as they come through the gooseneck and down through the left-hand side. Confirmation on screen that Pete Walters does have the fastest lap of the race, 136.732. As Chris rightly said, the fastest lap should be his because he set it first. Harry landing on his own in 7th place, and yes, there you can see David Yates ahead of Rob Keir, so that was a switch around for 8th position. Over the crest. Now look at this top 6 altogether now, as James Mingford again leaping over the crest. This is Caterham racing like we expect to see it. All 6 cars at the front of the field in this leading group, all together, line astern in one big group. And no telling at all who is potentially in line to, for certain, win this race, because truthfully, such is the situation, how close they are, any of these 6 have the chance of doing so. If one of them even just slips up an iota, he just has to take one slip from the leader and it compresses everyone everyone else back into this group, back towards each other, and it makes it a whole lot more interesting at the front of the field. 11 minutes to go, still Thompson leading the way with Walters and Cook in second place, and we think at the moment, as it stands right now, Thompson is provisionally in championship winning position with a gap of 14 points over Walters.
But interestingly, the battle for third, it looks like we're on an even keel at the moment between James Wingfield and Harry Cook. Not sure who's got the best results through there, but at the moment it looks like with the positions as they are, they may well be even points. So again, that's really sort of building up. Wingfield now in 6th rather than he was in 7th earlier on, so that's where the extra points come from, I think.
I think looking at it, I think the countback goes as far as I think even third places, because they'll have exactly the same amount of wins and second places, but for third places, which is 22 points each, I think Harry Cook has no, they might be equal in fact actually, so it's 4, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think they might be equal in third place, so if it stays as it is...
We'll let Caterham sort that one out, then we will just call this race as we see it and we'll let that settle down. But certainly, whatever it is, it's building to a crescendo, and that's great. Harry Landy here, just tailing a little bit, isn't he? But again, sort of ahead of that Yates and Keogh battle.
I remember we had the prospect of the Academy Championships back at Snetterton, where one of them could have even seen joint champions declared at the front of the field, but we didn't have that in that case. It was, in fact, titles claimed respectively for the 2 individual drivers rather than 2 in a group. Leaders then with now 9 minutes and 40 to go. Heading out of the right-hander at Barn Corner and back onto the pit straight once again. Still Thompson in front, Walters in second place, Cook still third. Hoffman, Murgatroyd and Wingfield for top 6 still. Oh, side by side. That's James Wingfield trying to go past Murgatroyd on the outside line. They've almost banged wheels. And up to the left-hander, Wingfield not afraid to get his elbows out and take the Dairy line on the outside through Coppice Corner. So there was a real chance there that could have been Wingfield up into 5th position. Won't see if he has done just yet. Yes, he has. So I think he was that fast on the straight. He was able to pull alongside and essentially, forgive the term, bully Andrew Murgatroyd out of 5th position and forced him to capitulate, to back off and to allow him to get through. That was really gutsy driving from James and good stuff. And up the inside goes Pete Walters. Well, he's defending from Harry Cook for 2nd place, but Cook's getting racy now. He wants to get involved in here. He wants to be exactly in the championship fight in terms of being able to get amongst the top 2. Doesn't stop him from getting involved, does it?
And this would solidify his top 3 position in the championship. So again, he's absolutely battling for that. Like you say, that outside line for turn 1 does work as long as you have the momentum. As soon as your car is ahead of the person you're overtaking, you can slightly pinch them towards the inside. Obviously, you can't hassle them off the track, but nevertheless, you can compromise their exit. And the outside of turn 1 obviously turns into the inside of Charlie's on turn 2. So yeah, it's absolutely worked for other championships, and we saw that well presented there.
Over the crest, still got James Lars Hoffman pushing hard in 4th place in the Motul sponsored car. Because Motul, one of the very valued partners and sponsors of the Caterham Motorsport roster. Of course, they're title sponsors of the 270R Championship, as well as being a valued all-round Caterham Motorsport partner and sponsor. Now out of the Barn Corner they go, top 4 just breaking away now, because 5th and 6th place, now they've had the little skirmish into the left-hander to help them out. Walters again betters the fastest lap of the race to 1:36.720. Seeing Henry Williams here, he's on the back of Jeff Price now for 10th position. Back with our leaders as they sweep into shot through Charlie's, this double apex right-hander, and now onto the the long back straight as it sort of it just dips and compresses at the bottom, but then rises once again as they come towards the top of the hill at Park Corner. And again, here comes Cook to the outside line for 2nd place, and it can be done. But again, Walters is confident enough to hold the line and hold on to 2nd place. And he backed off for a second there going into Chris Corner, and that now has given Harry Cook another incentive to get right onto his rear roll cage and try and pick up 2nd place if he can.
As this time sort of pushes on, it's looking like Cook's pressuring Walters a bit more than Walters maybe pressuring out Thompson out front. We haven't seen a lead change, or in fact a change in the top 4 for quite a few laps now, which again is quite unusual going up into Park Corner. You normally see it, but we talk about that kind of settling in phase. We're coming down to the last just under 7 minutes now, but into that last 5 minutes especially, you want people to start moving. And as we said, you can only really move forward 1 place per lap. So if Hoffman wants to get on the podium, he's going to have to start thinking about that. We've seen Murgatroyd slip back. He started really well, didn't he? And he's just dropped off that pace. He's behind Wingfield now, so Wingfield moving himself up into 5th place. That could put him in a clear 3rd in the championship right now.
Just saw there, Lars Hoffman, as he hit the curb, just how much the suspension compressed as he hit the curb. Just so how increasingly stiffly sprung these cars get, because this is the ultimate evolution where you get stiffer suspension. They've had a power upgrade. They've got about roughly so about 25 more horsepower than the original Academy car. Better tyres, a limited slip diff. They've got differences that they have the windscreen, there were lights and everything else taken off, and better suspension as well. And Andrew Murgatroyd, meanwhile, was giving James Wingfield a taste of his own medicine. Pass me around the outside of the coppice, will you? Right, try this on for size. And he's having a go. Did he get through? Yes, he did. So he got him back again at exactly the same spot that Wingfield passed him a couple of laps ago. Yeah, important. Like I say, this is important for Wingfield's championship, depending on that drop and whether they can be split or not. So he's back in that place, but he's looking up the inside, coming back to the battle in the lead. Still no changes going up there, but Wingfield does make it back through. So whilst Murgatroyd did make that stick round the opening laps, opening corners, it didn't work overall because the power of the toe down that back straight just allowed Wingfield not only to get past, but actually slingshot all the way through. So we now head down through the gooseneck. That battle of the fifth continues on, looking pretty tasty, as it is still for this top four. Just under 5.5 minutes left in the final Bilstein Caterham 7 3-9 championship race of the 2021 season. It's been quite a mega battle all the way through, and the impressive thing is that despite the fact that Lewis Thompson didn't take part in the opening rounds at Donington Park, ever since he's then jumped in, every single race he's competed in, he hasn't finished lower than second, which is absolutely sensational, and so just proves what a brilliant young talent he is. I'm sure if he does find himself in a Caterham 7 Championship UK race car next year, he will be a very worthy opponent for all those that come against him, I'm sure, including the Stephen Nuttall and the Henry Heatons and the James Murphys of this world that are going to move up into that championship. There's Rob Keogh having his own little private battle with David Yates, whilst Thompson, meanwhile, stashes the fastest lap of the race. He picks up a 130. Well, I thought he had. I need to quickly refresh my timing screen because I thought he had. Yes, he has. 136.503. My timing screen was being delayed. 136.503 for Thompson. So he picks up another point on that way. So this now puts it back into the format of Thompson 14 points ahead on Walters on drop scores, as again for must be the third or fourth time Cook looks to the outside into Park corner and can't make the move stick. Meanwhile, back for fifth position, Wingfield is under pressure again from Murgatroyd. You might be looking for another chance to make a move and get around him into a top 5 spot before this race is done. He had about half a lap rest, didn't he, before having to now defend again between those two. Now back into Mansfield once more, and now Thompson's being allowed to get away here. Now I think the Waltz is more preoccupied with having to fend off Cook than he is trying to get past Thompson here. So Walters is having to really look in his rearview mirrors. He's just twitching and moving around. One or two mishaps starting to creep in now. This is also allowing Cook and potentially also Hoffman into play here. Hoffman looking a bit racy in fourth place now. Back through the hall bends. It's a stage of a race, Scott, where if your tyres are going to get hot and angry, this is when they'll start. And we saw Walters struggling to control the rear end there. He just took a little bit too much in, and he wasn't able to get to the apex, and then the rear end just swung around on him a little bit. Loses your momentum up a hill, which is never a good thing, so it's obviously the car has to work harder. And ominously, I was going to say last lap round, we looked like we had a bit of a gap for Thompson, but now that is almost a fatal gap, I'd say. Yeah, gap is now 1.4 seconds, and we've only got with just under 3 minutes to go. So I think this may well be provisionally, I think, Chris, game, set and match for the championship. Of course, it's never over till he gets the checker flag, so anything can still happen. But even so, this is certainly looking all good for Lewis Thompson at the moment. Still going to complete this lap and a couple more, I think, at least. Here comes Cook again. This is about the 5th or 6th time he's tried this. Can he finally make this stick on the run? He got alongside earlier. Hoffman's there too, and he can get through. He's done it. So Harry Cook has got into second place. And if Walters can't get back through immediately, that might be the final nail on the coffin for his championship chance, I think. And again, that's important for Cook in third place in the championship. We've now, with Wingfield making his place up, but we've got Cook now and Wingfield tied on 2.56. So every single time, every single corner, Hoffman right on the tail end of Walters. Now Walters having to defend down into Mansfield. That a little lock up from Hoffman as he was right on the edge of adhesion there. But Thompson now disappearing off, and actually Cook getting a bit of a comfortable gap now that Hoffman, Walters has to look in his rearview mirror and protect from Hoffman behind. So Cook then is now trying to set off up the road after Lewis Thompson now, because he's going to try hard as he can. I think Walters missed a gear coming out of that, and then Hoffman has absolutely clouted him. I wouldn't be surprised if Hoffman, he's burst his radiator in, and that's going to be really, really dodgy for everyone driving through that. So I hope they put the slippery flags out, because that's going to be really slippery through those corners. Well, Hoffman's quickly pulled the car off, so that's a really unfortunate. A shame for Lars Hoffman, who clouts the back of Pete Walters' car after Walters looks like he missed a shift. And as Chris mentioned, so what's be really careful now is have to watch out for the cars as they go into the hall bends. I really hope if there's a slippery resurface flag out.
I was watching them through Hall Bends that time, and while they were twitching, they weren't losing control, so I think we're okay.
Yeah. So just seen there, Henry just passed us in our commentary box position. Henry Williams and Jeff Price went through, and Jeff Price was a tiny bit offline, but nothing that really affected him too much. So hopefully, if there's any fluid down there, it's not going to affect the cars too much as they come through. I think we should be on the last lap now. A few more cars further back also going through that complex now, and they all appear to be okay for the moment. So leaders then come back towards the final couple of corners for last time. Pete Walters is away and gone in third place. Here's the battle for fourth going on between these two. Again, remember, we're still equal for third place in points right now as we've calculated it, as it stands, between James Wingfield and Harry Cook. But Murgatroyd here could be the difference maker. If Murgatroyd does get through, that could be the difference of a point or so, and that could be really crucial to decide who takes third place, particularly if it goes to countback.
Yeah, so we've still got Walters there in third, or as he went over the line, or did he pull off? All the positions have now changed, so we need to actually get the positions over the line for this final time. But one thing that is clear is that Thompson is absolutely out front there, clear, and as long as he can get past these slippery flake, you can see the flag there on the right-hand side being flown for these drivers.
So Hoffman did pull the car up immediately up at the hairpin, so he did. That's another place gain. So it may well be. Well, he was ahead of Hoffman anyway, so that might actually that'll benefit Wingfield, won't it? Because it'll benefit another spot, won't he? Either way, work that out in a second. But what a performance has been all year. You might have missed Donington. That didn't stop him one bit. Up to the checkered flag, and provisionally the 2021 the Bilstein Caterham 7 3-10R champion is Lewis Thompson. He wins and takes the title provisionally in fine style with victory in the final race of the season. It's second for Harry Cook, third for Pete Walters, fourth for James Wingfield, fifth for Andrew Murgatroyd, sixth for Harry Landy. And well, no, it's not actually, because it's changed. Because on the last lap, David Yates has got past Harry Landy on the final lap of the race. So David Yates comes across the line and pinches P6.
I spotted that, Scott, just on the last lap. They were all closed up through those Hall Bends when we had the yellow and the kind of fluid down. But bravo, Thompson, finishing another race off with fastest lap as well and a win. So what a great performance this year.
But your calculations, because Wingfield picked up another spot by the fact that Hoffman retired, we think it actually has given Wingfield third place by a point.
Yeah, so there's provisional, and we'll double check it, but nevertheless, provisionally, it looks like Wingfield may well have got that third thing. But what a racer Thompson has proved to be this season.
And it's just stress, he missed the first round at Donington Park, but then ever since then, he has not finished lower than second every single race since then. From Knockhill all the way through to all the way through to Croft, that's 4 race weekends. He won 8 races on the bounce, and he won 2 more this weekend. That's 10 for the season. Despite the fact missing the first 3 races at the Donington Park, he still takes 10 wins and 2 second places. No wonder he's the champion. That's a brilliant drive from Lewis Thompson. And if his next move is into the top line Caterham 7 Championship UK, I think everyone else in that series in races next year better watch out, because he'll be quite a dark horse to move into that. There'll be a period of transition to get used to the slick tyres, but I think once he switches those on, he's going to be deadly next year. So, results then for the final race of the season for the Bilstein Caterham 7 3-10R Championship. The provisional champion Lewis Thompson takes victory to seal the deal from Harry Cook in second place, Pete Walters in third, James Wingfield snatches, we think, third place in points with fourth, ahead of Andrew Murgatroyd and David Yates, who pickpockets Harry Landy for sixth, then Landy, followed by Keogh, Williams and Price, then Welch, Metcalf and Curtis, with Hoffman and Christie sadly retiring from the race. For those watching on the Caterham stream, you're taking another quick break for Once we continue racing with other series on the BOCC stream, it's time for our final race of the season to crown our first ever champion for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Stay tuned.
goes. goes.
goes.
goes.
goals?
Welcome back to Cadwell Park for the next race in the Caterham weekend. It's the second race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. As mentioned before, champion Taylor O'Flanagan isn't here, but on the pole spot is third place position man, or was before the weekend, number 59, Tom Cockerell. Tom, a great win to add to your ever-increasing tally. So, Mr. Bush, right with you? You confident in keeping him behind?
Absolutely. Hoping for a repeat of yesterday. I'm sure it's going to be another fast, frantic race. Hopefully another clean one. Send it and see what happens.
Good man, can't blame you at all. So is it eye on the next rung up the ladder for next season?
Let's get this race done and dusted with. Put the car on the trailer as it's sitting now, and we'll. I want to be back. Obviously it's an expensive hobby, but enjoyment it brings is massive. So yeah, anything I can do to be here next year, I'll be here.
Cautious optimism, don't blame you at all. Best of luck, Tom.
Thank you.
As he will lead the pack away. Joining him on the front row is car number 22, Hugo Bush, who coming into this weekend was just 1 point behind Tom Cockerell in the championship. Hugo, great result yesterday. So are you keeping an eye on Mr. Cockerell in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the maths is fairly simple. Win the race and come second in the championship. That's the aim.
Yeah, I mean, the championship battle is so close. Oh no, I thought that you were being released there, but no, not quite. Oh no, yes you are. No, never mind, I can't finish that question. I was just about to say, the championship positions being so close, is he going to be able to keep Dom Mansberger behind him? We will see as the race now continues. Over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good afternoon again, everybody, to those who are tuning in on the Caterham stream. The last three races of the Caterham Motorsport season for 2021 are just about to get underway. Excuse me, including this one. Season finale for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship, and whilst the title has already been wrapped up provisionally by Taylor O'Flanagan, who's choosing to sit out these last two races to assure his provisional championship status, there is still a titanic battle going on for second place in the championship between Tom Cockerell, Hugo Bush and Dominique Mansberger, and it will be provisionally decided here as to which are the three drivers, which two end up on the podium. Basically, 3 into 2 doesn't go on this occasion. So, Scott Woodward's here alongside once again Chris Hutchinson, who again has got his spreadsheet out to work out connotations. So for this occasion, looking at where we are, by the looks of things, it's pretty much what you've calculated, 3 points between the top three, with Cockerell ahead by 1 and then Hugo Bush behind by a further 2.
Yeah, that's right, but again, it's about where your drop scores are and what you have to do to start scoring points. And for example, Dominic Mansberger has to start again. He has to get 4th place before he even starts gaining points on that championship. And Cockerell's even worse off. He's got to start getting a podium before he starts gaining points. Whereas I think Hugo Bush, he can actually start scoring points as soon as he gets into 7th place. So you see how everything can twist and turn. And then Hugo's actually, whilst he's behind on actual points, he can actually recover himself back up through this race. So yeah, it's an absolute crucial race for them all, and they've had such a stellar year. Some really great racing throughout this, the whole season, and let's hope they finish it off in style.
It already has been one of those standout sort of road sport fields. We look through the grid. We'll go through the rest of that conversation in a second, because here's the grid. It's Cockerell, Bush and Mansberger on the grid together. Cockerell on pole for his win yesterday, Bush second, Mansberger third. Alex Vincent with a very strong 4th place on the start, ahead of Batman himself, Adam West, alongside Peter Mott, who starts one of his best results, 6th. Steve Lancaster hoping for better fortunes today after he couldn't convert his 4th place into a better result. He starts 7th, alongside James Hall on the 4th row, with the top 10 completed by Toby Boys in 9th, and Andy Lund, who rounds out the top 10. Rest of the grid then moves forward into row 6 with Andrew Berg alongside Marcus Eels in car number 6. Moving backwards to row 7, we find Simon Arnold alongside Mike Hilton, car 51 and car 70 respectively. On to row 8, where we find ourselves with 15th place Adrian Mariadis and Ian Hapgood in the 16th place, and I believe that's where the grid concludes for this race. So for one last time, the Roadsport drivers will head around, and the point I was going to make is that you usually get this group of academy drivers that will then merge into Roadsport, and you seem to get one of those kind of the term I'm about to use is really cheesy. I want to use the term golden generation, but it's the point I'm trying to make by saying that is that you get this group of very evenly matched drivers that all go up together and all are just as quick as each other. And so you've got that in these kind of drivers where you've got, you know, Taylor Flanagan, Hugo Busch, Dominic Mansberger, Tom Cockrell, you know, Gwyn Jones is in there too, Alex Vincent and a couple of others who are just that good and are that closely matched to each other. And so if they all move up to 270s together, you can pretty much guarantee they're all going to be at the front again, they're all going to be battling amongst each other again, and someone out of those 4, 5, 6 drivers is going to become the champion most likely, because they're all just as formidable as they were in Roadsport as they're hopefully going to be if they stick around for 270R.
I mean, you see the quality of the field 270R we got this year, and obviously, you know, a lot of those would have been Roadsport a couple of years back. And yeah, we really hope that they carry on through and do their thing and continue these battles onwards. That's what we love to see, these sort of year on year, and especially as other people come and join that battle as well, Scott, because they get on with the car better, or they find the wider suspension that you get in 270s gives them a different edge, and they really sort of click with it. So yeah, but this Roadsport is such a fundamental foundation year that again, I encourage everyone to do it when they've left the academy, just because of how much you learn through this season.
Yeah, that is one of the interesting things about the upgrade system with these cars, because for those who aren't aware, with the original Academy car, you stay with it for the first 4 steps of the 5-step ladder on Caterham Motorsport. It's only when you get to the Caterham 7 Championship UK that you then have to pick up a brand new chassis, a bespoke chassis for the championship. But from Academy all the way through to 310R, you will use the same chassis, just upgrading it each time to make it quicker. So some drivers adapt to some of the upgrades better than others, but it all depends on who can come out on top in the end. So the battle for second place in the championship is on. 3 points separate the top 3 on the grid, and second, third and fourth for the points. Let's find out who can come out on top this time. By the red light's about to come on for the last time in the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. Lights are out and we're underway for one last time. Equal start from the front row with a demon getaway for Dominic Mansberger. The 3 top in the championship are about to go almost 3 abreast down towards Coppice Corner. This will not work if they can make it happen. Mansberger looking around the outside of both Hugo Busch and Cockrell, surely not around Coppice Corner, and then come back into view again. Is it Mansberger? He does take the lead. Incredible move from Dominic Mansberger for third on the grid, dared to go 3 abreast with Cockrell and Busch. Both of them must be thinking as he goes past, how on earth did he manage that?
Unbelievable move that, wasn't it? And Hugo Busch had to take the cautious approach and actually back out of that. He was the sandwich, the filling in that sandwich, and he had nowhere to go. So Mansberger absolutely making a lightning start. But there you go, we've got Cockrell actually making that move up, and we've got locking tyres as well, early doors. Oh, there's a bit of contact there, Batman, and that's Adam West, and the number 99 there, that's Hall.
That's Toby Boys that's come off the road. That was Toby Boys that's come in contact. Bit of a too ambitious move to go up the inside there. Looked like West was always going to close the door on that move, and a little bit too late on the brakes to try and make that move stick. So both of them are going to get really going again, but towards the back of the field. Head of the field though, Mansberger has got back through, so there's been literally a change of lead. We've had the lead has changed 3 times in 1 lap already. Cock was in there in second place, Busch is there into third, and Alex Vincent, who's had a pretty decent start, is keeping the top 3 in touch. It's not just a case of these 3 pulling away. Alex Vincent and co are keeping them on as they come up over the mountain for the first time, line astern over the crest. There's already a breakaway 7, and that incident has broken up the pack already to two parts. You've got the leading 6 or 7 and everyone else who's battling for the positions downwards.
Yeah, definitely split out the field, didn't it? But Mansberger, I think that's an actual statement of intent, isn't it? He's come out the blocks absolutely sprinting as fast as he can, and he wants to be in the lead of this race and stay there. He's not willing to let that settle in, and he just wants to be the pace setter. And at the moment, Cockrell following on with Busch following along. So here's the top 3 in the championship that are fighting it out. We've got movement around the outside of here. We saw that work last time out. I think Mansberger's just got enough momentum to hold that this time round, though.
Yeah, Cockrell also hit the brakes before he went to go to the outside line because he knew there wasn't going to be enough room to make that stick. Probably because he didn't feel he was as gutsy as Mansberger was on that first lap at the start. But he's trying to hold on. And what's intriguing is look at the car in 4th place, Alex Vincent. He's had some really good moments, some flashes of pace throughout the season, and had some really good drives throughout the year. So I remember there was, I think it was Donington Park, where at the start of the season, where he didn't get a running qualifying. In the first race in the way, he came from the back of the grid to about 5th or 6th, which was a brilliant drive to start the season. There is Alex, number 17, in the 2-tone green Caterham with the green roll bars and the kind of 2-tone green. Oh, there's contact behind. Now that was James Hall and 96 Peter Mott. So contact between Mott and Hall, and not only did let Mott through, but also Steve Lancaster's jumped on that and moved up to 6th position. So that was a bit of a rude shove there from Peter on James, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, Boys and West actually fell down to 13th and 14th, so they've got a lot of work now to come back through the field. They've got the speed to do it, and they've got 17 minutes left, but that's a long job ahead of them to make their way all the way back through. Currently with Mansberger out the front with the fastest lap, that does give him he's second place now. The last time I looked he was in the lead, but he was currently, he has slightly got a lead in that championship based on the positions, but that'll change every lap, and we'll start getting a feel for where this race is going to end up and how important the fastest lap's going to be as well.
Notice the Adam West Batman Appreciation Society was back down at the complex at the mountain with signs and flags at the ready, so although they had a bit of a disappointment, even the fact that he was involved in that first lap incident, he's got some work to do from the back of the field. He's some 33 seconds back, and dare I say, if he has that much of a problem, it might well be the end of his race temporarily, which if it is, that's a real shame. So Steve Lancaster from that, whether it's the contact or something else, but his left front headlight's been moved to gyro. It's actually pointing sort of out to the side rather than at the front, so it looks a bit askew in that side. Cockrell then leads the way at the end of lap 2. Mansberger in 2nd, Bush in 3rd, Vincent 4th, and it's Mott, Lancaster, Hall, Lund, Berg and Hapgood rounding out the top 10 as they make their way down the back straight. Steve Lancaster now under threat from a recovering James Hall, who is now Sands' right rear wing. Meanwhile, here's that big scrap for 2nd in the championship. It's Cockrell who leads the way from Mansberger and Bush. They're still going at it, and I've got a feeling for the rest of these 16 odd minutes, Chris, this is a battle that's not going to let up one single moment. These guys will be going at it all the way to the flag.
They haven't disappointed us all year, and it certainly looks like they're ready. Hugo Bush sort of in that sitting, waiting period at the moment, and seeing how this battle out front looks. And I think if I was in Hugo's position here, I would also be sitting to see what happens. First of all, because the front three are breaking away, you're being dragged away from that battle coming behind. But equally, it was angry enough at a battle that you might get some contact, so that's what I would be doing if I was Hugo, but I wouldn't want to leave it too long before I just make sure that I at least assert something into this race.
Over the mountain they leap, and these top 3 keeping as they were as they head back into the Hall bends once more. Cockrell in control, he wants to try and hold on to that 2nd place in the points if he can, and to hold on to the victory to seal it in style. Just further back, looks like we've got Marcus Eels. I think that's also Adrian Mariannis at the back of that group. It's Marcus Eels battling with Simon Arnold. And we've also then got there's Simon Arnold. I also think that's Mike Hilton, I think, has got past Arnold. So also in there too is Mariadis as well, and that's Adam West. I don't think he recovered from that incident. I think he's quite far back. So fortunately, I think his 2021 season has rather come to an abrupt end, an unwanted abrupt end. But that's a real shame. Down the pit straight again. This is now lap 4. Still closing in now. Hilton still being chased down by that's now Mariadis. Showing us Toby Boyce has also stopped on track somewhere. So Adam West has continued, but Toby Boyce, by the looks of things, has been the one that stopped. So he was involved in that incident. He's possibly stopped down on track somewhere. Adam West has carried on, but he's way down, some 20 seconds off this group at the back of the pack, and essentially just driving around just to systemically back the points. He'll get some points back, I'm sure, from being a drop score, I think, if he's able to do that, but
yeah, it could be. I mean, it was the front of his car, I think, that hit the side of Adam's car. So, you know, again, we always worry about the coolant system, which is right out the front of a Caterham car, and you certainly don't want to run out of that. We see Cockrell there with a little bit of a gap now over Mansberger. Mansberger having to defend from Bush, so things are changing sort of lap by lap. But again, I don't imagine that's going to stay consistent. It's going to ebb and flow as the pressure comes back. Dominic Mansberger very wide out of the mountain, actually losing a position there. But he has said he's not willing to give up, and he didn't give up again. So again, that attitude of that car at the moment is he is absolutely not willing to give any inch on track.
Yeah, that all started exiting out of Mansfield. He got a little bit wide on the exit of the left-hander, and then was just allowed just a car length or so for Cockrell, and also put Bush right into the mix to try and get past him. And then the pressure that Bush was applying in the next couple of corners just got Mansberger a little bit wide and ragged on the exit over the mountain, and that's what gave Bush the opportunity to try and have a look to make a move. Mansberger held firm, and now he's going to try and use the slightly clear air that he's got now to try and reel Cockrell back in. The last lap for Cockrell was on 41.607. Compared to that, it was 142s for Mansberger and Bush. So that's 6/10 clear in terms of pace. 1.2 seconds was the gap over the line now. This time Bush has got a really good run on Mansberger, looking for the outside line. They're going to be side by side for second on the run. And Bush will have an attempt to try and pinch second place away if he can round the outside. You can pass around the outside. He's going to have a go for it. He gets edged out wide onto the grass. And to be fair, Mansberger held his line. Bush chose to go around the outside, and Mansberger held his line, and Bush went onto the grass as a result of it.
He was fully alongside, and yeah, it all looked like a racing incident to me. But equally, they can't keep battling like this. If they do, they are going to let Cockerell run away with this, and he will take second place in the championship. At the moment, Cockerell is second, and actually Mansberger and Bush are equal on 2.74. So by having this battle and by Dominic being so defensive, he's actually losing his chance to become second in that championship.
Also, just taking a glance at your point spreadsheet, as it stands right now, for third place, it would be equal between Mansberger and Bush, but I think Bush would get it on count back of wins, because it looks like I think Bush has had 3 wins to Mansberger's 2, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, it might come down to fastest laps as well on some of those scores, but nevertheless, yeah, we'll call it as we can, but hopefully they'll be able to separate themselves by the end. But this is what I mean about this. The fastest lap can be absolutely crucial. Fastest lap, 1 point, doesn't sound much, does it? But actually, that's the equivalent of overtaking someone on track, and around this track, that's a really important point to have. Cockerell, again, setting that fastest lap. So he was already the fastest lap before, but he's extending that advantage.
Yeah, and that means now he's setting the pace that Mansberger and Bush have to keep up with and have to try and beat and follow in order to be able to try and stop him from taking second in the championship. It looks as though the Cockerell is pretty much in the pound seats here, although it's never certain until the checkered flag flies, so we've still got 11 minutes to go until we fully provisionally decide who has picked up second in the points, and of course who picks up the final podium step as well. And whoever it is going to get their championship trophies in about a month's time at the Caterham Awards dinner. Now, that's a cut. Oh, that's a shame. Adam West is in the pit lane, I'm afraid. So that's Batman season over, I'm afraid. Back to the Bat Cave, or in this case, it's the awning. But anyway, up towards Park Corner they go. This is the battle towards the rear. This is Adrian Mariadis battling with that's Mike Hilton. Mike Hilton. So you can see some of the cars towards the back end of the field having a nice scrap here, which is not good to see. So Hilton battling with Mariadis. I've always thought that's one of my favourite looking cars in Roadsport this season. It's been the sort of the dark sort of almost metallic-y silver with the fluorescent yellow. It's quite a nice combination. So one of the smartest looking cars in the grid for me for Adrian Mariadis. Here's Berg and Eels. Marcus Eels is in a sort of almost Marlboro McLaren-esque inspired livery in that car, number 6. He's chasing down Berg for 9th position. Behind them we've got Ian Hapgood, Simon Arnold and Hilton and Mariadis. We did have Adam West, but sadly he's just pulled the car back into the paddock to end what has been a rather unsavoury end to his 2021 season. Not the way he would want to conclude it.
No, absolutely not. It's but you know, not everything is a fairy tale ending, as I kind of ably performed as well. But yeah, this midfield battle, we should never forget these midfield battles that happen during Caterham races, and it's great to be able to focus in on that sometimes. And everyone comes back to Park Fermé with a story, and you can see how competitive it is all the way down the field. So, you know, we rightly couldn't concentrate on the front of the field for a lot of the time, but all these battles happen, and everyone has their stories, and you know, when they come back in, it's great to hear them. If you ever get a chance to go over to Park Fermé and listen to the people. Here's back with the battle for 2, and Hugo Bush has managed to get past Mansberger. Are they going to work together though, or has Mansberger, you know, burnt some of those bridges? Maybe Hugo will now treat him with the same disdain and let him see the edge of the track.
Well, if they are going to work together, they've got 2.5 seconds to make up, which is not always easy on the circuit like this, particularly when they're running out of time. They've got 8 3/4 minutes to do it, and it's trying to get 2.5 seconds away. It's not easy, and the fact that now Cockerell's got a bit of a pace advantage yet, he's clearly pulling a car length or 2 on Mansberger, probably answers the question for you. He's probably not that willing to work together, particularly when there is third place of a championship on the line. Cockerell is throwing the car in through them, and Hugo Bush already, he's putting the foot that he wants to go and close that gap in. Mansberger will push as hard as he can in order to try and keep with him, but I suspect now that Hugo Bush, now that he's got past him, his tail's up and he thinks, right, 2.5 seconds and 8.5 minutes, bring it on.
And not only that, now that the positions have swapped, Hugo Bush does take a clear lead in that third place in the championship. So Cockerell's doing what he needs to do to claim that second place. Hugo Bush is 2 points further back at the moment with the positions as they are, and it looks like he is showing Mansberger a clean pair of heels. Maybe that is why Mansberger was so desperate to keep him behind, because he knew he didn't have quite the pace, and knew fastest lap as well, which is benefiting him again. That puts him 1 point behind Cockerell in the battle now.
Well, that takes the fastest lap away from Bush, so it takes 1 point back. So actually that puts them level for second place, doesn't it?
Wow, yes, it's getting incredibly close now.
It takes it now.
So now it is 276 level on points for that second place in the trophy. So now it does depend on countback, so we need to work out some of the countback at some point.
Well, at least on victories at the moment, it still goes to Cockrell, because I can spot he's got 3 wins this season. But no, but if he wins this race, it'll be 4. So even then, it will still be. So if he wins this race, it will be Cockrell in second place, because it'll be equal on points. But Cockrell will have 4 wins compared to Bush's. I think he's got 3. So. That's the key thing here. So that's how it's going to work with that. So
Hugo Bush still has to actually overtake Cockrell to take second in the championship, but whilst he's ahead of Mansberger, he is able to claim that 3rd place.
So down the hill, Mansberger's coming back at Hugo Bush now, so he's not totally done just yet. 2 seconds is the margin. That's interesting. On that lap where he took the fast lap of the race, he took half a second out to Cockrell's lead, so Cockrell's pushing as hard as he dares, but we know how quick Hugo Bush can be when he's allowed to run away with the pace that he's got. Back into Hall Bends. 6 3/4 minutes left on the clock. 6 3/4 minutes left of the season for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. In they go through the hairpin, now through Hall Bend, Barn Bend. Let's see what the gap is now. It looks relatively stable, if not a tiny bit closer, maybe just under 2 seconds. Cross the line they go. The gap is 1.6, and Mansberger takes the fastest lap of the race, so it changes again. Mansberger gets the extra point for fastest lap, and he now starts to try and keep himself in close contention. It now puts him just about... He's now 1 point behind Hugo Bush according to Chris's calculations. At the moment, it's Cockrell 276, Hugo Bush 275, Mansberger 274. So it changes it again. 2 points separating second, third, and fourth.
Unbelievable stuff. Like I say, they've been giving us these great racing all the time. There's a car in the pit lane there.
Steve Lancaster, I think. So unfortunately, that's his season done, I'm afraid. He was as high as 8th position, so unfortunately, he's out of the race.
Continue to look at this battle sort of around the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th place. Again, fiercely competitive here, going up through Charlie's, and the cars are absolutely screaming here. They're leaning on that rear left tyre. You've got to get on that power though, because this straight's coming up, and we know how important the toe is up into Park Bend, and this is where most of the actions happen this weekend. There's Mike Hilton with Hapgood just ahead, and Eels ahead of him, so battle absolutely well and truly 3 wide coming into Park Bend. That's not going to work, is it?
Marcus, well, it did for Marcus Eels, sweeping around the outside and picking up the positions. That's him up now into 8th place. Big battle going on behind. We've got Hilton, we've got Hapgood, Hilton, and Arnold in there too. And there's unfortunate Steve Lancaster, helmet off already. They've picked something off the front of his car, like a tab or something. But unfortunately, Steve Lancaster's season is done. The Roadsport, and Andy Berg loses it. Oh, and everyone else tries to scatter to avoid it. Ian Hapgood took to the grass to avoid. He loses that now to Simon Arnold. Hugo Bush, though, meanwhile, takes the fastest lap of the race back again. And Tom...
I think Bush is actually overtaking Cockrell for the lead. I was looking across the line just then, and it looked like Hugo Bush was champion. It was actually going into the lead around turn 1.
Yeah, I think you're right, because looking at the lead, so whatever happened to Cockrell, he did a 141.1 last time, and his lead gap was evaporated. Top 3 now separated by 0.7, so we need to look at the leaders now, because they should be all together. And if you're correct, it should now be Bush in front of Cockrell, so that's going to be all crucial. Here they come. Yes, it is, side by side for the lead. Cockrell goes back round the outside, so... At least for momentarily he was in front, but it's back now switched again, but he loses it on the exit. There's contact. Mansberger touches the back of Cockrell's car. Cockrell might be out of the race. The man who's in second place of the championship might well be done. He's onto the grass. Is he going to park the car? I think he might well have done. Tom Cockrell may well be retiring from this race, and it will now leave the battle for second place between Hugo Bush and Dominic Mansberger in the championship race. I cannot believe that. So whatever it looks like the contact between himself and Mansberger, is only just coming through now, but he's several seconds back now.
I worry for Mansberger, the front of his car as well. Again, that was right on the coolant system. As Lancaster rejoins the race, but yeah, I worry about the front of the car and whether that is leaking. It doesn't look like there's any fluid coming out the back of that, but clearly whatever it did, it would have hurt the rear end of Cockrell's car, so maybe he wasn't able to continue. It didn't look like there was too much damage there, but he just wasn't. As soon as he drove off the track, he wasn't coming back, was he? It's like he felt something was wrong.
Yeah, it didn't look like a substantial amount of contact, but as you say, maybe it's Tom Cockrell. He felt something on the rear, like you say, that just made you feel like there wasn't something right with that car, that he couldn't continue. So, unfortunately, Tom Cockrell, he was really hoping for second place in the championship. Whatever the issue was, maybe because he did have a slower lap. Maybe it's related to that because he had some kind of an issue that was coming in. Maybe it's a mechanical problem that was developing itself all the way through.
It could have been a gear change problem, something like that, or the gearbox or the clutch issue that he wasn't able to solve, and actually, like you say, it cost him the lead on the last lap, and coming out of Park Bend he wasn't able to change gear. Sometimes the gear stick can either get stuck or you can even have a gear stick failure on you, and at that point, yeah, you can't change gear, and maybe that's what we saw, and yeah, it makes sense if you sort of read it like that.
Yeah, we just saw a shot there of Tom Cockrell's car parked up just on the side of the circuit. I'm afraid that's another driver whose 2021 season has been ended prematurely, and it may well have been that if there was that kind of problem, the only reason Mansberger hit the back of Cockrell was because he had a gear shift problem. So because of that, Mansberger just had nowhere to go. So that's the case. That's unfortunate. What it does now mean is that Busch and Mansberger, at the very least, don't have to worry too much about who's going to come second and third, because whilst it is unfortunate that it's at Cockrell's expense given his demise now, it now does put second and third into the hands of Busch and Mansberger respectively. So all they've got to do now is get to the end, which is easier said than done for some people, and then make it happen. Now Alex Vincent also, meanwhile, he's up to third place. I don't think he's had a third place. No, this will be his best result of the season. His previous best was 2 fourth places, and that was fourth place at the second race at Stesterton, and then earlier on yesterday in the first race at Cadwell. He possibly could be about to, if he stays where he is, get his best result of the season, which could be even better if he's coming across what could be a wounded Mansberger.
Yeah, and I've just done a sort of quick calculation. I think if Mansberger was able to get past Busch with the fastest lap, I think the positions would swap again. So it's still worth him keeping his eye in. But yeah, with 1:18 to go, I don't think that is necessarily going to happen. The gap is too big at the front there. But yeah, great to see other people getting these results. You know, someone's misfortune can lead to a great result for someone else.
Yeah, I think Mansberger's car's wounded because his last lap was a 1:44 compared to 1:42 for Vincent and Mott. So I think possibly Mansberger, if he's not careful, I think he's practically assured third place in the championship because Tom Cockrell won't finish. However, what this could be is we could be looking at potentially, if he can't hold on, personal best by far for Alex Vincent getting second and Peter Mott getting a podium on his final race of the season. I wonder if he expected that coming into this weekend.
No, I doubt that was on his, well, it was maybe on his Christmas list, but he wasn't expecting it, was he? So yeah, that would be a great result. He's here back with the battle for with Hilton here, and yeah, I mean, you know, as we say, the battle's down, we got the move to the outside again. We've seen that work. Oh, there. It probably looked worse from our position than it did on board there, actually. He had that all under control, but yeah, it looked like he was jinking, wasn't he? Certainly fooled me. There's Hugo Busch, very comfortable lead. Like you said, there's no sign of Mansberger, and if he was leaking fluid, his car could well struggle to get to the end.
I think there's been a change, because it looked like Alex Vincent's car came through in second place. Here's Hugo Busch, meanwhile, so we'll get confirmation of that site in a second, but Hugo Busch, he might have missed out on the title, but he's certainly going to come home in second place. He'll do so some 8 points off the lead as they come through. Chris is looking outside the window, and there has been a change.
They're very close. It's Mansberger's just ahead of that battle. He needs to hold on to that, but he is still ahead just currently.
Oh, and there's been a spin for James Hall. There's been contact there up at the mountain section. There's so much going on this final lap, we're going to try and work it out. The main thing is Hugo Busch wins the final race of the season and picks up runner-up spot in the championship. Now for second, third and fourth, here they come down the pit straight. What order is it going to be? They're going to come into sight right now in any second now. Mansberger's there. He'll just about hold on side by side for second place. Mansberger just holds on to it. Alex Vincent gets his first podium in third, and Peter Mott just misses out but gets by far his best result of the season with P4. What an effort that was. Now, James Hall was battling with Andy Lund, so I think Andy Lund's the one that's going to come through in, or no, maybe not. Looks like he spun by himself. So James Hall spins by himself and still picks up fifth, which is incredible. Andy Lund should pick up P6. And this group of cars has been battling from 6th down to 10th, have been all at it all race long. There's Andy Lund. He will turn into the final corner and hold on to 6th position, a well-deserved 6th on what's been a very tumultuous up and down season for him, results-wise. And then the rest of this fantastic group is going to come through up towards the checkered flag. It'll be Eels in 7th. They're just as quick as you like. Hilton, it's Hilton, then Berg. Hilton, Berg, Marietta's Hapgood come through in that order, and then the last car that will come through is the slightly wounded Steve Lancaster, who's just come past us. But that, after so much drama in that final race, it essentially provisionally gives Hugo Busch second place in the championship. Mansberger, only by the skin of his teeth, just holds on to third.
Yeah, that was important at the end there. Again, he needed those points to stay ahead of Cockrell. But yeah, Hugo Busch there taking what ended up being a great win, but it was a shame that it had to end with maybe a mechanical or something. My guess might be a broken broken gear lever, that stopped him being able to change gear. But we'll see that and we'll find that out later. But I'm sure that's gutting that he's lost that opportunity to take that position. He was looking good early in the race, wasn't he, until those issues happened. But Hugo Busch, again, he did enough to beat Mansberger on the day, and Mansberger obviously, easing his car home.
So the final results of the final weekend for the Caterham Roadsport Championship. The final race win goes to Hugo Busch by 10 seconds from Dominic Mansberger, who only just beats Alex Vincent to third. Vincent picks up his first podium of his Caterham racing career from Peter Martin fourth. James Hall spins for keeps fifth. Then it's Andy Lund, Marcus Eels. Then it's Hilton Berg and Marialis rallying up the top 10. Then it's Hapgood in 11th, Arnold in 12th, and Lancaster 13th. But sadly, Tom Cockrell retiring and losing second and third in the points, has to round up fourth provisionally. We also lost Adam West and Toby Boyce after they made contact earlier on. So that is it for the road sports. There are 2 more Caterham races coming up next. More road sport action coming up, but this time it's for some of the class of 2022, as the next race coming up is a special non-championship Caterham Roadsport 2022 Challenge Trophy. So, over to the assembly area and Chris Buxton.
Welcome back to the holding area. Now this time it's the Caterham Roadsport 2022 Challenge Trophy. These are our Caterham Academy drivers that have just completed their season 2 weeks ago at Snetterton, and now they get a chance to try the next step on the calendar, which will be the Road Sports. All of these cars have been upgraded to Roadsport spec, and it's the Caterham Academy Green Group champion on the pole spot. It's Jeff Newman.
Hello there.
Well, not only have you got to grips with this car amazingly well to get pole ahead of your fellow teammates, but had you set that same pole time in the Roadsport class, you'd have been second. You must be absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Cadwell is such a fantastic roller coaster ride of a circuit. We have to be very precise with our lines because it's so narrow that if we don't maximise the track width, then we lose loads of time. So it really punishes any mistakes, which is perfect.
Just the way you like it. Oh, I love it. And less than a tenth ahead of Mr. Cheddix behind you. So very much business as usual from the Academy races.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure we'll continue to drag ourselves around through the course. And just got to make sure I don't let him get away so I can get him on the final lap.
Best of luck out there, Jeff. We wish you the best, of course, for your upcoming season in the Roadsport Series next time around. Second place by 6/100ths of a second is Freddie Cheddix in the 66 car. Freddie, what a performance. Well played, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Happy with that. The car with these upgrades is feeling great, and this is a brilliant track.
So the times speak for themselves, but how do you approach this differently than you would in the Academy class car?
No, it's the same. It's another race. Jeff and I had some good races for the championship, so hopefully we have another one today.
Amazingly, you would have started third had you set that time in the Roadsport race earlier on. So we very much look forward to your championship season next time around in the Roadsport class. Best of luck to you, Freddie.
Thanks.
Also amazingly, all of the top 5 came from the same group, the Green Group. So no representatives of Caterham Academy White, strangely. Third place, car number 15, who was 4th in the Caterham Academy Series. James, familiar names ahead of you, but looking forward to handling the mighty Road Specs car?
Very much so, yeah. It's been a good couple of days getting used to the car. Nice to have some familiar names. I know what they're all about after this year, so pressure's off today, just having fun.
So, I mean, have you had to really adjust how you approach the circuit? Obviously, Cadwell rather, being a very different circuit, and this being a very much uprated car from the Academy class. Have you really had to change your focus, your mental preparation, your driving style, anything like that?
It definitely takes a different approach. It's very much an upgraded car, so you have to refocus how fast you can go into each corner and what the car is capable of. So, yeah, very much a recalibration, but we're slowly getting there.
Representing the Green Academy Group very well. Best of luck out there, James. And like everybody, we wish you the best of luck for the upcoming Road Sports season. Starting alongside him, let's make sure they haven't released them yet. No, not quite. Car number 2 is Mark Jones, who was 3rd in the championship. So, Mark, great effort. So, it looks like you've taken to this like a duck to water.
Yeah, I was quite lucky really. Although these cars now are upgraded, are completely different, which is nice. So yeah, it's a good change.
And you've had the ideal weather conditions to get used to these cars. A bit warmer today, does that make a huge difference in these cars for you?
For me, not really. I was hoping for a bit of rain. Not many people have been here yet, so apart from us, like me, Freddie and Jeff, so yeah.
Brilliant stuff, trying to get every advantage you can, don't blame you. Best of luck out there, Mark. I wish you the best for your race as well. They've yet to be released, so we'll see if we have time to chat to 5th place, which is car number 76, which is Robert Domain, who struggled a little bit more in the Caterham Academy season, but sits here nonetheless ready to take the Roadsport out for a spin. Robert, hoping to get to grips. Your Academy season was a bit more of a struggle, I think it's fair to say, but how are you feeling about the Roadsport spec?
Loving the car, yeah, it makes a massive difference.
Good stuff. Right, they've been released, so you do the important part of racing, and we'll hand it back over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, indeed. The last time that we'll see this year, the graduates of this year's 2021 Love Cars Caterham Academy. Now, of course, these cars have been upgraded into Roadsport spec, and so there's a bit of a special non-championship preview for next year. Some of these drivers have taken up the option to upgrade their cars early and bring them to Cadwell Park for a special non-championship 2022 Challenge Trophy race. We did something similar last year for the what is now the 2021 Road Spec drivers that we just saw. We did that at Stetson last year. That was quite successful. That was a race that was won by Dominic Mansberger in the wet. He seemed to win all the non-championship races. He won the Awesome Trophy race, then he won the Challenge race not long after that, a few weeks later. So these drivers, of course, have already done a full season's worth of racing. Now they get a chance to get a bit of extra track time in these newly upgraded cars before they take to the track next season in 2022. So the main upgrades that you go from Academy to Roadsport, because you keep the same car through the first 4 steps of the Caterham Roadsport ladder, is the main upgrades are a change of tyre from the Avon tyre from the Academy spec Avon tyre to as Avon ZZS. And then it's a rear anti-roll bar gets applied as well. And I think, Chris, that's the only upgrades that you have, unless I'm missing something.
I think you can also add the front brake bias, or the brake bias valve, so you get a bit of a more movement in your brake. You can push the balance of the braking to the front or the back. Whether they've all gone for every single upgrade or whether they've just gone for the main one, which is obviously the tyres and the anti-roll bar, that's certainly the ones that are going to give you the most performance gain.
And so in terms of lap time difference, I have seen somewhere before in terms of stats, I remember ages ago there was a comparison of different lap times. I think in these days, the tyres and the roll bar at least, performance-wise, give you at least about a second more lap time, if not a little bit more than that.
Yeah, most of the steps of the Caterham ladder have about a second, maybe second and a half, and you know, it can vary per track depending on what the needs are as grip to power, for example. But yeah, most of the steps have about a second until you reach the 7 UK, and for example around Cadwell Park, they're kind of the 7 UK Championship 10 seconds faster than even the 310R, so there's quite a substantial step there. But for these guys, they're going to be enjoying some more rear stability in the car, so when they turn that car in, you're going to actually feel some grip being applied to that rear right hand side rather than the car flopping over quite as much as it does in the Academy car. There's good reasons why the Academy car is set up as it is, to teach them car control and how to manage it, and also to give them this this ladder of cars that give them more performance at each step. But the biggest factor of all with the Roadsport car is the new wheel, tyre, wheel and tyre, which gives them extra grip everywhere, and it's also a smaller diameter than the Academy car, and therefore they actually get a sort of like having a different gear ratio and actually get more acceleration purely based on the fact that the wheel is smaller.
So it's actual smaller wheels compared to the Academy cars. The Academy cars have bigger actual like metal wheels.
It's the diameter of the tyre itself that actually gives the extra size, but they are wider in diameter. So actually, in some tracks, the Caterham Academy car is actually a higher speed at the end of the straights.
Let's take a look how they line up for this special 2022 Challenge Trophy race. It's Jeff Newman, the Green Group champion, alongside his main rival Freddie Chinnix. Then James Cook, who was fourth in the points, and Mark Jones, who was third in the points. So the top 4 drivers in the Caterham Academy Green Group Championship on the front two rows again. Robert Domain and Giles Perry come next. From then Paul Castle and Theo Theato with that brilliant sort of Tiger-style livery on that car. He'll start in 8th place. But it's row 5 for Louise Deason and Benja Headley in car number 99. Then the last 3 cars on the grid will be Ray Radford and Alan Bateman on the 6th row of the grid, and then Ian Bettis is the last of those who have taken up the option to upgrade early and travel here to Cadwell Park to get a little bit of extra competitive mileage ahead of the 2022 season.
Yeah, this doesn't count for any points. It's just pure bragging rights and, like you say, extracurricular activity and practice ahead of next season, and to see if you can sort of lay down some of your claim to the Roadsport Championship. But normally we have winter to go testing, so they're literally strapped on the new tyres and put on the roll bar, which is such a quick change to make, that they've got the opportunity to do this, and what a fantastic opportunity it is to come out and actually try next year's car out and just have a play and a practice.
Well, certainly give them a little bit of heads up on some of the setup parameters that they can now tweak. Now they've got a couple of extra mileage under their belt, and so will certainly help them. How much advantage it will give them, if for some drivers any advantage, well, it remains to be seen. But I'm pretty certain that drivers who are competitive at the front, like Jeff Newman and Freddie Chillicks and Jones and Cook, knowing how competitive they've been all season, I'm sure for certain for them that literally any kind of extra advantage they will absolutely grab with both hands taking into next season. Well, the story of the green group battle was quite literally the scrap we had between Jeff Newman and Freddie Chillicks. They were constantly back and forth, and we had that sensational way we finished the championship at Snetterton, where Jeff Newman quite literally snatched the title with fastest lap on the last lap of the race. If he hadn't got that, the title would have gone to Freddie, but Jeff got the fastest lap he needed on that final lap, and he just pit Freddie to the crown by one single point. So I think there'll be a part, not just for the Austin Trophy race, but there'll be part of Freddie here to try and get the psychological leg up on Jeff Newman. He'll want to try and grab that victory to do it for him. So anyway, the green flag is at the back, the 5-second board is up. Time for a bit of a preview into the future of the 2022 Caterham Roadsport Challenge Trophy. Lights go out. It's a decent jump from the line for Freddie Chillicks from the outside, the front row of the grid. Newman goes with him on the sprint towards turn 1, but up to Coppice they go. They're 3-4 abreast of the pack behind him, but it's Newman who slots in with Chillicks right behind him, but he's looking to the outside as they're turning through the first corner for the first time. It's also side by side there between James Cook and Mark Jones, and Mark has got himself ahead of James with Robert Domain up there in 5th position. He started 5th, he remains in P5 as well, but it is 4 of the top 5 drivers in the green group from Academy this year up into the leading 4 spots, with Domain 5th, and in 6th place there Giles Perry holding on. So a decent clean start for the top 2 who are already at it side by side into complex. This is the Academy all over again, isn't it? Up into the right hander at the top of the course at Park corner. Mark Jones is in there in 3rd and James Cook in 4th. Essentially this is us just watching a front running Academy green group race all over again.
Yeah, it's as it was, and everything the same, except for everything's different, isn't it? So how are they going to use that extra grip? How are they going to use all that extra sort of dynamic, I can't say the word, I'm not going to try, but using how are they just going to use all of that in this new car? And Freddie Chillicks does not want to see Newman disappear up the road. He definitely doesn't want to go into the winter season with that going through his mind again. We've seen Freddie quite often earlier in the season actually be the one who has scampered off into the distance. So we often find with Roadsport the dynamics change, but that normally happens after another season's or another winter's testing. Jeff does look like he's got a little bit of an edge here, and in qualifying he had about half a second over Chillicks.
I suspect they'll have finished ahead of Who's. They'll have a degree of smugness about them over the winter going into next season, because they'll want to try and get the leg up on their rival and try and hopefully have the bragging rights going into the 2022 season to go and say, well, in the first race that we did with these cars, I was quicker out of the 2 of them. So wait and see how this race plays out. But the 13-strong field makes its way out of Barn Corner to end the first lap. And at the end of that first lap, as they come across the line, it is Newman who leads, Chillicks in 2nd place, Jones is 3rd, Cook is 4th, and Domain is P5. Side by side here between, I think that's possibly Deason and Headley goes round the outside of Louise, and he picks up 8th place as a result of it. There is 71 Giles Perry, and he's battling away with Paul Castle. They come out of Charlie's, and now the run up Park Straight towards Park Corner at the top of the hill. And there's Benja Headley in the blue car, number 99, as he starts to pull away from Deason, who is now under attack from Theo Fiato, who's had 1 or 2. He was another one of the drivers who had a steady start to the season, then started to get quicker and quicker as it went on and found a bit more confidence. And he was getting in and around the sort of the top 10, and he sort of a whisper away from the top 5 at some point, so he was getting a bit quicker towards the end, and one of the drivers that found confidence as he put more miles on the car.
I mean, people don't generally come out of the box being racing drivers built and bred, and that's what the Academy season is about. It's about learning a craft, learning a new skill, just like you might go and learn, be a tennis player. You have to work out what is fast, what is slow, how do I run a race, and some people get that fairly quickly or a bit more natural at it, and other people have to work at it. And certainly we see through Academy, we see all of those sort of times compressing down. Chillicks has not let Newman get away though. He is definitely still within that toe, and we said before that Roadsport and Academy especially have a bigger toe, and so this weekend these Roadsport cars are going to have the strongest toe down the back straight. So at the moment I think we'll see Chillicks potentially drawing Jeff back in.
It's got 1.2 seconds to try and draw back in at this point. We'll get the first proper judgment of a flying lap in terms of fastest lap this time by and Freddie Chiddick. So there it is. He's got the measure of it by about a tenth of a second or so. You usually get a proper judgment of pace-wise because the first lap you take is directly from the grid. The first flying lap in terms of fastest lap comes from lap 2. So that's when you start to properly count who's got the immediate pace on the start of the race rather than just off the grid. Mark Jones there in third place. Just trying to keep touch with Freddie Chiddick, so there's a gap back to James Cook, who is now under threat from Robert Domain. I've always presumed, looking at that car, I presume he's got that slightly taller back end of that roll cage because he is slightly taller in height, so therefore in order to accommodate that to fit the rules, he has to have a slightly taller roll cage. It doesn't look like it gives him any particular disadvantage at all. It's purely just for that he needs it because he is a taller stature than everyone else.
So we have a regulation where the helmet must be a certain distance below the the top of the roll cage, and we could fit most people in the Caterham with a bit of seat adjustment and a bit of pushing and tugging and whatever, but sometimes people are just the wrong shape to fit comfortably under that regulation, so that higher roll cage allows him to sit in and still meet that regulation. It makes no difference as far as performance of the car now.
It makes this car rather unique, doesn't it? Because it has a slightly different look to it. You can always tell it's his by the fact he's got a slightly taller roll cage. Now then, looking at the attitude of the two cars, Freddie Chiddick has got his tail up here. He really wants to get after Jeff Newman and particularly beat him to the victory in this Challenge Trophy race because, again, yes, it's non-championship. Yes, it's only just for a practice ahead of next year, but let's face it, they're all racing drivers and then their mentality, a win's a win and you want to go for it if the opportunity's there.
Absolutely, and he's got a point to prove. He was obviously a bit wounded by that loss of basically like 0.2 of a second on that last lap, wasn't it? There was the separator between the two, but I said last time round that gap didn't look like it was final, and I think that's been proven now. There's Chiddick's another fastest lap, 40.3, great time. So even though these have just jumped out of the academy into the Roadsport cars, they're setting times that were competitive with that Roadsport grid. But Newman so far still holding firm, and we're not seeing yet what the battle's going to be like up into Park, but we're coming on the main straight now, and he's certainly within striking distance.
So almost nose to tail, but as you say, about 0.6 of a second. Freddie managed to pull back. It was about a second or so of the gap of the last time they came across the line before. Now it's just under half a second, so he's managed to claw back about half a second, 0.6 on this previous lap that he's completed. There's Freddie in the red and black car, a little wide on the exit. He touches the curb again, beautifully precise as he turned his way through Chris Kerver, just clipped the white line, let the car drift out wide, and then just they come through the gooseneck, tumbling down the hill once again. Here we go, nose to tail. Chiddick's again, the attitude of that car certainly proving that he's pushing and throwing it around a bit more than Jeff is. I think Jeff is still driving quickly, but you can tell there's for Freddie's more comfortable just not throwing the car in, but kind of like pushing it a little bit harder and visibly showing the car to be a bit sort of although that's a bit sort of moving around a bit more. Whereas Jeff is trying to go with the proper precise method in terms of just trying to turn in, not turn in more when he has to make the corner. But Chiddick's of course is showing that he really wants to keep pressing as hard as he can to make the most of the pace advantage he appears to have. But of course there is a point sometimes where if you get caught in some of the turbulent air that you only get so close before you then start to kind of lose a bit of front end grip.
Well, you don't really lose the front end grip, but what you are is when you're coming out onto the back straight, you almost need a run up to get that toe. If you're too close coming onto a straight, when you pull out, the air hits you just like it's hitting the person in front of you. So to get a proper toe and a slingshot, as we like to call it, you have to be a bit off the car in front of you. So actually you need to manage it a little bit so that you come onto the onto the straights with a run. And you can see there's a significant gap here, and that's certainly long enough for that slingshot to develop.
So almost nose to tail now, and there's a bit of a twitch there from Jeff Newman. He wasn't comfortable off the exit at Charlie's, and a better, cleaner exit from Chiddick will certainly get him into the mix and into that slipstream that he needs. And we've seen cars come from quite far back to get the slipstream, and that's the run-up that hopefully he needs. He is almost drawing level, but Newman managed to gather back up that momentum quick enough to hold on to the lead as they come back through Park Corner. Now on lap 5.
Yeah, Newman's strong into Park Corner, isn't he? He looked good there, but maybe Chiddick again was thinking, well, actually, I've closed up this whole gap in the last couple of laps, so I'm okay. I've got 12 minutes left, so I can sit here for the lap and wait for that opportunity next time round when it'll be a lot easier.
He's getting really close on the exit of the gooseneck as well. This is now going to start to force Newman to keep looking in his mirrors and just trying to find any opportunity to keep him at bay. There's Benja Headley. That's Ray Radford behind him as well in car 51. Ray, as he turns his way out through Park Corner. Here comes the top two up through the mountain, and again the car's moving around, leaping over the bumps. Oh, Jeff Newman's onto the grass and loses the lead. Up the inside with Freddie Chiddix. He took full advantage of the fact that Jeff Newman he came off the mountain, ran wide, and again, sometimes when you got the momentum, put two wheels off the grass, they can just pull you straight onto the grass with the momentum that you've got in the car. So Freddie Chiddix saw that, pounced on it all day long, straight into the lead, and I'm pretty certain there'll be quite a bit of a grin and Reese helmet after that, thinking, right, got you this time, Jeff, forced you into a mistake.
Yeah, Jeff is now probably in the prime position though, isn't he? He's got that toe. I think Jeff actually went wide and Chiddix followed him wide, but Chiddix just stayed onto the track. When we caught the sort of the camera angle of Chiddix, he was landing right on the line, which isn't quite where you want to be. But nevertheless, in a strange way, that's put Newman in actually a stronger position now, coming out through Charlie's and onto the back straight.
Jeff is, I'm pretty certain we were a pretty competitive person, so he always wants to win, as any driver does, but he particularly wants to get himself in the front and win every single time, but he really is a competitive soul in the paddock, and so he'll be absolutely kicking himself for that, but he'll try and quickly refocus, get himself back into the mix of the lead. Case in point, here he comes up the inside line, under brakes that little bit later, turns in, thank you very much Freddie, back into the lead, come try again next time if you want.
Yeah, he's definitely strong into that corner, and that's a good corner to have strong braking performance in. Chiddix is still right on his tail though, so there's no real gap there. We've still got Mark Jones in, and then James Cook following along, so whilst we're concentrating on this lead battle, there is still good battles happening behind, and those two wanting to get that final podium spot and a trophy to take home with them.
So just behind these top two, you can see Mark Jones has been closed in now by James Cook. Robert Domain's fallen a little bit back as well, so he'll be under threat from James Perry if the gap is sort of closed back a little bit more. Robert Domain actually in a bit of no man's land. I thought Giles Perry this year was a bit closer than that. The top two are pretty much practically nose to tail locked in as one kind of eight-wheeled Caterham Roadsport. Roadsport.
We should have a class called Rotorsport. I like it.
Roadsport. Is that the flying division? Is it?
Yeah.
With helicopter blades. Anyway, regardless of what, rather talking stupid, we'll get back to the race, at least on my part. So Newman then continues to lead the way with Chiddix in second place. The gap is evidently, of course, half a second. They come across the line together. Now down towards left-hander at Coppice again, and last lap, yeah, Chiddix on the last lap was. It was a 4 second slower, so not only did he lose the lead, but of course the draft which he was able to get was strong. But again, just there's certain parts of the circuit where Chiddix has got the advantage, and this is the perfect place he needs to be. He's not too close to him, he's in that range where he gets a good slingshot. Now he can start to take advantage of it up Park straight and towards Park Corner. He will have a go to pass and have a look to try and make move alongside. Mark Jones also under threat here from a great toe from James Cook, and here they go. So just as it was this time last time by, it's exactly the same, but roles reversed. Thanks very much, Jeff. Up the inside, I'll take it back, thank you. So up into third place has also gone James Cook. He's past Mark Jones, so just like that, first and third have changed around once again in the blink of an eye at the same corner as they did a lap ago.
Yeah, we call it a bit of sort of wheelbarrow racing here, 2x2x2, and James Cook, yeah, making a great move up there. Chiddix again out front, waited and got that perfect toe, like you said. The gap was just about ideal that time, and he made that move easily. So being patient at this point of the race with 8 minutes still to go, nearly 9 minutes actually, yeah, can pay off just by knowing where your opportunities are, and also thinking through the timing of this. You know, we've got to now start thinking about when we get into the last 5 minutes, where do I want to be in that position? And you know, they're all the kind of calculations that drivers, as you develop through these series, you'll work more, they'll feel a bit more natural.
You said 2x2 in terms of wheelbarrow, I call it Noah's Ark. Hence that would say the phrase 2x2 hurrah in that sense. So 8.25 minutes to go, and it's first and third still battling amongst each other. Chiddix pulling away from Newman now, as is also attempting James Cook to get away from Mark Jones in fourth position as they come back down the pit straight. Gap between the leaders now as Chiddix sets a new fast lap of the race. He's now gone out to 0.5 a second. So not only did he lost a second on the last lap. Oops, around. I think that's gone. That is, I think, Ray Radford possibly. So no, it's not Ray Radford. We think it is possibly. I'll have to wait and see who goes down the time. I can't quite see the number. Oh no, it is Ray Radford, actually 51. So Ray Radford in the orange car. Oh, just in the background I saw it was side by side from a lead. So we need to go back to our leaders because they were side by side up the hill. Here they come. I spotted it in the background, and here comes Jeff Newman back up the inside, and for the third time the lead changes hands yet again into Park Corner, as he's also for third place changing hands again round the outside. Mark Jones just cuts off for those of James Cook and says, try that on for size, thank you very much. Back into third place, come follow this one.
yeah, Cook just had the momentum there, didn't he, to actually make that move so that without being too aggressive. He just had enough to cover him off. Chiddix is quick through the gooseneck, isn't he, and down into Mansfield down at the bottom here. He's but Jeff Newman, I think, is quicker through these final sets of corners. He often draws out a little bit of a gap round here, but unfortunately that's only just enough of a gap to give Fredrik Chiddix the perfect toe going up into the final thing. I think this battle is a race long. Chiddix losing the rear end there just as he turned into the mountain section, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Jeff is just slightly quicker. Maybe he's just got this section dialed in just a touch more.
I feel we've got the makings of a potential new rivalry in Roadsport for next year. This is another, again, this is the rivalries that you seem to discover with every new academy class that comes through. You find the drivers that are the front runners and the ones that are going to go up against each other, and essentially if they all stick up at the same race, they're going to be battling amongst each other for the next few seasons in Roadsport 270, 310, and if they choose to move up into 7 UK, and I'm pretty certain if they follow that path, I'm pretty certain that at least Jeff and Freddie will find themselves up at the top level within the next few years if they choose to stick the course and go all the way through. Newman sets a new fast lap of the race, 140.154, so he's now got the gap out to about almost 8.5 tenths, so he has to continue on. We're now just under 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes to go, and again this is another chance for Freddie to get a good toe down Park Straight up towards Park Corner again. So how strong it's going to be on this second part out of the shot, we'll wait and see. Could also try and do the same for Mark Jones. And this time by, Freddie's not close enough to make a move, so he's going to sit just tucked under the roll cage of Newman as he turns in through Park Corner. That's the battle for third. Jones and Cook are still nose to tail as well. Back behind them, Robert Domaney is 5th, Paul Castle 6th, Charles Perry in 7th place, Theo Fialto is 8th, and Benji Henley and Louise Deason. And it's Alan Bateman and Ian Dennis, and then Ray Radford, who was the orange car that had the spin just a moment ago. He's back down now to last and 13th place at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this barn corner as we were watching, we haven't seen a great deal around barn corner. It doesn't seem to generate sort of any overtaking, but it's such a hard corner to get right. You really need to nail it in order to be able to fire yourself down this front straight into turn 1. And we saw that turn 1 is an overtaking opportunity, so it's a really important corner to get right. But here's Newman heading into Hall Bend, sorry, and yeah, Chiddix still there. They're each other's shadow, aren't they? They are just absolutely brilliant. I think, I for one really hope that these two go through all the steps of the ladder. I think they really deserve to, and we'll see this develop over the years. It'll be brilliant.
So they go down the pit straight then, continuing this battle that's going to be, I'm sure, quite a rivalry hopefully for the next few years, watching these two go back and forth, because certainly I hope Jeff Robb is saying he's a slightly more experienced man, shall we say, rather than compared to Freddie Chiddix, but of course it doesn't mean he's in terms of driving ability, they're both very evenly matched, as you can see. So
we said earlier how we really love the fact that Caterham's so even as far as performance that anyone can jump into these cars and be competitive, and Jeff Newman showing as well that age doesn't matter either, so it doesn't matter how young, old, or, we've had some champions that are, we've got Steve Nuttall coming out, he's in his 40s, I'm in my 40s, you can get in these cars, jump in, and we've seen even older people jump in and be really competitive.
So Freddie Chiddix then has managed to squeeze back into the lead. He got the toe up Park Straight once more, and that seems to be there with taking his spot for the Caterhams all weekend, it seems, up at Park Corner. So now as they turn out through the complex, down the hill, and now, a little twitch there for Freddie Chiddix. He had to get on the brakes just on the exit of the gooseneck to stop the car from sliding any further. That would have brought Jeff back in. Jeff would have seen that because Freddie tried to carry as much speed as he could into the gooseneck. Fanny was carrying maybe just a tiny bit too much. The back end stepped out ever so slightly. As a result of that, it meant that Jeff was right back on his tail again. He gained back about a few more metres as well on him as they leap over there, that's a mountain, and back into the Hall Bends once more. It's on lap 10 with just under 3.5 minutes to go. So they're going to get, I think, lap time wise, probably 2 more laps, I think, going to this one, I think, looking at it.
Yep, and Jones back ahead of Cook there, so they're having exactly the same kind of battle for this third and fourth. Who is going to be that final step at the podium? You can bet that they both want that pot to take home with them. Absolutely nothing between the two of them, and this is the end of the track where Newman in the lead battle is better. I wonder if these have got a sort of a favourite end of the track.
So onto what we believe is the penultimate lap. So including this one, 2 laps to go for the 2022 Roadsport Challenge Trophy. Some of the drivers that you'll be seeing in next year's Roadsport Championship looking to get to grips with their new spec cars just a few months earlier than some of their rivals might be, and they start stepping up into the next second rung of the ladder. Meanwhile, for our leaders, here they go again. Up the inside this time, it's Newman back up the inside. Thank you, Freddie. Right, my turn to lead again. Time for you to follow. So up now through Chris Curve. It's an almost never-ending long sequences. There always almost kind of multiple apexes to this long right-hander at Chris Curve. But then you have to really just get to the end of it, and you then very quickly and aggressively flick right and then left, and just plunge downhill through the gooseneck, and then this very tricky braking zone where, because it's downhill, the momentum and the gravity wants to pull you faster down to the grid, so you have to actually hit the brakes harder than you would normally do, because it's such a steep downhill run. But if you hit the brakes normally, you probably wouldn't slow as quick as you wanted to, because gravity's bringing you further down, it's bringing you quicker down the hill, so you have to brake probably the hardest you ever have to brake in any of the corners at Cadwell Park in order to get the car stopped enough to get around the corner.
Well, I mean, you're coming downhill, so the car... Is that did he lose it? He just saved it. What a brilliant bit of car control to save that. That was Cook just saving that car. You saw how on the edge it was, but equally it shows how far these cars can move around before you completely lose them. So he's still got a bit of a rear end happy car there, and sometimes these tyres can be a little bit more temperature sensitive, and if the pressures are too high, it will start getting a bit loose at the end. What I was going to say is that the dynamics of this car is significantly different from the Academy car, and it's amazing that all these front four are really so evenly paced and really not very far off the Roadsport grid. Just the real Roadsport grid dipped into the 39s for their fastest laps, and we're seeing Newman just outside into the 40s. I know they were keen to sort of see whether they could match the Newman. They're so close, and it just shows how quickly they've picked up driving this Roadsport variant.
And those improved lap times, that will come with mileage anyway, so of course this is their first proper competitive time. They've been driving these cars in this specification since they've upgraded them, which is only just a couple of weeks ago. So these cars are pretty much fresh in Roadsport specifications, so trying to get them upgraded is going to be something that everyone's going to do over the winter. Side by side for third, Jones defends from Cook, who's managed to recover from that little scary moment up in entering the mountain where he almost lost the back end. Meanwhile, with our front two, it's still nose to tail. Newman has held off Chiddick on this time by. Now back into Mansfield. This is the last lap of the race, so essentially if Chiddick wants to win this, he's going to have to make this move pretty quickly. It might well be something we haven't seen very much of this weekend, which is possibly a photo finish, but it'll have to rely on a good run through Hall Bends and then through Barnes onto the pit straight. Clean run next in the mountain. Chiddick's getting close, but they'll keep on applying that pressure all the way through. They turn in through the Hall Bends. Chiddick's as close as he can. He's being practically climbing into the cockpit of Jeff Newman's car, and now he's going to try and set that car and try and get a good run through Hall Bends and through Barn Corner. This could be a photo finish, but it depends on the run that possibly Chiddick can get. He might be probably just about a car length too far back. And after winning the championship last time, Chiddick did win the Roadsport Autumn Trophy race, but it's going to be the first bragging rights of Roadsport for 2022. So Jeff Newman, the Academy Green Group champion, takes the victory in the 2022 Roadsport Challenge race, followed by Chiddick just about a quarter of a second back. Battle for third is resolved, with Mark Jones picking up the final podium spot ahead of James Cook in fourth. And then the rest of the pack will come through in earnest, with Robert Domain will pick up fifth position. This is sixth place battle between Giles Perry and Paul Castle. The main comes across to confirm his top five finish. Giles Perry in his silver and yellow number 71 machine turns in through the right-hander and up to the checkered flag, and it will be sixth position for Giles, who will just about hold off Castle to the end. I'm sure that's a rivalry that will go on to 2022 as well. And the rest of the group, rest of the top 10 will be Theo Fiato as he turns in now, the Tiger liveried machine, followed by Benja Headley and Louise Deason, who should be pleased with the 10th place as well, followed by Bateman and Bettis. And Ray Bradford also finishes the race after he was lapped by the top two, and he's a lap down after his earlier spin. So, excellent stuff from our future Roadsport drivers, and they'll have got a little bit of a leg up in some cases in terms of competitive mileage on their competitors for next year. But I think the person who's going to be happiest and, dare I say, most smug of all is going to be Jeff Newman. That's going to be certainly something that he will be certainly very proud of going into next year, that he's got the initial pace advantage, the initial psychological advantage going into 2022, knowing that he's got the pace, and he seems to have initially sussed these cars out pretty well.
Yeah, but I don't think you can put a paper between them, can you? Chiddick's there absolutely on his tail for the whole of that race, and actually Chiddick set his fastest lap time on that last lap, and he was a mere 300ths back from Newman's. So there is literally nothing between these two. They were nose to tail. They were 2/10 over the line as they finished then, and that's also, that's Bettis and Radford we just watched going over the line. But yeah, it's 2/10 between them and the line, and that was the difference between the championship. I can't wait.
Going to be pretty mega for next year. That's a preview of what you can expect in 2022. Jeff Newman then, the Academy Green Group champion, kicks off his Roadsport antics with a victory in this Special Challenge Trophy race ahead of Freddie Chiddick in second place, Mark Jones in third, ahead of Cook, Domain, Perry, Castle, Theato, Headley and Deason rounding out the top 10. Jeff Newman, of course, taking the fastest lap of the race, and then it's Bateman, Bettis and Radford. We'll see these guys and many more next year in next year's Roadsport Championship. For now, though, let's quickly head over to the assembly area course, because we have our very last race of the 2021 Caterham Motorsport season as a whole. It's the season finale for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, and whilst the championship may well be provisionally wrapped up, it's going to be quite an exciting battle between our final competitors for the year. So, over to Chris for the final Caterham assembly area of 2021.
Welcome back to the holding area for the final race of the Caterhams. It's the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship. The open proceedings here at Cadwell Park, and they're going to close out the Caterham weekend. On pole this time, it's number 10, Henry Heaton. Henry, you've had a pretty successful weekend overall.
Yeah, it's been going pretty well. Hopefully I can carry it on this third race and repeat past events in the previous races.
So Stephen is at the back of the field. Do you think you're keeping half an eye behind, or is it just get out there and get on with it?
Get out there, get on with it, and see if I can get away.
Good man. Best of luck for the final race of the Caterham 7 Championship weekend. Right, starting alongside him is car number 3, which is James Murphy. It's been a pretty successful weekend for James. James, it's been a steady incline, so third and second. Surely the top spot's the next one to get.
That's the plan. The last race of the year, fantastic circuit. I think we might be a chance for a couple of spots of rain at some point as well. Keep things interesting, even more interesting. Just going to enjoy it.
Good man, good man. Your season's been a little bit up and down in places, but aiming to finish strong. So talk us through how, from your perspective, how your season's gone.
Really well. I mean, it's the first season at this level. I wanted to get a podium throughout the whole season. Got a win. Now I'm going to try and go for another one.
Good man. Best of luck out there, James, as the whistle goes and the cars are released. So for the final Caterham race of the weekend, it's over to Scott Woodwit in the commentary box.
Trying to get one over, Kev. We come on to our final race of the season, not just for the Caterham 7 Championship UK, but the final race of the season for Caterham Motorsport as well, because they've had such a stellar season all the way through, all 5 of their championships through both groups of the Academy, Roadsport, 270, 310 and the 7 Championship UK. This is where, of course, we're about to crown our second ever British Caterham champion, and I know I'll be speaking, I guess, on behalf of the likes of Simon Lambert, Kirsty Durrant, Nia Price and everyone else that's been involved, and Graham McDonald, of course, who's CEO of Caterham, and everyone else who's involved with Caterham's motorsport operations, whether it be the main manufacturer or just the motorsport team, and saying a big thank you to everyone that's competed, everyone that's supported. I know they've had some fantastic sponsors over the season as well. They've had the likes of Avon Tyres, Motul, Bilstein, Demon Tweaks, Halfords Advanced, and also as well Mission Motorsport. Big thank you to all of them for supporting Caterham over the season, and I know there's also plans, of course, well underway to make sure that the offering keeps on improving, and that those who are progressing into their next steps of Caterham racing are ready for their next steps, whether it be Academy drivers into Roadsport into 270, 270 into 310s, some of the 310 drivers into 7 UK, and even some other drivers might be coming back or externally coming into Caterham for the first time. There's been a lot of work that I know that the whole team back at Caterham HQ will be working hard on, and I'm certain that we're looking forward to what could be a very exciting 2022 that I'm certain it will be.
And what you cannot deny is this car is an absolute weapon, an absolute beast. It's one of the, just the nicest Caterham I've ever driven, as far as it's so balanced. It's such an eager and willing race car, and it's a real joy to have a go in, and say, I urge you, if anyone's got even an inkling whether they want to try one of these things, I urge you to get out there and give it a go, because it's a really spectacular bit of kit. Interestingly, you'll see in this grid in a minute that we've got a change with Nuttall taking on some new fresh slick tyres, but that does put him to the back of the grid for this second or third race of the weekend.
So the final Caterham grid of the season sees Henry Heaton on pole position after his dominant race win earlier, James Murphy second, then Gordon Sawyer and Jake Dixon on the second row of the grid, and then Chris Aubrey and, as you mentioned, Stephen Nuttall on fresh slicks starting from the back of the grid. Now, we think essentially that Stephen Nuttall's task of becoming Caterham 7 UK champion is all but done, but we only want to confirm that by the time he gets the checker flag in the next 20 minutes. But of course this will mean for Stephen, he wants to try and push his way through. Now, one thing we need to mention, of course, is that there is, I remember hearing this ages ago and I kind of ran with it, in terms of, I've always seemed to call Stephen Nuttall, bear with me, the Roger Federer of Caterham race, and the reason why I've called him that is because up until this point he had won a championship in every one of the first 4 steps on the Caterham ladder: Academy, and equipped with Roadsport, then the equivalent of 270R and 310R back when it was Track Sport and then Supersport. Last couple of seasons he's been racing in the top level, back when it's been 420Rs and now when it's become the 7 UK Championship. He has effectively all but wrapped up the championship bar finishing this race, and we believe, again unofficially, we think he's possibly the first driver to have potentially ever done that in Caterham history.
Yeah, we couldn't find a record where someone had done that before, so you know, it might be that there is something that we need to look up, but certainly whether if someone's done it before or not, it is an impressive achievement to win a championship at every step of the ladder. It's not an easy process. You only get one chance to do it in Academy and Roadsport, and that's one of the reasons why it's so rare to do it. In my Academy season, Henry pipped me by a point, so again, there's not many Academy champions, so, and to do it again in Roadsport, again, you only get one chance to do that. It's very impressive, and now he's seeing the combination of all of that effort and time and dedication to see him take the 420, the Caterham 7 UK Championship.
One thing we should stress again, if you're only watching this last race and haven't seen the other 2, one thing we should stress, this isn't all the 7 UK cars. There are more out there, just there are some drivers who are unable to make it to the final round, so just this 6. And of course, unfortunately, Chris was supposed to be out the racing today, but he had a rather unfortunate incident in practice, which meant unfortunately he couldn't take the start. But we still have the 6 here who are about to entertain us for one last time for Caterham Motorsport. What a brilliant year it's been for them, about to get races underway for the final Caterham Motorsport race of the season, the finale for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Time to crown our second British Caterham champion. Away in racing, decent start from the front row from Heath. Immediately goes across to try and cover off James Murphy from the start, and a cracking getaway on fresh tyres. Talk about fresh slicks, he's up to 3rd place already. Always 3 abreast behind them as Aubrey, Jacobson, Swan Dixon tries to turn to Coppice together. That wasn't going to work, and they all backed out of it at once. But now James Murphy takes to the front with Heaton in 2nd place, and despite starting in 6th, it's Stephen Nuttall already up to 3rd and challenging half a 2nd place on the back of Heaton. Brilliant start.
Sawyer came out for the worst of that start, didn't he? He got caught out he was left with nowhere to go, and James Murphy here still up the inside, but Heaton trying to go around the outside. The outside line has worked, and it's very tight inside. They did make contact. I wonder, they have gone off the track, so Murphy is dropping back. Heaton is there. He has taken that lead, but there was contact there. So yeah, we see Nuttall move all the way up through from the 6th now into challenging that lead, and he shows how powerful that new rubber is. But also, you have to make it count off the line. You've got to have that skill to work out where you want to put your car.
He dumped the clutch at exactly the right point and flew off along like a scalded cat. So up into 2nd place already has gone Stephen Nuttall, already challenging essentially one of his season-long rivals, Henry Heaton, for the victory. They've taken one apiece this weekend, so it'll be bragging rights to see who can get best 2 out of 3. Up through the complex of the mountain, over the hill, Heaton, Nuttall, then it's Murphy, Jake Swan Dixon, Aubrey, and then leaping as high as he ever has comes Gordon. So that's been an entertaining part of the weekend, watching these Caterham, particularly these Caterham 420Rs in this 7 UK and 7 Championship UK, leaping with all 4 wheels cleanly off the ground. I'm sure that John Bryan for this race would pick one of these races will post himself right down that mounting section to get some brilliant shots, as he always does. End of the first lap then for this final Caterham 7 Championship race of the season. It's going to be Henry Heaton who leads the way, Nuttall in 2nd place, then Murphy 3rd, gap back to him in 3rd place with Swan Dixon 4th, Aubrey 5th, and Gordon Sawyer maybe just biding his time a bit in 6th position.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be comfortable biding his time there. He certainly wants to make a move, because every second that he delays getting past the cars in front, it means that he's not being able to get through. We've got Nuttall going to the inside here, but there's not a lot of room. He was actually squeezed a little bit onto the grass, or he needed to use a bit of that grass, which is not ideal on a slick tyre, but he's nevertheless up the inside into park, and it looks like he's got the momentum to making this happen. James Murphy having a speculative look up there, but as well as trying to make a little attack, he was a bit of a defensive move there to make sure Swan Dixon couldn't get by. I
thought James Murphy wasn't going to stop. He was so fast down the inside line, he almost tried to, out of defence of Jake Swan Dixon, tried to make that move for 2nd place work, but he didn't. Now, what's interesting, unless it's me, I'm seeing spots of rain, spots of moisture on the camera, so is that possibly a little bit of rain starting to creep in?
Yeah, we're seeing it on the commentary box window as well. It's only sprinkles at this point. It's not going to make any difference to them out there on the track, but a sprinkling of shower, I can see it in the air now, so it will definitely be having a psychological effect at this point. A little bit of a slide there from Nuttall. James Murphy's gone off around the mountain, so maybe there is a bit more rain at this end of the track where we are sat in that commentary box. Like I said, you can see it hanging in the air, and it's amazing how quickly that can make a difference to this slick tyre.
Now, what's interesting, you're going to be careful. Of course, again, as you just pointed out there, these guys are on a full Avon slick tyre. They're not on the tyres they had last year, which is a ZZR, which is a semi-slick that might cope something, a little bit of intermediate conditions or with a little bit of drizzle out there. They're full slick, so whilst they might be warm, if it starts to get a bit of moisture, they will slip and slide out there, which is going to be very careful. Nuttall takes the lead, he's now side by side with Henry Heaton, gets it back in. Oh, side by side, the Coppice corner, they almost touched wheels, and Henry Heaton does get through. There's contact, you make banks with Jake Swan-Dixon, who somehow carries on to get his foot in, goes round the outside, Nuttall gets him back again, and they're trying to keep the cars on the road whilst the rain's starting to come down even further. James Murphy tries to reply, but now look at this, the 5 cars that are still in this league group are all together. Sawyer's on the back of Aubrey, whilst Jake Swan-Dixon attacks Nuttall, and Heaton tries to get away. They're all action down towards Park Corner.
Little lock up there from Steve Nuttall. How much grip are you going to have into each of these corners? Was the rain that you found at the mountains going to be at the top of this track? Or, well, you don't know as a driver. You have to be on the absolute edge. Your nerves are really jangling as you try and work it out. But Heaton is still out in front at the moment. But Swan-Dixon definitely looks like he's on a mission at the moment.
Jake Swan-Dixon is putting himself into good position to get one of his best results of the season, dare I say. He's on the back of the essential, we think, is champion-elect Stephen Nuttall, who himself is trying to charge onto Henry Heaton. And James Murphy hasn't taken very long to get back onto the grid. Again, we stress, this is not all the Caterham 7 UK cars, because some of them were unable to make the final rounds here, but these 6 that we do have are really pushing hard. Again, as James Murphy leaps over the mountain, as several cars have done over the weekend, but they're all together in one train here. It looks quite clearly none of this 6-pack here are willing to give any kind of an edge to anyone at any point. I think also was that James Murphy. He was getting past Gordon Sawyer as he saw him go with the bump through the whole bend, get a little bit out of shape. So because of that, I think James Murphy took full advantage, and then because of that, James Murphy's back in 5th position and Sawyer's back down to 6th, really struggling out there.
Definitely this end of the track has got the dampness, they're not sure what's going to happen, and again the window of our commentary box is still getting sprinkled on, so it's still not stopped raining this end, and this is definitely the tricky end of the track. But yet Heaton is still out front. It's just every time they turn in, you never know what you're going to get. We saw the rear end of Murphy up the mountain again being out, and shout out to Aubrey here. He's been trailing off the back of this grid. He missed a day's testing, but he's certainly got it all together now, hasn't he, with Sawyer now trailing a little bit.
Yeah, Murphy and Sawyer, the ones that are struggling as Nuttall gets back into the lead. Here comes Chris Aubrey round the outside of Jake Swan-Dixon. Go on, Chris Aubrey. He's going for it side by side with Jake, but Jake elbows him out wide, holds on, and Chris Aubrey, I thought he was going to drift out onto the grass, but he managed to catch get enough grip to catch it and gets back involved in 3rd place. And even so, Jake Swan-Dixon even trying to challenge Henry Heaton for 2nd here, so Nuttall in front now. I think maybe he's a bit of I feel like he's been released now. He was trying to get past the last few laps, and Heaton was defending, but I think now Nuttall's in front. Unless Heaton can get him back in the slipstream and try and close back in again, it just feels like Nuttall's got a little bit more pace in these slightly greasy conditions that are getting even more treacherous.
But we're coming into that bit where we don't know what it is, so how much of a risk do you take? You've got that sort of slight advantage coming in here, but single file most of the way, but how much do you push it, knowing that last time through here the rear end became really squiggly and light, so again unclear to know what to do, and then he's managed it quite well that time, and it looks like he is going to hold off just for this lap at least.
You can see the rain forming on the top of the tyre barriers here with that the tyre covers on the side. You can see the rains dropping, rain drops ever increasing on the top of that. So it is sprinkling, it's drizzling with rain, but it's not so much that it's going to affect them too much. Of course, and hot slicks, if there's not enough moisture on there, I guess they will start to try and burn some of that moisture away on the circuit. So if they keep running, they should be okay, unless the rain gets more treacherous. Because we had a situation at Alton Park where the race essentially started on slicks, then it poured down with rain. The race then got stopped, and because there was, I guess, some delays to try and get in the time table, they couldn't restart it again because everyone else was on the wrong tyre, and particularly with 4 slicks. When it starts to get even heavier with rain, you can't survive out there when it starts to get even wetter out there if you've got 4 slicks, because they just give you zero grip. It's literally like driving on ice.
Yeah, there's a definite cut-off point when the rain gets too heavy. If the rain is light, you can keep temperature in the tyre, and that immediately means you keep that grip, and it can even grip, with a damp track, it's still grip there, certainly more than it will when it cools off. But as soon as you get to a cut-off point, you cannot generate that heat anymore, and they turn to stone cold ice, and they literally are like ice. They will not give you anything. And like you say, Alton Park was extremely exciting, where we couldn't actually get traction anywhere. It was certainly suboptimal, I think we'll put it. But this group of cars are still absolutely nailed together. Gordon Sawyer just getting back on after his incident a little bit earlier on, but Nuttall still leading. This is up, I think, the 3rd lap through. We've seen him in the lead now.
rain's starting to get a bit heavier now. I can see it out of the commentary box window, so it's more than drizzling. It's actually now proper light rain, so I think this could be a really interesting one. You can see it, look, you can see it just in the darker parts on the camera, just you can see the rain's coming down now, so this is really interesting now. And this is the thing, there isn't really time to do a proper tyre change, because if you do, that's your race essentially gone. What you're relying on is so to get even wetter, so you can take full advantage of having those wet tyres on. This is not simple Formula 1 pit stop of 2 seconds. You really have to take all 5 nuts off, all the nuts off the wheel, put it on, re-put the nuts back on, and then go. Because it's not a short pit stop at all. It will usually something like probably as much as a minute in the pit lane trying to change all the tyres. That's only probably maybe a couple of the wheel guns. So that's going to be really tricky out there, particularly if it gets even more wetter and dangerous out there.
And interesting, we can see tyre tracks now around this part of the track, which we weren't seeing on the previous laps. It was just rain up here at the mountain, but now we're seeing tyre tracks going around turn 1, so it's tricky everywhere. Unfortunately, it's the situation where if it gets too heavy, they will have to red flag it, because it just becomes too unsafe to race on slick tyres. But Nuttall at the moment keeping those temperature, but again, how late do you brake? And we've seen there Murphy looking like he's wants back at Chris Aubrey, and Chris Aubrey managing this situation extremely well at the moment, certainly right in that pack and battling. Henry Heaton we've seen sometimes struggle in these tricky intermediate conditions, but at the moment he is absolutely nailed on as well in that second place.
Well, I've noticed Stephen Nuttall, even though he's leading, you can see his car a couple of times wiggling around trying to get traction in the rear end of that car, just holding on, but he's doing it in a way in which he's not losing too much time, if any, so he's managed to cope with these conditions, and it all depends on how you do so. But the fact it keeps on raining, you're seeing some wheel tracks down there, literally, as the leader, with the downside of it is, you're the pioneer, so every time you go into a section of track and that by that, as it's starting to rain, your conditions are changing, you don't know what grip you've got until you get there, so you're essentially giving a beacon for everyone else. If you're sliding, if they expect the grip is low, if you're fine, there is enough grip to hold on without too much of an error. So Stephen Nuttall, whilst he's leading, he's also in an unenviable position. He's the first one getting to those conditions on every single corner, on every single lap as it changes, so therefore he does, and therefore at the same time kind of in a weird way doesn't want to be leading, because effectively he wants to watch what everyone else is doing to judge where the grip is or isn't.
And he cannot afford not to push. He has to push every lap, otherwise he'll lose the temperature in his tyres. The rain is still the same level. It's not heavy rain, but it is just consistent. It's not going away. It's absolutely steady. And look again, they're all having to press the brakes, whereas that's normally a flat out corner. And again, how much grip have you got? You can see those tyre tracks going around there. If it stops raining, it will dry out very, very quickly. But at the moment, this is such a tricky situation for them all to manage. And like you say, being out front is not always a good place to be. Heaton there is slipping into the clutches of Jake Swan-Dixon. Swan-Dixon in these intermediate conditions has been really good in the past, and we saw him at Alton Park making up loads of places.
I was about to say tentatively that the rain's easing up, and even though it is sort of looking steady, I think it's getting... It's still steady, but it's looking lighter in terms of its severity. So there's still a very steady light drizzle coming down, but it's not like a heavy downpour at the moment, at least. There is some cloud cover coming in, but it's not to the point where it's getting treacherous at all. But it is also getting to the point where a driver never wants it to be, which is that kind of greasy, kind of intermediate cutter point. Because as racing drivers, you either want it, as you know, fully wet or fully dry, because you know what the conditions are like and you know what setup to go with. When it's in between, it's a nightmare. As James Murphy tries to find the grip on the outside line, that's another factor. If it becomes more and more wet, drivers will come off the racing line, because if you're on the racing line, that's what all the rubber is. You apply obviously water to rubber, it becomes very slippery, so drivers will come off the typical racing line to find the grippier parts of the circuit. It looks unconventional, but it's the faster way around in wet conditions.
Yeah, even on a slick tyre, that still holds true. Wherever the grip is you want to be, they're all managing this situation, like I say, it's so tricky and virtually impossible to be in. But yeah, you're right, the rain doesn't look like it's getting any heavier, but it's the cumulative effect of it. It's getting wetter and wetter each lap, but at least because it's steady, it's not we're not seeing a massive downpour in one corner, which will literally see them spinning off the road. If they come across a corner which has a massive downpour in it, that will be game over, because the grip will just go. But at the moment, they're just about keeping that temperature in, and Stephen Nuttall there just pulling that little tiny gap over the second place.
I wonder if this is almost like a little microclimate like Spa situation, where it seems to be there's rain falling, but it's maybe falling a tiny bit harder on some sections of the circuit more than others. So it might be a bit lighter up here on a higher part of the circuit, like up on the mountain, but you saw there just on the background of the tyre wall, it's actually still forming. It looked like it was a little bit heavier. It's again still steady, lighter rain, but it's actually falling a little bit more in that sense. So again, the conditions are probably much different on one part of the circuit. It's probably down here, it's probably much drier on one part of the circuit, but even damper on another part, and so trying to judge the overall grip levels that you got is absolutely near impossible. So this is getting very tricky indeed. Still still 7 3/4 minutes to go in this final Caterham 7 Championship UK race of the season. I was about to say James Dixon might have a good chance here because he's used to not only racing in slippery conditions, being a super light autograss racer, but also as well, he's also used to racing on water, being a powerboat racer. So essentially, I'd have thought out of all the 6 cars we've got on the grid, he'd be probably the one that be accustomed to these conditions the most.
I'm not sure you're going to have a propeller on the back of these Caterhams though, so maybe not just yet. But again, Nuttall doing a great job there. But Heaton again not disappearing anywhere, and is absolute to and fro here, backwards and forwards. And where we saw maybe the heavier rain up here a little while ago, it does look like it's really quite eased off. But maybe that's all moved towards that sort of lower part of the track, and maybe even towards turn 1 where we saw it sort of raining a little bit later. But at the moment, Nuttall doing what he needs to do. Heaton there in second place, always being the shadow. But Jake Swan-Dixon certainly looks like he wants that place from him. And Aubrey, great news. He's absolutely stuck with the lead pack this time, and is showing he was getting stuck in, nearly overtaking Swan-Dixon last lap.
Yeah, I think if the drizzle has come through, it looks like it's practically stopped now. Actually, I was looking at my beacon of the darker background of the barrier, and I couldn't see any rain. So I think possibly if there was a shower, I think it's just about past, he says tentatively. So if it is now basically drying out in terms of the rain, as you say, they should start to get dry much quicker. As Chris Aubrey, oh, that was that Chris. Yeah, I can understand James' frustration. Chris got a shaky exit on from Park Corner, and to be fair, that was a bit naughty of him to move across like he did to Benford James. He forced him onto the grass that way. So wouldn't surprise if he gets a call from the clerk of the course on that one, because I have to say for Chris, wasn't quite a defensive effort. It was defensive effort, but maybe not the way he should have done it.
Well, James certainly made his displeasure clear in that situation, and like you say, it's not a nice place to be, wet grass in a Caterham. But yeah, as you say, up here in the commentary box end of the track, we are stopped. It has stopped raining, and in the next 5 or 6 minutes, it could well dry up again. So again, where we've gone trickier and trickier conditions is now about how do you make sure that you're maximising the grip. We saw Nuttall locking up into Park Bend, and Heaton is immediately back on him as these conditions start drying out. This race, it's only 6 cars big, but they have absolutely doggedly stuck together, haven't they?
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. And again, we'll stress once more, this is not all the cars. Not everyone can make this final championship round, but there will be absolutely more of them next year, particularly with some other drivers moving up to 310s and other drivers returning from previous years before. So we've plenty more of these cars on the grid next year in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. It looks like, in terms of the lines being taken to the last corner, Gordon saw it taking the wide line. He doesn't feel comfortable being on the racing line where there might be a little bit greasy on there. In terms of lap time, look how competitive it is. Everyone in the 134, that's how close and competitive it is. Again, forget it's 6 cars, it's a close competitive race. That's exactly what we want to see at the end of this effectively quite long Caterham 7 Championship UK season. Henry Heaton seems to have dropped back a little bit. He was quite close a few corners ago up at the mountain section, but through that Hall Bends bit and through Bar and down the pit straight, he's lost a bit to Stephen Nuttall. Meanwhile, James Murphy's going for the outside line on Chris Aubrey. Probably looks across and goes, you squeezed me onto the grass. Didn't quite like that. And there he goes round the outside. Chris Aubrey tries to hold on to it, and again he forces Romy to go the long way around, but he holds firm round the outside and gets the ultimate payback by passing around the outside and says, right, try that one for size, Chris.
Great move by Murphy there around the outside. We saw he was strong earlier in that corner, and again he had the confidence there to lean on that tyre around the outside, and he did have the momentum and therefore could take his racing line legitimately there. Nuttall, again, that gap that was there has disappeared. Jake Swan-Dixon, Heaton had to defend from Swan-Dixon going into turn 1 that last time, which is why we saw that little gap develop in these conditions earlier. So we said it was 34s that the whole team were doing, or the whole squad were doing last time out. It looks, I reckon, the ultimate lap time sort of in the 29, so I wonder how close we're going to get to that by the end of when this 4 minutes is done.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. Current fastest lap of the race is held by Swan-Dixon. 132.286. As you say, we have seen the lap as quick as 129s earlier on, so you can tell it's a little bit greasy out there in terms of trying to cope with the grip levels out there. Across the line they come now. It's practically stopped raining. The fastest lap of the race. Well, he did go to Heaton, but the man I'm watching is James Murphy, because I thought he went past not only Chris Aubrey quite quickly, but he's straight onto the tail of the top 3. So do you know what? As crazy as it might sound, there's still every chance Murphy could win this. He's got the pace. 131.709. He's not out of this by a long shot.
Shows that track is getting underneath you again with that times coming down, so they're only a second and a bit off where they'd like to ideally be, especially in the situation. And he came across that gap so quickly, didn't he? And Aubrey's now been gapped behind him. Murphy, the next person up is Swan-Dixon, but he hasn't been slouching this race at all, and he's in that podium position that he desperately wants.
And he's right on the tail of Jake Swan-Dixon now, so Swan Dixon's going to try and hold off as best he can. He's put in a brilliant effort to hold on to third place for as long as he has, and again, I'm sure he would have loved to try and pick himself up podium if possible, the race win if possible at some point. But he's one of those drivers now. He's had a couple of seasons in Caterham now, and I think he's at that point where he's ready for his first win now. I think particularly his last couple of meetings where he has shown quite a lot of strength and been in and around the top 4 and top 5 places quite a lot. So I think he's getting to the point where his first win is on its way sooner maybe rather than later, but maybe not this year. I think at least as Chris Aubrey again enters his own puts his own entry into the Caterham flying contest over the mountain. There goes Chris working away at the wheel. You can see them just working from side to side around the wheels. They're trying to fight the grip here. Nuttall turning in. So they got a hold of it for 2 more laps to essentially confirm his provisional Caterham 7 Championship UK champion status.
2 laps is a long time. There you go, new fastest lap though, 31.2, so we're getting us about a second away from the absolute ideal with a toe lap, so really coming back under them. That wet, so in the history, this has been a right old adventure, this race, hasn't it? It was a long time ago we thought we were all on the grid with Nuttall at the back there and suddenly making his way up, so really a good adventure. But Heaton definitely on the back foot with these 2. Murphy absolutely looking like the one that's hungry to get forward. He has been thirsty for that podium and that win. Maybe not going to be able to get the win, but he's definitely going to be putting it around the outside of Swan Dixon, who's also having to brake late just around the outside. Can he hold on? He's got the position at the moment. Swan Dixon though has the momentum coming out the corner and will take it back in Chris Curve.
Yeah, held the inside line and swept him out wide just enough so he could force him out for 3rd position. So Murphy's back in 4th now. He's got some work to try and recover from that with about a lap and a half to go now with the gooseneck. Again, it has definitely stopped raining as far as we can see. So it was only a very light sprinkling of rain that did have an effect, but it's still something that's being felt now as we come towards the end of this race, the end of this Caterham 7 UK Championship season. Back into the complex, and Nuttall, who had a gap then, has been managed to pull back in by Heaton, and Nuttall and Murphy are in there again. Massive leap over. You can tell how hard James is pushing. He wants the very least to be camping himself on podium to end the season on a high. And that was the thing. He came into the season just wanting 1 podium. That was it, and he got it in the first weekend when he got a race victory. So I remember talking to a Knock Hill, and he said, "Right now, I've got my podium, my victory. I'm literally just treating this as a practice for next year because he knows next year he's going to have a full-on, proper, fully prepared assault for the title. He wants to use 2021 as a preparation for next year." And look at Chris Aubrey. They're all setting fastest laps. 4 of them set fastest laps on the previous lap. The quickest of them was Chris Gordon-Sawyer. So they're all compressing back together on this last lap now. Last lap of the Caterham 7 Championship UK season. Something tells me this is going to be quite a belter of a lap, I hope, because Murphy's in there to try and get 3rd place. He's not too far away to close in on Nuttall down the back straight. This could be tantalising.
Remember, this is the most crucial part of this lap, especially as the last lap, to see what we're going to happen up here. We've got Heaton going around the outside of Nuttall. Can he make it stick around the outside? He can't. Nuttall was late on the brakes, and Swan Dixon also defends from Murphy. That is an advantage to everyone in their positions as they are now, with Swan Dixon in 3rd and Nuttall in the lead. But can they hold it up really without any mistakes? We would expect to see them finish this, but Murphy is not finished. He is absolutely tickling away at the rear end of Swan Dixon there.
Certainly going for it. He wants to try and get he's forced to switch Swan Dixon. Swan Dixon's not comfortable. He has to go to the inside to defend. Murphy will try the switch, but if he can get good traction out of Mansfield and down the short straight towards the mountain for the last time. It's been a mega season for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Once again, their 2nd year as a national championship has been granted by Motorsport UK. Over the crest of the mountain for the final time, leaping one final time into the air, over into the Hall Bends. All 6 of them together as they come back through. Stephen Nuttall has held on just about. He's got Henry Heaton, James Swan Dixon and James Murphy charging on, but he comes up the final couple of the corners. He's been a champion in the Academy, he's been a champion in Roadsport in 270Rs and 310Rs, and now he'll become Mr. Caterham because out the final couple of corners, Stephen Nuttall will hit a 5-star performance. He's going to win all 5 championships. Stephen Nuttall takes the victory and wins the 2021 Caterham 7 Championship UK, and is the 2nd ever British Caterham champion. He has now made himself as one of the only driver to have won a championship in all 5 of the steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and what a way to do it.
And what a thing to do, and what an achievement, and what a nice guy. I mean, he's on the same team that I am, and I get to work with him week in, week out, and it's fantastic achievement to win that. And Heaton there, absolutely dogged determination in that 2nd place there, just showing his class throughout the whole season. And all 6 of those cars absolutely stuck together at the end there. Everyone waving to the marshals. Thank you as ever to the marshals, but congratulations to Stephen Nuttall winning every single championship that Caterham has on offer.
And it's something I normally say as we go through the results in a second. Stephen Nuttall takes the victory from Henry Heaton, Jake Swan Dixon, James Murphy, Chris Aubrey and Gordon Sawyer. If you're in the comments, I normally say this on circuit commentary, but in the comments with maybe the clap emoji, if you can, give these guys a round of applause. They deserve it because it was a brilliant drive from all 6 involved. Again, forget the mistakes. cars. There are definitely a lot more coming for next year. Those coming back that race this year, drivers upgrading from 310Rs and returning drivers from the past. But incredible stuff from all of them, and that will be certainly lots of momentum to take into next year. So that's the end of the Caterham action for 2021. First of all, Chris, many thank you for all your efforts this past couple of meetings that you've joined me in the commentary box. Always welcome for next season, of course, anytime. And that's it for Caterham Motorsport. On behalf of Caterham Motorsport, and thank you to all their sponsors, thank you to all their suppliers and all their partners, and to every single driver that competed this year. We hope that those who've been watching this, all the live streams this year, that you've enjoyed all the action. There is more to come from them next year. You'll have information on the calendar and everything else coming soon in a few weeks. But for those watching on the Caterham stream, have a fantastic rest of the year. We'll see you bright in the next season for more action from Academy, Roadsport 27, 310 and 7 UK. Enjoy yourselves, take care and stay safe, and we'll see you for more Caterham Motorsport action in 2022. So for you guys, bye for now. But from the BRCC stream, 2 more championship